Chapter 23. Chinrue glanced at one of the light screens, and the light screen suddenly became huge with his mind. It scattered into light spots with a bang and quickly condensed into a three-dimensional image of a human body. It was translucent, and its appearance and clothes were exactly the same as Chinrue. It could be moved with his mind. There was also a floating text description next to it. It turned out to be long-lost Chinese. Title: None Evolution Level. None Experience Value. 0% Aura Value. 0 Comprehensive Strength Assessment. The value is too low to be ignored. This should be the status bar, right? Aura? Title? Why is there experience value? Is it a game? Chinrue only felt that it was a bit familiar. Is the super system really a game made by the Lord God? Where is the unlimited ammo? What about the subplot? What about the super scion bloodline? He immediately became furious. What do you mean by the value is too low to be ignored? After working so hard for so long, I get such a shitty status that hurts my self-esteem? The system prompt sounded again. Do you want to turn on the automatic aura absorption function? Chinrue eagerly confirmed to turn it on, but there was still no special reaction. It was just that the aura value jumped from 0 to 1, and there was no change after waiting for a long time. Sure enough, it's a scam again. Chinrue moved his mind, and the status light screen returned to its original state. He looked at another light screen. This seems to be a skill tree, a tree-like figure. Except for the root that was flashing fluorescent, the rest was gray. The root was glowing with 2 icons. When his mind stayed on the icon, it would become a corresponding dynamic image. The first was a changing light inside the human body, frowny face breath, holding. Passive characteristic. Show your own strength to the lowest level so that the opponent can't see through it. Can be cancelled. The second was a hand placed on a stone, and the stone turned into a pile of powder, frowny face aura conversion. Active skill. Can convert various special energy substances into aura and absorb it. Each time requires an additional aura value of 1. Duration is 30 minutes. It's fine if he's strong, but now Chinrue was already at the weakest level in the demon realm. The breath-holding skill was not practical at all. As for aura conversion, it was even more useless. Aura couldn't be eaten or flown, so it was useless. Chinrue's original dream of reaching the sky in one step was completely shattered. His mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He was as depressed as he could be. Is this the super system? It was too unplayable. What was the point of making the scene look gorgeous and realistic? At this time, the hateful notification sounded again. High-purity life energy detected in your body. Do you want to convert it into spiritual energy? Chinrue was quite resentful of the spiritual energy. He replied angrily, yes. At the same time, a man who was sleeping on the hill beside the blue lake suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. The symbiotic contract in his body suddenly changed. It was like a bottomless abyss that was rapidly devouring his strength and even his life, and it couldn't be stopped. After a long time, the terrifying devouring force finally faded away. Paglio's face had become extremely pale. He felt that both his life and strength had been greatly weakened. He was even more horrified. He had never heard of such an abnormality happening to a symbiotic contract. How did this happen? Paglio panted with fear. Did something happen to that human? It would be great if I could go and see. It's all this damn seal's fault. The initiator, Chinrue, didn't know about Paglio's fear. He only saw that the aura value was rising rapidly and the experience value was also increasing. In the translucent image of the human body, a key part of the crotch began to flash and emit white light. Chinrue was speechless for a while. Which wretched guy designed the super system? Why is that part glowing? Could it be that the so-called high-purity life energy is some kind of essence? If that's the case, there are a lot of them. At least hundreds of millions are not a problem. Before he could continue to think wrongly, the notification sounded. Aura conversion successful. Aura value 2000. Experience progress 100%. Initial evolution requirements are met. Do you want to start marrow cleansing to complete evolution? Start. This prompt rekindled his hope, and he immediately agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the space outside the hall emitted an extremely dazzling light. It seemed that there was a huge explosion in the space. The explosion was so strong that Chunrue's brain went boom. The world was spinning and he lost consciousness instantly. Early the next morning, Alice, who wanted to solve the mystery of Sandro's death, rushed to the lab with Athena. However, she was told by the imp that Chunrue was still in the room. "I'm already up, and this guy is still sleeping in?" Alice curled her lips in dissatisfaction. "Go and wake him up." Slee didn't dare to disobey. He took Alice and Athena to the door of Chunrue's room. At this time, Chunrue had already gotten rid of the dungeon treatment. He was living in the standard room in the lab. "Master, Princess Alice is here. Please get up." The imp knocked on the door and deliberately shouted loudly, looking very energetic. However, there was no movement in the room. The imp knocked hard again, but there was still no response. "Chunrue, I personally came to wake you up, and you dare to pretend that you didn't hear me?" Alice knocked on the door. "If you don't open the door, I will go in and molest you." This sentence made the imp sweat profusely. Athena sniffled and felt something was wrong. She stopped the little princess who knocked on the door and pushed it with her palm. The poor wooden door was torn apart by the swordswoman's monstrous strength. However, the scene inside surprised the three of them. They saw Chunrue lying on the bed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The bed was soaked with black juice, and it even emitted an unpleasant smell. "Chunrue, master!" The three exclaimed in unison. The outer courtyard of the palace, Aldos's lab. Princess Jia frowned and asked Aldos, "Why is this happening?" "I'm not sure." Aldos looked thoughtful. "It's most likely caused by yesterday's challenge. The title of the top genius of the Sandro Empire is by no means a fluke. The toxicity of his last bottle of potion is likely to be far beyond the ordinary range. Even if Chunrue has the protection of the Grand Master's divine sense, he can't be completely immune. That's why he is in a coma now." Gauss on the side also nodded, judging from the black liquid overflowing from the human's body. This explanation should be the most reasonable. After Chunrue left last night, Jia was still secretly annoyed because of some things he expressed. Now that she saw him in a coma due to poisoning and his life was uncertain, she reflected. It turns out that this human risked his life to make a great contribution to the Dark Moon, but he was almost killed by her. It was indeed unfair to him. Jia sighed and asked, "Master, when will he wake up?" Aldos replied, "The most dangerous moment should be last night, but even I didn't notice it. Fortunately, he has survived. Currently, his condition is relatively stable. Except for a little fever, there's nothing unusual. Maybe it's the Grand Master's divine sense that is slowly controlling and detoxifying those toxins. He will probably regain consciousness after a while. Since we don't know the specific ingredients of Sandro's Soul Eater potion, it's not suitable for him to take any potion." Jia nodded and stood up. "I'm going to deal with the government affairs. Report to me immediately if there's any news of him waking up." Aldos nodded. Gauss was slightly surprised. He seemed to be a little surprised that Princess Royal paid so much attention to the human apprentice. Alice and Athena were at Chunrue's bedside. Even the black-bellied little Loli's face showed a rare anxiety. At this time, the dirt on the human's body had been cleaned by Slee. His breathing was even, but his face was flushed and his low fever didn't subside. Finally, the abnormal blush on Chunrue's face gradually faded, and his breathing became heavier. Athena, who had been paying attention to him, noticed this abnormality first. Alice and Slee quickly came over. Chunrue opened his eyes and looked at Alice and Athena's faces in surprise. He asked, "Why are you here?" Athena said, "When we came, you were unconscious in bed. It took almost a whole day for you to wake up. I was worried to death." Alice looked tearful, but it was hard to tell how much of it was true. There was a lot of black water flowing on your body. "When I helped you wipe your body, I saw everything. You have to be responsible for me." Even Athena's eyes couldn't help but twitch when she heard this sentence. Slee, who was at the side, had already admired his master's method of picking up girls to the level of demon god. After Madame Athena, even the little princess. Although the complicated imp was eager for this gossip, at the same time he was afraid of knowing too much about himself and being killed by the little princess. After thinking about it, he decided to go outside to inform Master Aldos first. Aldos rushed over and saw that Chinrue was awake. He quickly asked, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine." Chinrue felt that there was a huge change in his body. It was inconvenient to try in front of everyone, so he had to say, "I don't know why I suddenly became like this." The black juice that Alice and the others mentioned should be caused by the marrow cleansing. It seems that Sandro's soul-eating poison is really powerful. It can actually cause such an effect. I was negligent yesterday. Fortunately, you are fine now. Aldos was more certain of his guess and explained. Chinrue saw that the master was so generous to help him fill the hole, so he was naturally happy to help. He looked like he was suddenly enlightened. Chinrue was eager to know the details of the initial evolution, so he pretended to be tired. "I still feel a little tired. I want to sleep for a while." "You just woke up and you want to sleep again." Alice pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. Chinrue just remembered that he still owed Alice a story. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, little princess. I'm really not feeling well today. Can I do it tomorrow?" Athena said, "It doesn't matter. It's getting dark now. Let's talk about it after you recover. I'm quite satisfied with you during this time. You should take care of your body first." The little loli showed a rare, understanding look, but she raised her fist. "Remember to tell a wonderful story by then." Aldos encouraged Chinrue with a few words. Then everyone left the room. As soon as the door was closed, Chinrue couldn't wait to enter the super system in his consciousness. He saw that the space that exploded in his memory had changed a little. In the dusky space, there was an additional cloud of gas. There were some fine dust particles floating around the gas. In addition to this cloud, Chinrue instinctively felt that there was a deeper change. Yes, it should be time. This space that was originally lifeless and had no beginning and end finally had the concept of time. Chapter 24. Although the change in space surprised Chinrue, he didn't take it to heart. With a thought, he appeared on the throne. This time, 3 light screens appeared around him, one more than last time. At the same time, a large amount of new information flowed into his brain. In the light screen of the character status, the translucent Chinrue was the same as before, except that a fist-sized white flame was burning wretchedly inside the important part. A character, Alcade, loomed in the flame. The text description on the side became, Title, Star Collector Evolution Level, 1 star experience value, 0% aura value, 21 comprehensive strength assessment. From the new information in his brain, he learned that the human body had a total of 7 major star pulse points, representing the 7 realms of star power. Star power was based on the human body, corresponding to the ultimate truth of the stars in the universe and exerting the greatest power. The star pulse point was the origin of star power. Alcade was the first star pulse point, which was also the name of the first realm. It was automatically activated by the initial evolution, but it was only limited to the initial evolution. In the future, the activation of the star pulse point must first cultivate the current realm to the extreme, and then break through under a specific opportunity. Every time a new star pulse point was activated and a new realm was entered, the power could be greatly improved and powerful characteristics and skills could be obtained. The next realm after Alcade was Mizar. The realm after that could only be known after comprehending the Mizar realm. As for experience value, and comprehensive strength assessment. In a sense, it was a performance of strength data. Experience value referred to the proficiency and accumulation of star power at the current stage. Reaching 100% experience value was the most basic condition to break through to the next realm. The light screen of the skill tree had also changed. It had been brightened by one layer, and there were 3 new icons, which should be the new abilities of the Star Collector. Astral form, passive characteristic. Speed up the recovery of injuries and speed up the recovery of physical strength and spirit. Analytical eyes, active skill. See through and analyze the target status. The ability increases with the evolution level. Each time, it consumes an additional aura of 1. Duration, 10 minutes. Aurora shot, active skill. Star power long-range attack method. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful it is. Limited to use twice within 24 hours. Current number of uses, 2 halves. Each time, it consumes an additional aura of 10. Currently, he had 5 types of skills. Passive ones were breath holding and astral form. Active ones were aura conversion, analytical eyes, and aurora shot. The active icon of analytical eyes was 2 eyes emitting a faint light. Aurora shot was a light ball ejecting from the open fingers. He still didn't know what use analytical eyes had. Astral form was definitely a very practical, passive ability. As for the long-range attack skill, he couldn't help but be eager to try. Chinrue suppressed the excitement in his heart and finally looked at the 3rd light screen that had just been added. A few building models of different shapes appeared before his eyes. There was a storage warehouse, training ground, exchange center, and a few other buildings were gray in color. They did not have names or descriptions. Clearly, they could not be used at this stage. When his mind fell on the storage warehouse building, a notification appeared. Activation requirement, 500 auras. Function, store all kinds of inanimate objects. Can be stored or taken out with the user's mind. The size of the warehouse will automatically increase as the owner evolves. The activation condition of the training ground was 1,000 auras. It could provide various training spaces with special conditions. The specific rules needed to be purchased with auras. The activation condition of the exchange center was 1,000 auras. He could use auras to exchange for various special items. After completing the initial evolution, Chinrue realized that the aura he hated the most turned out to be the most important thing. It was equivalent to the energy and power of the entire supersystem, or it could be called the currency. Charging to a new realm, activating the new building of the temple, exchanging items, and even using active skills in battle all required auras. Chinrue really wanted to activate these 3 buildings, but his current aura was only 21. Although the aura of Star Collector automatically increased twice as fast as before evolution, it took about half an hour to increase 1 point. It was only 48 points in a day, which was still too slow. It seemed that aura conversion would be the skill that would be used the most in the future, but he didn't know where to find the special energy substance that could be converted into auras. Chinrue exited the hyperspace and opened his eyes. He felt that his 5 senses were unprecedentedly sharp. There was a strange power surging in his body as if it was endless. He immediately jumped up from the bed, but he used too much force. His whole body actually soared into the air. His head hit the ceiling, and he fell down again with a bang. He rubbed his buttocks and got up. He was pleasantly surprised. The bed was 3 to 4 meters high from the ceiling. Without using all his strength, he was able to jump to such a height. If he could return to Earth now, he would definitely be able to win the Olympic Games. Chinrue grabbed a wooden block and tried to use force. The hard wooden block was suddenly crushed. Then he grabbed a solid iron rod that was 2 fingers thick at the corner of the door and folded it. He actually folded both ends of the iron rod effortlessly. There were even shallow finger marks left on the rod. Power. This is the feeling of power. Finally, I'm no longer a useless person who is bullied by everyone. Chinrue was excited. He straightened the iron rod and twisted it. If he wasn't afraid of alarming Aldous and Slee, he really wanted to destroy this room. I just don't know what level of strength this E-Star collector is equivalent to. Thinking of the Aurora shot, he suddenly had an itch. No, I must find a place to try it. As the night fell, a guy wearing a dark green cloak with his face covered walked in the shadow of the alley. Like many demons with similar costumes, he didn't attract the attention of others. This person was Chen Rue. He originally wanted to go outside the city to test the power of Aurora shot, but Jia was strict in governance. The security at the city gate exit was even stricter at night. He had to find a secluded place in the city and experimentally activated analytical eyes on the way. It costs 1 aura value and lasts for 10 minutes. So far, his aura was only 22 points. Spending 1 point was painful. After the analytical eyes was activated, when he saw the creatures within 10 meters nearby, some data appeared in his eyes. For example, a dark goblin on the side of the road was displayed as unknown creature. Comprehensive strength assessment, G physique, unknown strength, unknown spirit, unknown agility, unknown. Chinrue understood that this skill was like a detector. It could assess the opponent's level. It could predict the enemy's moves in battle. It was a very practical skill. The higher the evolution level, the clearer the unknown data would be. At this moment, a strange voice came from behind. "Will Master let me eat my fill today?" Chinrue turned around, but he didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but be shocked. Analytical eyes was still working. Unknown creature. Comprehensive strength assessment. H. Physique. Unknown strength. Unknown spirit. Unknown agility. Unknown. Woo, the bone is too far away. I can't reach it. Chinrue took a closer look. The one who spoke turned out to be a little hellhound tied to the door of the house. It was equivalent to a watchdog or a pet. When did a low-level demonic beast like the hellhound speak the common language of the demon realm? No. Could it be analytical eyes? In order to confirm the guess in his heart, Chinrue found the bone that the hellhound said was out of reach. He picked it up and threw it to it. The little hellhound wagged its tail happily and whined softly. In Chinrue's ears it became, "Thank you." "You're welcome. What else do you want to eat?" Chinrue tried to ask, but there was no response. When he asked with his mind, the hellhound finally answered. The language was still relatively simple. "Meat. I'll bring meat for you to eat next time if there's a chance." Chinrue tried it. When the time limit of analytical eyes was up, he couldn't communicate with the demonic beast. After activating it again, he could continue to communicate with his mind. Sure enough, analytical eyes still has such a wonderful use. As he was walking, he suddenly heard noises coming from the alley ahead. Cunning goblin. He even dares to hide the money. "Sir, please spare my life. I didn't earn those white crystal coins today. They are the money I left a few days ago to buy food for my daughter. Please don't take them all." "Lowly thing. Sir Gank is already very merciful to let you live. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll take your daughter away to pay for it." "Gob, stop talking to him. Beat him half to death and take his daughter away." Bullying, robbery, and violence. It seems that no matter which world it is, there are such heinous evil deeds. By the way, Gank, I seem to have met an acquaintance. Chinrue thought for a moment, tidied up his attire, took a piece of cloth to cover his face, and carefully sneaked to the source of the sound. Sure enough, it was the small leader, Gank, who framed Chinrue for colluding with the bandits at the city gate last time. He was leading 2 subordinates to bully a pair of short, dark goblin father and daughter. At this time, the analytical eyes had just been opened. Chinrue carefully approached the effective distance and detected that Gank's comprehensive strength assessment was F. The other 2 accomplices were quite far away, but judging from the situation where they were led by Gank, their strength was definitely low. However, F was lower than his E grade. It might be unwise to stand up for others without the ability, but it would be numbness to stand by and do nothing even if one had the ability. Although this kind of thing was common in the demon realm, Chenrue already had the intention to try it out. It just so happened that he could teach Gank, who framed him last time, a lesson. As Gank was about to grab the poor goblin girl, he suddenly heard someone yelling behind him. "Stop!" In broad daylight. No, under the beautiful 2 moons of the demon realm. How dare you do such a thing to bully the weak? Don't you feel ashamed? The survival rule of the demon realm was to rely on the strong to bully the weak. This non-mainstream sentence made Gank and the other stunned. Even the victim father and daughter were stunned. Due to the passive skill of breath-holding, this cloaked and masked guy seemed to have no combat power in the eyes of the 3 people. The centaur named Gob sneered. "Where did this idiot come from? Let me, Sir Gob, use my strength to tell you that being weak is shameful." After that, he rushed over with his rod. Not sure if it was the effect of analytical eyes or the level difference. When Chenrue concentrated, Gob's movements seemed to slow down like the slow motion in the movies, allowing him to dodge calmly. Chapter 25. Chenrue didn't practice fighting in his previous life, so he didn't have much fighting experience. He was a little nervous at first, but now he was more relaxed as he fought. Gob's fierce attack didn't even touch the opponent at all. Instead, Chenrue quickly moved behind him and kicked his buttocks. Chenrue did a classic backward buttocks move. Then he flew out and fell on his face. Gank noticed that the strength of this cloaked man wasn't ordinary. He took the hammer handed over by his underling and walked forward. "Who are you? Haven't you heard of my name, Gank in the Dark Moon City? If you don't want to die under the hammer, get out of here." The cloaked man snorted disdainfully. "So you're Gank. I heard that you couldn't lift your head after being suppressed by a woman with 1 hand. You only kept your life after you begged for mercy." Chenrue was talking about the incident where Gank was almost split in half by Athena's sword at the city gate. Gank roared and rushed forward with the hammer. They were both F level, but Gank's speed was much faster than Gob. His combat power was obviously stronger. It seemed that the difference in strength was still relatively large in the same evaluation level. It was just that the analytical eyes at the Star Collector level couldn't provide more detailed data. Although Gank's strength was above Gob in Chenrue's eyes, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't dodge. He quickly adapted to this battle rhythm. He looked for an opening and jumped backward, continuously to distance himself from Gank. He imitated the posture shown in the skill tree, opened his right hand, aimed at Gank, and said in his heart, "Aurora shot!" The alley was filled with white light. In the horrified eyes of Gob and the others, a huge light ball with a diameter of about 2 meters shot out from Chenrue's palm at high speed and whistled toward Gank. As soon as the Aurora shot was launched, Chenrue felt that most of his star power was drained. However, the size of the light ball shocked him. The diagram didn't seem to be so exaggerated. How is this Aurora shot? It's clearly Aurora shot. Gank tried his best to dodge to the side, but he was still swept by the edge of the white light. His strong body was sent flying for nearly 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. The hammer flew out of his hand with a whoosh, brushing past Gob's head as he got up, scaring him out of his wits. The white light finally hit the stone wall in the distance, and the thick stone wall was immediately pierced through, forming a huge hole, and the surrounding area was full of exaggerated cracks. Then, the whole stone wall collapsed with a loud bang. Fortunately, when Gank and his gang were extorting the gnome father and daughter, the passers-by had tactfully fled far away. Even if they heard the commotion, they did not dare to approach. Gank's strong body fell to the ground like mud. His eyes were full of fear. The leather armor protecting his chest had been torn and deformed by the terrible power. His hands were full of blood. He trembled involuntarily and completely lost the ability to move. The centaur knew in his heart, this is just a scratch from the edge. If it is a direct hit, it will definitely be hard to save his life. Only then did Gob and the other accomplice realize what a terrible enemy they had provoked. They were so scared that they quickly begged for mercy. Although the Barora shot exhausted most of the power, its power was far beyond imagination. It defeated Genk with just one shot. Chinrue suddenly had a feeling of exhilaration in his heart. He felt that the depression in his heart since his rebirth was swept away, and his confidence was soaring. If you dare to bully the weak again, I will take off the heads of the three of you and hang them at the city gate. Chinrue pointed to Genk, who fell to the ground. Now I will give you 2 minutes. Before I change my mind, take this guy and get out of here. If I don't bully the weak, am I going to find a powerhouse like you to die? There's something wrong with you, Gob muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to say more. He asked his accomplice to pick up Genk and left in a hurry. He didn't even dare to check the hammer. This Aurora shot cost 10 aura value. Excluding the 2 points of analysis, there was only 10 points left. Sir's brilliance is comparable to the 2 moons in the night sky of the demon realm. Thank you very much for your kindness. The old goblin who was saved crawled over and lay at his feet. The female goblin also knelt on the ground. Chinrue had a chivalrous complex since he was a child, and he was greatly satisfied now. His back was bathed in the purple light of the 2 moons, and he felt that he was extremely tall at this moment. Suddenly, he remembered that he forgot to take back the money that the father and daughter robbed. He had to endure the pain and took out a purple crystal coin. Get up, this is for you. Use it to buy food. Goblin Didi wanted to take out the few white crystal coins he hid on him to offer, but he didn't expect the other party to give him the money first. He was stunned for a moment, then he took the purple crystal coin as if he was afraid that the other party would regret. Thank you, sir. Didi secretly thought that he was really lucky today. He actually met such a powerhouse who is not clear-headed. Not only did he beat Genk away, but he also gave him a purple crystal coin. The demon realm advocated strength. Generally speaking, it was natural for the weak to be bullied. Very few people would help and even give money. It was no wonder that the goblin thought that there was something wrong with the hero Chen's mind. Didi rolled his eyes and said, Sir's kindness to Didi and my daughter is deeper than the Dead Sea. If you don't mind, Didi is willing to give my daughter, Sasa, to Sir as a concubine. The old goblin's calculation was quite good. Although this Sir is silly, his strength is obvious. Even the famous villain, Genk, is vulnerable in front of him. If my daughter can follow him, then I don't have to be afraid of characters like Genk anymore. Maybe I can even be a tyrant in the Dark Moon City in the future. The old goblin's daughter, Sasa, looked shy when she heard the words. She looked at the fool Sir affectionately. Chinrue's mind was shocked, as if he was struck by the 9 heavens' thunder. This Miss Sasa's figure was delicate, only reaching her waist. Her skin color was strange, dark green with small spots, and her face had a kind of abstract beauty, long ears, protruding eyes, prominent cheekbones, upturned nose, big bloody mouth. Even the internet celebrity in his previous life would have to bow down to her. Chinrue shuddered a few times. Such a beautiful femme fatale. I should leave it to someone who needs it more. Under his righteous and firm refusal, the old goblin had to change his mind. I have received great kindness from you. I have no way to repay you, so I can only repay you with my body. Chinrue's body twitched, and he shook his head hard. Only then did he realize that he had an auditory hallucination from the holy thunder just now. The old goblin meant that he wanted to worship Chinrue as his master. Relying on a powerhouse was also a common survival method for the demons. Chinrue already had an imp servant who flattered him. He thought that he couldn't afford more jesters, and he didn't want to expose his identity. However, he couldn't get away as the goblin was crying and pulling his pants. He couldn't just kick him away since it would damage his glorious image. He had to pay another 2 purple crystal coins and finally got rid of the enthusiastic Didi father and daughter. Master, please leave your name behind. Seeing that the old goblin still didn't change the way he addressed him as master after paying a total of 3 purple crystal coins, Chinrue scolded him for being greedy. He didn't intend to increase the price anymore. After thinking about it, he left a temporary name that was very demons and disappeared into the darkness. My name is Aguile. He left after the matter was done, hiding his identity and name. He was indeed handsome, but it was laborious and expensive. Chinrue made a helpless conclusion on the way back. There are risks in being a hero. One must be cautious when entering the profession. The old goblin looked at the cloaked man who had disappeared, and he muttered his master's name in his heart. After a long time, he said, "Don't worry, master. Although your mind is not very clear, Didi will definitely make good use of the wealth you left." Chinrue didn't know that in the following days he had become the support of the old goblin in the future. He also didn't know that the temporary name Aguile would set off a storm in the demon realm in the future. At this moment, he was just immersed in the great happiness of just gaining power. After quietly bypassing the outer courtyard guards and returning to the room in the lab, Chinrue still couldn't fall asleep while lying on the bed. He had gradually calmed down from his excitement. Gank was a small leader in the Dark Moon Guards. Judging from the battle just now, his strength should be able to easily bully ordinary demon soldiers. However, recalling the power that Jia showed in the palace garden, he was still vulnerable at the moment, let alone a powerhouse like Peglio. Chinrue was not frustrated because the Star Collector and Alcade State were just the beginning. The path of power was already clearly displayed under his feet. It was just a matter of how to go. However, although the super system was powerful, he was still at the most basic starting stage. The demon realm had too many dangers and too many powerful existences. Before his strength was strong enough to truly control his destiny, he must be low-key. The identity of a potion master apprentice and the breath-holding skill were the best disguise. Now that Chinrue had found the direction to move forward, he was no longer the weakling who could only rely on wisdom and luck to resolve the crisis. In this strange and dangerous world of demons, he finally had the real capital to settle down. For the first time, he was full of confidence about the future after his rebirth. Aura. The most important thing at present was to find ways to increase aura, not only for skills, but also for training ground, storage warehouse, trading center, and many more. The next day, Chinrue began to try to take some poisonous potions to increase aura, but the effect was not ideal. A bottle of powerful poisonous potion worth hundreds of purple crystal coins only increased his aura by 2. There were only a few bottles of this potion in the entire lab. Aldas only thought that he was learning while experimenting with the potion. He felt distressed, so he advised him to start experimenting with the most basic herbs and not to be too ambitious. This was still Aldas. If it was another master, he would have long kicked out this apprentice who only spent money without paying tuition fees. Chinrue himself also felt that the cost was too high. It seemed that he had to find another way. Sandro's challenge failed, so a large amount of wealth that was originally used as a bet was naturally left behind. However, not all of it belonged to Aldas, but most of it was handed over to Princess Jia for the development of the Dark Moon City. Anyway, he was following the boss. If there was a need to increase the experimental funds, he would ask the boss. Chinrue got a share of 5 black crystal coins. He should have gotten more. It wasn't that Aldas was stingy, but it was Princess Royal's intention. Chinrue could only accept it. However, money was a worldly possession. His life was the foundation of everything, especially when he implicitly confessed to the female boss. It was good enough that he didn't violate her taboo. If a white crystal coin was compared to a dime, then 5 black crystal coins were equivalent to 5,000 yuan, together with the purple crystal coins that he cheated from Kemp. Although it couldn't be said to be the first bucket of gold he earned since he came to the demon realm, it was still a small fortune. The crystal coin itself was a kind of non-attribute energy crystal. Various races could absorb the energy from it to assist in training and increase their strength. It was commonly used in the demon realm and the human world, but the name was different. The human world called it light crystal coin, while the demon realm called it magic crystal coin. The black crystal, purple crystal, and white crystal that were currently used as currency were the same. Above the black crystal, there were higher quality blood crystal and gold crystal, but they were extremely rare. No one would use them as currency. Chun-Rui tried to use the aura conversion skill on the purple crystal coin last night. Sure enough, it could absorb and convert. As shown in the picture, after the conversion was successful, the purple crystal coin turned into a pile of powder, but the aura value didn't increase. It probably only increased a little after the decimal point. Judging from the situation of the purple crystal coin, it was considered good if one black crystal coin could be exchanged for one aura. There were only 5 black crystal coins in total, which was equivalent to the automatic aura absorption for more than 2 hours. It wasn't worth it to convert directly. That's right. I might as well use these coins to buy something that could increase more aura. Chapter 26. After Chun-Rui came to the demon realm, he spent most of his time in the lab. Since he was used to being a homebody in his previous life, he didn't feel very uncomfortable. Now, because of aura, he really had the idea of shopping for treasures. Aldos didn't care about it. He waved his hand and gestured him to do whatever he wanted. Anyway, humans are also special apprentices. It's better than staying and eating poison as a tonic. Chun-Rui thought for a while and brought Slee, who was familiar with the city's environment. In the past, he only came out twice occasionally as the little princess or Athena's follower. This was the first time he went shopping with a follower. Walking on the street, the undisguised human suddenly became the focus of everyone. Along the way, many demons were pointing and discussing. Most of them were related to the last arena challenge. His performance in the Master Challenge more or less made Chun-Rui get the recognition of a small number of demons, but most of them still showed a certain degree of vigilance and hostility to humans. Hey, human, your meat looks delicious. Finally, an ugly demon couldn't hold it anymore. He blocked the way and provoked. Humph, blind fool. Chun-Rui was no longer the weak human before. He glanced at the crowd of demons from the corner of his eyes. He didn't panic, but he sneered calmly, "Let me tell you a fact. After the last challenge, my body mutated. My flesh and blood are full of poison. If you want to be poisoned to death, you can try. But before that, have a taste of the poison I gave you." As he said, he flicked his finger in his robe, and a pinch of powder flew out. His strength was no longer the same as before. The strength of this flick was like a machine. The devil was covered by the powder, and immediately felt an unbearable itch all over its body. It scratched desperately, and not long after, its body was scratched by its own scratches, and it kept rolling on the ground, but it was unable to suppress the itch. "Do you still want to eat my meat?" Chun-Rui asked deliberately. This guy shook his head desperately. "Do you want the antidote?" The demons hurriedly nodded. Chun-Rui waved his hand, and some liquid fell on the demon's body. The demon felt the itchiness gradually disappear. Just as he was about to take revenge, his body suddenly became limp and powerless. The itchiness turned into pain, as if every inch of his muscles was being torn apart. He immediately howled in pain. Those who dare to offend Aldous' lab must pay the price. Chun-Rui deliberately showed a strange smile. Then he said loudly, "Princess Royal just issued an order not long ago. I'm already a part of the Dark Moon City. This guy deliberately provokes me. He's looking down on Princess Royal and Master Aldos. Compared to poisoning him to death, I prefer to hear such beautiful screams. I'll let him scream for 2 days and 2 nights. If he dares to provoke me again, I'll make sure not even his bones remain." 2 days and 2 nights. The surrounding demons looked at the miserable appearance of the unlucky guy, and their hearts were palpitating. The few guys who were eager to try immediately gave up the idea. It seemed that this human was more vicious than ordinary demons. He was indeed from Aldos's lab. After the last Master Challenge, the heroic story of Sandro being poisoned by the Dark Elf Master's fart had been widely spread in the Dark Moon estate. There were even more exaggerated ones who claimed that they had witnessed Master Aldos using some kind of gas behind his, but to poison a giant dragon. Contrary to Aldos's shame, the Dark Elf Master's respect in everyone's heart had risen to a new level. Chun Rue's poison method and wording were prepared long ago. He also deliberately got a few poisons from Aldos. The effect of this move was obvious. Under the live advertisement, the image of the human apprentice who was full of poison, sinister, and vicious was quickly spread. Along the way, no demons came up to ask about the taste of human flesh. Chinrue also became more and more natural under all kinds of gazes. The imp saw his master intimidating the demons, so he felt proud. He introduced the situation of the Dark Moon City to him while walking. The demon realm used to have 7 royal families. In the battle, only the 3 royal families, Lucifer, Mammon, and Asmodeus, were left. The rest either disappeared or surrendered to the powerhouses to preserve their bloodline. The Dark Moon Estate was originally one of the most prosperous estates of the fallen angel empire. However, 400 years ago, the Beelzebub royal family that had disappeared for many years suddenly revived in the Dark Moon City. The leader was a powerhouse named Glorfin. Beelzebub. Glorfin had the artifact of the Beelzebub royal family god-eating mask. His power was tyrannical. He openly killed the Dark Moon Lord and several powerhouses. He quickly controlled the entire Dark Moon Estate and began to invade the nearby Red Spirit Estate. Subsequently, he subverted the entire fallen angel empire. Midnight, Sunday, Lucifer the Great led the army to attack the Dark Moon personally. He entered the Dark Moon City and challenged Glorfin in the arena with the artifact of the Lucifer royal family, the Sword of Fallen Angel. The severely injured Glorfin escaped with the power of the artifact. Then he disappeared. The rebellion also subsided. After this war, the Dark Moon Estate was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. After the death of the Lord of Midnight Sun, Regent Obsidian sent his nephew, Grim, who was originally going to inherit the throne, to the Dark Moon to be the Lord. He also used many means to monitor and control, causing the Dark Moon to decline. Although Princess Royal Jia succeeded the Lord's position, she made great efforts and carried out many reforms. She still couldn't get rid of the poverty and decline fundamentally. The financial officer of the Dark Moon City, Joseph Alvin, was the eldest son of the Red Spirit Lord, Josh. On the surface, the Alvin family had a lot of funding for the Dark Moon Estate, but this funding was only on the surface. In fact, it was to control the economic lifeline of the Dark Moon. Now, the only Chamber of Commerce and half of the shops in the Dark Moon City were in the hands of Joseph. Even the Dark Moon's food supply was mostly supported by the Alvin family. Obviously, this was Obsidian's insidious means to use the Alvin family to control the Dark Moon Estate. In terms of military affairs, although the daughter of the first General George, Wales, Athena, was in the Dark Moon, the estate guards were in the hands of the Karen family Allen. Initially, the Karen family still supported the Crown Prince, Grim, but they later turned to the Regent Obsidian. The military force that truly belonged to Jia was the Palace Guards, led by Kaguron. This was the mess left by the Crown Prince, Grim, but it was also forced by the situation at that time. As a result, the two most important things, the economy and the military, fell into the hands of others. Jia was still helpless until now. There were many things that Athena didn't explain clearly. Chinrue only understood now that Jia's situation was worse than he thought. He suddenly understood the reason why the Princess Royal Highness was cold and domineering. Perhaps this was the only way to support the heavy burden left by his father. There were many burdens in life. They were not what one wanted to shoulder, but they had to be shouldered. If the Lord of Midnight Sun was still here, if Grim could ascend to the throne, The sister who used to be gentle in the eyes of the little princess wouldn't need to wear that cold mask. It was just that the mask might have become a part of her now, and it might never be taken off again. Chinrue withdrew his thoughts and asked the imp, "Slee, is there a shop in the city that sells those strange things? For example, some special material or ore." "A shop that sells strange things." Slee looked thoughtful, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "There seems to be such a shop, but that shop, if master just wants to look at the ore, there should be some in the blacksmith shop in front." "Okay, let's go to the blacksmith shop first." This was one of the only 2 blacksmith shops in the city. The name was a bit scary, called Decapitation, which was very characteristic of the demons. The owner of the blacksmith shop was a strong centaur. The 3 blacksmiths in the shop were also centaurs, and there was an imp who worked as a handyman. The strength of the centaur was famous among the demons. In addition to being powerful in battle, some centaurs could also become skilled blacksmiths. Seeing that there was a customer, the talkative imp immediately greeted him. When he saw Chinrue's appearance, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Human, you are the human from the arena." The master challenge had always been a hot topic in the Dark Moon Estate, so Chinrue was immediately recognized. Slee saw the surprised look of his fellow demon, and he was a little proud in his heart. He introduced, "This is my master, Sir Chinrue, the apprentice of Master Aldos. You became a human servant?" The imp was even more surprised, and then he showed a look of disdain. Demons advocated power. This human was said to have no power, and his strength was even weaker than the imp at the bottom of the demons. "I didn't expect this fool of the same race to recognize a human as his master. If he could become a recognized servant of Master Aldos, it would be worth showing off." "Kakin, what are you talking about?" The centaur boss walked out, looked at Chinrue a few times, and said contemptuously, "Weak human, what are you doing in Zack's blacksmith shop? There's no herb you want here." Last night's battle made Chinrue build a strong confidence, so he naturally didn't care about these guys' contempt. He said, "I received Master Aldos's order to pick some special ores to refine poison, so I came here." The title of Master Fart was really useful. Although Zack didn't understand the relationship between ores and poison, he didn't dare to neglect. He immediately brought Chinrue to the place where the ores were stacked. Since analytical eyes couldn't play a role in this kind of selection, Chinrue activated the skill of aura conversion. He used the touch method to select one by one. Aura conversion consumed 1 aura each time, and the effect was half an hour. Chinrue selected for a long time, but he didn't get anything. When Zack was watching impatiently, he suddenly saw a strange expression on the human's face. He grabbed a piece of ore with potholes on it and asked, "What ore is this?" When Zack saw it, he showed a disapproving look. "This is almost a half-waster because those dark yellow crystals are very troublesome. It takes a lot of effort to get rid of it, and the residue that isn't cleaned will also affect the purity of the iron during the refining." Waste ore? Chinrue's heart moved. When he touched the ore just now, the corresponding prompt appeared in the conversion skill, but he didn't know what the effect was. He thought of an idea and said, "I'll do a small experiment first to determine if this strange crystal is what the master needs. If there is any damage, I can compensate you." Zack nodded. Anyway, this ore was also a half-waste. Chinrue took out some powder, sprinkled it on the crystal, and then put his hand on it. Zack only saw the crystal slowly disappear and finally turned into a pool of powder, but the ore was undamaged. His eyeballs almost protruded out. The stubborn crystal that is usually difficult to remove with strong knocks is actually so easily dealt with by the human, and not even a little bit is left. In Zack's eyes, the potioneer's abilities were becoming more and more mysterious. Even an apprentice had such a strange ability. The powder used by Chinrue was actually a camouflage. What really worked was the aura conversion skill. What made him ecstatic was that what could really be converted was not the ore, but these crystals that were regarded as waste. It actually provided 25 auras. Chapter 27. Chinrue held back the excitement in his heart and asked, "Do you still have this kind of half-waste ore? How much is one piece? I think this is probably what the master needs. The quality of ordinary iron will drop when it comes in contact with those things, so I don't have much here. Probably 2 or 3 pieces. My brother Quark's blacksmith shop still has a few pieces. If you want, I can sell them all to you at the cheapest price." Zack couldn't help but ask, "Can you give me some of that powder? With this thing, we can save a lot of waste ores." It turned out that the 2 blacksmith shops in the city were brother shops. As for the powder, Chinrue certainly didn't want to expose himself. He said, "This is the master's secret powder and it's highly toxic. It can't be leaked. However, I can help you remove the crystals of the rest of the ores now." The human's generosity made Zack overjoyed. He felt that Chinrue was very pleasing to the eye. What a good human. It seemed that the rumors in the demon realm were wrong. Humans weren't all cunning guys. At least this human was very good. Zack quickly asked Kaken to go to the other blacksmith shop to bring the waste ores over there. There were a total of 7 pieces. The very good human was equally happy. One piece had about 25 auras, and there were 7 pieces. Soon, all the ores with crystals in the 2 blacksmith shops were cleaned up. The amount of aura provided by the crystals varied. Now, Chinrue's total aura had reached 175 points. The joy in his heart was imaginable. From Zack's mouth, these ores came from the mine at Mountain Shillong. This was one of the only mining areas in the Dark Moon Estate, but the level of danger there was very high. It was said that the terrifying demonic beasts deep in the mine broke the seal and took the lives of many miners. Over the years, the output of ores was getting lower and lower. Even the previous mining officer, Tim, disappeared in the mine when he was exploring. Until now, there were no bones left. In the past, a large number of ores with crystals were treated as waste ores in the mine. Now, as the underground demonic beasts were getting more rampant, the mine source was getting tighter. Zack had to buy these half-waste ores that were extremely troublesome to deal with. Even this kind of waste ores were getting more and more scarce now. Chinrue secretly remembered the name of Mountain Shillong, but that place was very dangerous. He should first familiarize himself with the situation in the Dark Moon City. When the aura accumulated to a certain level, he would try to go to the mine. "Zack, I like dealing with generous people like you the most. How about this? Try to get these waste ores with crystals. The more the better. I can help you deal with the crystals. As for the price..." Before Chinrue finished speaking, Zack spoke first. "In terms of price, I will give you 10 white crystal coins per piece. How about that? I'll round today and give you 1 purple crystal coin." Chinrue originally wanted to buy those ores that were extremely precious to him at a cheap price, but he didn't expect that Zack was actually willing to pay for it. Such a great centaur. It seemed that the rumors of humans were wrong. Not all demons were ferocious. At least this centaur was not bad. At this moment, there was a friendly resonance in the hearts of humans and centaurs. Chinrue was too embarrassed to ask for more money. He just said that when Zack got the ore, he would go to the laboratory to inform him, and he would be there at any time. We centaurs also like straightforward fellows. This attitude made the centaur's favorable impression of humans soar again. He patted his chest. "You are my friend from now on. I have a lot of friends in the city. If there's any trouble, just tell them my name." The human was sent to the door by the enthusiastic Zack. Slee also followed behind his master with his head held high under the envious gaze of the imp Kaken in the blacksmith shop. Chinrue was in a good mood. This trip was totally worth it. 175 points of spiritual energy. He could shoot 17 aurora shots, but unfortunately he could only use that skill twice a day, and each time he would have to use up most of his star power. By the way, Slee, didn't you say at the beginning that there was a shop that sold strange things? Let's go there. The imp hesitated for a moment, Then he suddenly thought of something. He smiled flatteringly. "Please follow me, master. You may get more surprises in that shop." Chinrue followed the imp and found the shop at the end of a relatively wide street. The shop had 2 floors. It looked fancy and weird, and there was no sign. Chinrue walked in with the imp. As soon as he entered the door, he was stared at by a pair of sharp eyes. It was a female demon with a sickle. She had a decent figure, and her facial features weren't ugly, but her expression was fierce. The female sickle demon was obviously an employee of the shop. When she saw Chinrue and Slee entering the door, she not only didn't greet them, but she looked at him coldly as if she was sizing up an enemy. Chinrue didn't bother and began to browse the goods in the shop. As Slee said, the things sold in this shop were indeed strange. A doll that looked like a demonic beast, a delicate little hairpin, a sleeping pillow, delicious jade dragon fruit, a weird little bead. But it didn't look like what Chinrue needed, and the price was shockingly high. A jade dragon fruit actually cost 50 purple crystal coins, and the doll was actually priced at 10 black crystal coins. It was simply a scam shop. Chinrue finally found a potentially useful turquoise stone in the corner, and he immediately activated conversion. He wanted to explore it, but before his hand touched the stone, a cold scythe blocked in front of him like lightning. There was almost no sound of wind. This female sickle demon is very strong. People like Gank can't compare at all. Although he didn't use analytical eyes, Chinrue could faintly feel the opponent's strength from the scythe just now. With this speed, even if he was prepared, he might not be able to avoid it safely. The female demon said coldly, "You can only look, don't touch." The service attitude is too bad. Doesn't she know that the customer is the demon god? Chinrue was furious. This is a waste of precious aura. Although I just got more than 100 points, there are too many places that need aura. I have to spend it sparingly. At this time, a charming voice came from upstairs. "You won't regret buying these 2 princess chess sets. Welcome to visit again." This is the attitude that a service staff should have. Chinrue only felt that the voice was a bit familiar. Then he saw a beautiful woman exuding temptation appeared at the stairway. A male Minotaur customer walked downstairs while looking back, showing a reluctant and infatuated look. When Chinrue saw the appearance of the female shop assistant, he was taken aback and blurted out, "Kia!" It turned out that this female shop assistant was the little princess's maid, the succubus Kia, who was nicknamed Essence-Sucking Woman in Chinrue's heart. When Kia heard someone calling her name, she saw that it was Chinrue. During this period, Kia also benefited from Chinrue's cooking with the little princess. Her impression of humans had changed a lot. She immediately showed a charming smile. "It's you." When the Minotaur saw the goddess in his heart actually smiled at a human, he was extremely jealous. He came to Chinrue and said viciously, "I, Sir Obama, am warning you to stay away from Ms. Kia. Otherwise." Chinrue was no longer the same as before, so he naturally wouldn't care about the threat of such a character. It was just that the name of this Sir Minotaur shocked him a little. Could it be that he also crossed over? But judging from the lecherous look, it should be more appropriate to call him Clinton or Berlusconi. The female scythe demon snorted coldly. She stopped the weapon in her hand and shouted, "Get lost!" Sir Obama trembled, and the goods he just bought scattered on the ground. He quickly picked them up in a hurry. Chinrue inadvertently glanced at the goods that Sir Obama bought, and his gaze suddenly froze. This seems to be Huarongdao. However, the original Chow Chow, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yin were all changed to the appearance of a beauty. Piracy. This is a blatant infringement of intellectual property. Wait, Princess Chess? Chinrue suddenly understood that it was the little loli who did it. Sir Obama picked up the things and didn't dare to say anything more. He left the shop dejectedly. "Kia, when did you open such a shop?" Chinrue walked upstairs and asked tentatively. The female scythe demon saw that Kia was familiar with him, so she didn't stop him. It was just that the imp Slee waited downstairs and didn't dare to come up. Kia shook her head and said, "The owner of this shop is the little princess." As expected, Alice is actually a strong woman in the business world. Are you kidding me? No wonder the shop is full of strange things. However, there are actually customers in this kind of shop. Chinrue glanced at Kia, who exuded a natural charm, and suddenly realized, honey trap, this little loli is too cunning. She actually relies on Kia's beauty to promote. No wonder she even arranged a valiant female scythe demon. If there is no powerful deterrence, I'm afraid many guys with bad intentions will mess around. However, the shops in the Dark Moon City, or the entire demon realm, were basically waiting for customers. No matter how smart Alice was, she didn't jump out of this box. If she followed some of the business and promotion methods that Chinrue learned in his previous life, the business of the shop would not be just like this. Chinrue looked at the goods on the second floor and found the location of the princess chess. Sure enough, Huarongdao was completely remolded. It became a beautiful and sexy witch escaping from many perverts, or a mighty male demon escaping from many sexy female perverts. Chinrue had the urge to beat his chest. If the inventor of Huarongdao saw this, he would definitely cry. This princess chess was made by the little princess. Kia saw him a little excited and nodded. Little Princess Royal Highness is very smart. No one bought the original look. After changing it to this, several sets were sold. You don't have to be so happy. Is this how I look like when I'm happy? Chinrue was so happy that he couldn't speak for a while. There were a lot of things on the second floor. Not only these pirated princess chests, but there were also some books. The latest complete edition of The Demon King and the Princess that Chinrue told Alice last time was actually among them. It was another pirated copy. It seemed that this little loli's awareness of plagiarism was too strong. She learned and applied it immediately. It was just that he didn't know if these books in the demon realm were printed or made by magic. The first few books were still normal, but the titles of the later ones made Chinrue break out in a cold sweat. Men, you are beasts. Sequel 1, Worse Than Beasts. Sequel 2, Worse Than Beasts. Magic. Whoever you stare at will get pregnant, comma. Who said that men are stronger than women? If you have the ability, let them have children. Chinrue finally understood the reason why the little princess became a black-bellied and precocious loli, or it was one of the important reasons. One is marked by the company one keeps. This is the huge impact of the educational environment on children. Although he was emotional, Chinrue was still very curious about Alice's business. Kia told him that when Princess Royal Jia first took over the Dark Moon City, she encountered a lot of difficulties, especially when the funds were very tight. In desperation, Jia had to sell the few remaining royal treasures and her personal collection. Finally, she got through the difficulties. This shop was left behind at that time. Later, Alice was bored and took over the shop. She usually sold some small things to pass the time and earn some pocket money. Kia would occasionally come to help a few times. It was said that since 2 months after the shop was opened, Alice never asked her sister for a magic crystal coin again. The story was plain and lacked highlights. Chinrue still heard a hint of sadness. Jia had experienced too many difficulties in order to govern the estate. She was even forced to sell her family property. However, she wasn't stingy when it came to talents like Aldos. Alice was also very sensible. Despite messing around, she didn't add to her sister's financial difficulties. Judging from the situation of this shop, the little loli was indeed a little smart. Unfortunately, she was a layman in business. As Chinrue was thinking, the imp deliberately raised his voice downstairs. "Princess Alice! The little loli is here." Chapter 28. Sure enough, he heard Alice's voice. "Slee, why are you here? Is Chinrue upstairs?" When the imp saw that the little princess actually remembered his name, he nodded excitedly. "Master is on the second floor." Alice bounced to the second floor. When she saw Chinrue, she said happily, "I was going to look for you, but you came to me first." Who wants to look for you? Chinrue's attention was on the super system for the past 2 days. He suddenly remembered that he still had a wonderful story to tell, so he quickly changed the topic. He pointed at the princess chess and said, "Isn't this Huarong Dao? Why, I'm amazing, right?" The little loli didn't have the shame of a pirate at all. Instead, she looked proud. "If I didn't change it to this in a flash, I wouldn't be able to sell it at all. You have to learn more." Yes, the little princess is still amazing. Chinrue nodded with a bitter smile. In this day and age, pirates were much more arrogant than the original. However, he also stole someone else's version. "Since you're here, come and help." Alice waved the storage bracelet on her wrist and threw out a bunch of big things. Fortunately, there was no sexy lace underwear like the one he saw at the last picnic. "Help me categorize them, then Kia will price them." She's really impolite. Chinrue had no choice but to follow Kia to clean up and categorize them. Kia had an innate fragrance. Coupled with her extremely seductive figure and appearance, it was extremely lethal to males. Chinrue knew that the danger index of the sperm-sucking woman had reached S level. He calmed his mind and looked straight ahead. He was afraid that if he tilted his head, his eyes would be attracted. The little loli saw his nervousness. She turned her eyes and asked, "By the way, Chinrue, I heard that last time my sister seemed to say that she will give Kia to you in the future. Do you feel particularly looking forward to it?" Chinrue's heart skipped a beat. How does Alice even know this? Did Princess Royal really say so? Kia was stunned. Seeing Chinrue's nervous expression, a mischievous smile appeared on her red lips. She deliberately moved closer to him. "Then do I have to call you Master?" The word master was deliberately dragged out by the succubus, and it was so enchanting that Chinrue felt a burst of heat in his heart. He lowered his head even more, pretended not to hear it, and turned his body sideways. "Master, are you disgusted with Kia? I'm so sad." The succubus slowly moved closer to Chinrue and slightly closed her shoulders, making the ravine between her breasts appear even deeper. Chinrue shuddered, swallowed hard, and secretly cursed the succubus for bringing disaster to the country. Alice had already moved a stool over to watch the fun. She laughed so hard that she fell over. Most of the succubus race was a natural stunner, and Kia was one of the best. If it weren't for the heavy psychological trauma, Chinrue almost couldn't hold it. Suddenly, the prompt in his mind made Chinrue wake up. "Found a convertible energy substance. Do you want to convert it into aura?" Chinrue just remembered that he had been activating the conversion skill. His attention suddenly fell on the dark purple stone in his hand. This stone was fist-sized and translucent. The internal texture was radial, showing a bit of strange beauty. "Little princess, what is this?" Chinrue asked Alice while holding the stone. "This was given to me by Joseph. It seems to be called a vine stone, a specialty of the Red Spirit estate." Alice noticed that Chinrue was interested in the vine stone. She rolled her eyes and showed a strange look. "The vine stone has a special effect. It seems to be able to enhance that function of a man. Are you a man who needs this kind of stone?" "Enhance a certain function?" Chinrue shuddered and quickly let go. "No matter how much I want aura, I can't admit that I'm some kind of incompetent man in front of the two beauties." Kia didn't continue to tease him. Seeing this look, she couldn't help but chuckle. She looked extremely charming. Alice held her stomach on the stool and laughed even more exaggeratedly. Chinrue recalled the evil trick he was tricked when he first met the little loli, and he couldn't help but have doubts. Although Joseph was the eldest son of the Red Spirit Lord, he was also the financial officer of the Dark Moon City. It was impossible for him to give such a wretched thing to the little princess, right? For the aura, Chinrue forced himself to ask, "Little princess, what is the function of the vine stone?" The little loli teased him a few more times. Finally, she was done playing. Then, She told him that the vine stone could increase the magic power of the magician to a certain extent. It was usually embedded in some kind of magical equipment. It was indeed something to enhance a certain function. Chinrue strongly despised Alice's description ability and asked, "I like this stone very much. Can little princess sell it to me? No matter how I see it, you don't look like a man who needs to enhance a certain function, ? Alice saw his serious look and felt bored. She said resentfully, "If you really want it, I'll give it to you cheaply for 5 black crystal coins." "So expensive." Chinrue was taken aback. He still didn't know how much aura these vine stones could provide. First of all, the price could scare people away. 5 black crystal coins were almost all of his assets. "Forget it. I'll wait for Zack's free or to arrive first." "Don't be so stingy." Alice smiled like a little fox. "I know that my sister rewarded you with 5 black crystal coins through Aldos. She even knows that. It turns out that the little lowly deliberately wants me to go bankrupt. She's indeed a black shop owner," Chinrue deliberately said indignantly. "Could it be that Princess Royal asked you to do this deliberately? I'll go to Princess Royal now and return the reward to her directly." "No." When Alice heard that he was going to find her sister, she quickly stopped him. "I'm just joking with you. Why are you so serious?" "It seems that I have to use this trick to deal with the little lowly." Chinrue was secretly proud. Then he heard Alice offer a new price that made him speechless. Then 4 black crystal coins plus 99 purple crystal coins. It was just a difference between 5,000 yuan and 4,990 yuan. "It's too expensive, I don't want it." Chinrue decisively decided to give up. It seemed that it was impossible to get the vine stone from the little lowly today. "Can't you see that everything here is expensive? How can it show my identity if it's not expensive?" Alice pouted and said, "However, I also have a good impression when I sell things. If you can make me happy, I don't mind giving you another vine stone." 2 vine stones. Chinrue was refreshed, but it was not easy to make Alice satisfied. These days, the inventory in his mind was almost emptied. "Little princess," Chinrue pondered for a while and said, "how about I teach you how to open a shop and make more money?" Alice's big eyes lit up. Then she frowned her cute brows. "Isn't the shop open like this?" "Everyone is like this. I'm already much smarter than those people." Chinrue shook his head, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. "The shop, it's not opened like this." After a while, the imp waiting downstairs saw his master coming down, and he quickly greeted him. Chinrue frowned. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that this is the little princess shop? Isn't master looking for a shop that sells strange things?" The imp saw his master's dissatisfaction and smiled flatteringly. "This is the weirdest shop in the city, and master and the little Princess Royal Highness are so familiar. There must be a surprise this time." Chinrue looked at Slee's flattering smile and waved the 2 vine stones in his hand. "Vine stone!" The imp exclaimed and recognized it at a glance. "This is very expensive. I remember that the magic shop under Sir Joseph's name sells it for 50 black crystal coins per piece." 50 black crystal coins per piece. Chinrue glanced upstairs in surprise. His consistent impression of this black-bellied little princess finally changed. Chinrue left Alice's shop. On the way, when Slee wasn't paying attention, he secretly used the conversion skill to try. The vine stone was indeed an expensive magic material. 2 pieces provided a total of 230 auras. The total amount of auras had reached 406 points. It was like a poor farmer who suddenly became well off after living a poor life. The harvest of the vine stone gave Chinrue new hope. He asked Slee to lead the way to the magic shop under Joseph's name to see if he could find any more treasures. The magic shop was located in the most prosperous area of the city center, but there were very few customers inside. The reason was very simple. It was too expensive. Take the vine stone that Chinrue absorbed, for example. It was more expensive than the imp's memory. 68 black crystal coins per piece, and there were only 3 pieces. The price of the rest of the magic materials was also astonishingly high. It was definitely not affordable by Chun Rue's current economic level. It seemed that magician and alchemist were similar. They were both money-burning professions. Qinrue was disappointed, but today's harvest was rich enough. In the future, Zack could still provide a long-term aura source, so he should be satisfied. As he was about to leave, a voice sounded at the door. "Isn't this the human apprentice of Master Aldos? Why are you here?" Qinrue took a look. It was a well-dressed man. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, but his eyebrows were slightly gloomy. The man's appearance was no different from a human. He should be the same as Athena, a great demon with a high mutated bloodline that had 2 forms. Behind the man were 2 great demons, a man and a woman. They seemed to be servants. Next to the man, there was a familiar male great demon who was staring at Qinrue with a gloomy gaze. It was Athena's suitor, the Dark Moon City's garrison general, Aaron. Slee hurriedly stepped forward to salute. It also reminded Qinrue, Sir Joseph, Sir Aaron. Qinrue then knew that the handsome young man was Joseph, the current financial officer who held the economic lifeline of Dark Moon City, the eldest son of the Red Spirit Lord. "Get lost!" Aaron yelled, scaring Slee to hide behind Qinrue. Qinrue secretly activated analytical eyes, showing that Aaron's comprehensive strength assessment was a level, which was the same as his current level. However, with Gang's example, Qinrue understood that the strength would not be the same even if the assessment was at the same level. Athena once said that the same intermediate demon, the peak stage, was at least 10 times stronger than the newly advanced stage. This comprehensive assessment was likely to be the same. There were 2 great demons behind Joseph, and their strength was D-level. They were quite powerful, but Joseph's strength assessment was actually unable to judge. Chapter 29. There were only 2 possibilities for analytical eyes to show unable to judge. One was that Joseph's strength was quite low, and the other was that Joseph's strength was so strong that it exceeded the highest limit of his current analysis. Obviously, Joseph belonged to the last one, and he was still in the normal state of transformation. Although Aaron was murderous in Qinrue's eyes, the smiling Joseph was undoubtedly more terrifying. "Sirs, the master asked me to buy some nether spirit grass today, so I came to Sir Joseph's magic store to take a look." Qinrue calmed down and mentioned Aldos's name. He also pointed out that this was Joseph's store to warn Aaron not to act rashly. It turns out to be Master Aldos's order. Joseph still maintained his smile, but Qinrue could feel the arrogance and disdain in his bones. "How much does the master need?" "The nether spirit grass here is very good, but it is more expensive than what the master remembered. Maybe the price has increased. I don't have enough money, so I'd better go back and report to the master first." Qinrue wasn't afraid of Aaron. With the same level of strength, even if he couldn't defeat Aaron, the chance of escaping should still be very high. However, the 2 great demons behind Joseph were different, let alone Joseph himself. The only thing he could do now was to leave as soon as possible. Due to the shortage of supplies, the prices of the goods have increased a little recently. However, the master defeated Sandro last time and won glory for the Dark Moon City. There are a total of 50 nether spirit grass here as a gift from me to the master. Please pass it to the master and bring the most sincere greetings from the Elven family. If the master has any other needs in the future, our store will offer the lowest price. When Sandro came last time, he wanted to kill Aldos. He even used the excuse of going to the Elven family. They were obviously in cahoots. Now that Sandro was defeated, Joseph immediately took the opportunity to befriend him. At least he had the intention of stabilizing Aldos. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as an eternal enemy, only eternal benefits. 50 nether spirit grass, according to this price, was about 100 black crystal coins. Chinrue politely thanked Joseph, accepted the nether spirit grass, and left. When he reached the door, Joseph suddenly said, "Human, I heard that you are friends with the little princess and Athena?" Chinrue turned around and said with a bitter smile, "I don't have that qualification. It's just that the little princess is very curious about me, a human, and likes to bring Athena to find me to pass the time. I heard that Athena publicly acknowledged you as a friend. I think the little princess also values you very much." Joseph smiled, but there was no trace of a smile on his face. "The little princess and I will have a friendly match in the arena at the beginning of next month. I wonder if you are interested in watching? A friendly match." Chinrue had never heard from Alice or Athena before, so he casually said, "Let's talk about it later. Sirs, I'm going to report to Grandmaster." After Chinrue left, Alan gritted his teeth and said, "Joseph, you're afraid of that dark elf, but I'm not. Why don't you let me tear this damn human into pieces?" Joseph sneered, not sure if it was to Chinrue or Alan. It's not the time to break with Ja publicly yet, so Aldos can't be offended. If you really want to deal with that weak human, I have a way. You go and spread the news that the human will represent the little princess in the competition. If the human dies in a fair competition like Sandro, even Aldos has nothing to say. A look of sudden realization appeared on Alan's face as he grinned hideously. "Good idea. I will join your side by then. I want to kill this human myself." Joseph shrugged as if he had expected it. "Since you decided to do it, then wait until the day before the competition to spread the news. Don't let them have time to prepare." Chinrue returned to the lab and handed the nether spirit grass to Aldos. When Aldos heard that it was a gift from Joseph, he thought for a while and didn't refuse. Chinrue knew that Aldos was a sensible person. He definitely understood the intention of the Alvin family, so he didn't say much and went straight back to his room to rest. Perhaps Alice really listened to the sales class. She didn't come to Chinrue for a few days. She didn't even come to collect the debt she owed. On the other hand, Athena came to listen to his Three Kingdoms stories from time to time. Their happy laughter kept coming from the lab. In the past few days, Chinrue followed Slee to look for aura sources in the Dark Moon City. He was basically familiar with the city. Despite the previous warning, he still encountered some trouble. Fortunately, Zack from the Guillotine Blacksmith Shop was very loyal and had a wide network. He solved the problem, and Chinrue was happy not to expose his strength. The harvest these days wasn't as big as the first day, but it more or less increased some aura. Currently, the total amount of aura was close to 700. Although the requirements to activate the storage warehouse had been met, there would only be more than 200 left if it was activated. Besides, it was difficult to find a new source of aura for the time being, so he had to bear with it. As he gradually integrated into the demon realm, Chinrue had a new view on this rumored ferocious and terrifying world. It was undeniable that the demon realm worshipped strength. The law of the jungle was a matter of course, but wasn't the human realm the same? At most, they just added a layer of gorgeous cover on this rule. Demons mostly looked ferocious, and there were no lack of cruel and cunning ones. However, after peeling off the relatively beautiful outer skin, the darkness in the human's heart was not inferior. In other words, the demon realm was a human world. It was just that the humans who worshipped strength were more aggressive and looked more strange. Just like a sentence he saw on the internet in his previous life. Darkness is also a kind of light, but the color is different. It was the day to learn dragon inscription from Paglio again. This time, Athena seemed to have something to do. She didn't show up for 2 days. Chinrue rented a tri-horned rhinoceros with the excuse of collecting herbs. He went to the Blue Lake early in the morning. When he came to the usual place at the Blue Lake, Chinrue was prepared to deal with the poison dragon's amnesia. He even specially brought the ingredients for the hot pot to let this guy have a taste. However, Paglio was gone. There was only the dry chessboard left, and the pebbles were scattered on the ground. Chinrue was taken aback. Did something happen? He and Paglio were now connected in life and death. If anything happened to the poison dragon, he would also be unlucky. Just as Chinrue was looking for Paglio in the lakeside area, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lake. Then a huge head slowly rose up. This tawny head was somewhat like some kind of carnivorous dinosaur. There was a row of short horns on the head, and there were fin-like things on both of its cheeks. It looked ferocious with sharp teeth. Its dark golden eyes flashed with a terrifying light as it stared at Chinrue. This should be Paglio. Chinrue had goosebumps all over his body. He was afraid that the poison dragon in this terrifying state would attack because of his forgetfulness. The aurora shot in his hand was ready to be released at any time. Damn Chinrue! The poison dragon suddenly spoke human language, which made Chinrue feel at ease. At least the poison dragon remembered him. Paglio, change your form so that it's easy to be discovered. Chinrue breathed a sigh of relief. I have something to tell you. Paglio swung his head angrily, and a large amount of lake water splashed over. He wanted to make Chinrue wet. Chinrue reacted very quickly. He bounced his feet and jumped back 6 or 7 meters away to avoid it. The poison dragon's voice was a little surprised. Before Chinrue could be proud, the dragon head suddenly disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky instantly and slammed down. Chinrue couldn't dodge in time. As he raised his arm to resist, the leg that slammed down from the sky suddenly turned an incredible angle and appeared behind his waist. Bang! Chinrue was swept by a strong force on his buttocks. After a while, he reenacted the classic backward buttocks move and fell into the mud. Paglio, you're a scammer. Chinrue only felt a burning pain on his buttocks. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, so he got up and scolded. Who knew that Paglio was even angrier? He rushed forward and twisted Chinrue's collar. He said angrily, What the hell happened to you? You almost killed me. How did I kill you? If you die, I'll die too. The poison dragon snorted coldly and let go of him. Chinrue noticed that the poison dragon's original brownish-yellow face had become pale, and he looked a lot more haggard. What happened to you? You have to ask yourself. Paglio said angrily, Probably on the second night after you took away venom. The symbiotic contract suddenly mutated and crazily devoured my vitality and strength. Now I only have half of my lifespan left. My strength is also greatly weakened. How did this happen? Chinrue recalled carefully. That day happened to be the end of the Master Challenge. The super system was activated, followed by marrow cleansing. Yes, it's the initial evolution. At that time, the prompt showed that high-purity life energy was converted into aura for advancement. It turned out to be the power of the symbiotic contract. No wonder he could become a star collector so quickly. It seems that Brother Poison Dragon really suffered a big loss this time. Let's get some food first, and talk while eating. Chinrue was a little guilty. He decided to use delicious food to stop Paglio's mouth first. He immediately went to the place where the tri-horned rhino was tied to get the materials and began to prepare a simple hot pot as quickly as possible. This thing is so delicious. After Paglio tasted a few pieces, he immediately praised it and began to quickly attack the food. Seeing that the poison dragon's mood improved, Chinrue tried to say, This is the case. My Grand Master's inheritance has officially been activated. Chinrue blamed part of the functions of the super system on the Grand Master's inheritance. He said that the inheritance had changed, so he had obtained the corresponding power, and this power would continue to increase. It turns out that you devoured my power, damn guy. If this goes on, my lifespan will get shorter and shorter. Seeing that Paglio was about to attack again, Chinrue quickly explained to him that the power of the symbiotic contract was consumed when activating the inheritance, but it was not needed later. Therefore, the poison dragon should not feel the strange change of the contract in the past few days. Chinrue was still regretting that the high-purity life energy during the initial evolution didn't appear again so that he could get some aura. Now it seemed that even if there was a prompt, he didn't dare to mess around. Life is the most important foundation of strength. If I can only live for 1 second, then what's the use of being invincible? After listening to Chinrue's explanation, Peglio was relieved. The vitality of dragons was too long. Even if there was only half of it left, there were at least tens of thousands of years left. If they were sealed in this damn place, they might be killed after a few thousand years if they were unlucky. In terms of power, it could also be slowly recovered and cultivated back. The key was that Chinrue's strength could be truly enhanced. Not only could it help him get out of trouble as soon as possible, but it could also reduce the possibility of accidental death. It was not a loss that outweighed the gain. The two had signed a symbiotic contract. Now, there was no need to pursue it anymore. Soon, some of the poison dragon's resentment was covered by the fragrance of the hot pot. When he heard that Chinrue had an attack secret technique inherited from the Grand Master, he couldn't help but become interested again. Chapter 30. Come on, let me try that secret technique. Peglio drank the hot pot, meat, and soup like a whirlwind. He came to the opposite side and waved at Chinrue carelessly. Be careful. After easily defeating Gank last time, Chinrue was also a little eager to try. He opened his palm and shouted, Aurora shot! A huge white light shot out from his palm at high speed. Peglio's eyes lit up. He didn't avoid it. He waved his left hand like lightning, and he easily caught Aurora's shot as if it was an entity. Then he squeezed his 5 fingers, and the huge light cluster disappeared without a trace. Although Chinrue knew that Aurora's shot couldn't do anything to Peglio, he didn't expect it to be like child's play in his opponent's hands. He secretly activated analytical eyes. Sure enough, the poison dragon's comprehensive strength was displayed as unable to judge. However, Peglio, who easily cracked Aurora's shot, looked at the palm that crushed the light cluster. He was surprised. There were a few small wounds on the tough skin, and green blood oozed out. I was a little unprepared just now, but your attack is very special. It's not like a single attack of pure strength or pure magic. Its destructive power is far above both. It can actually break my defense. Peglio seemed to think of something, and his expression looked very dignified. He said, Chinrue, your strength is advancing very fast. I'm starting to really believe in the Grand Master's inheritance now. In my opinion, that Grand Master Yukong is definitely not just an alchemy Grand Master. His own combat power is likely to have reached the level of demigod or even higher. Chinrue shook his head secretly. More than demigod? He has already jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer in the 5 elements, if this Grand Master really exists. After listening to Chinrue's explanation about the Grand Master inheritance, Peglio's eyes lit up. This inheritance is a bit like the royal bloodline awakening. The further it goes, the stronger it becomes. Your current strength is probably equivalent to the level of a newly advanced intermediate demon, maybe even weaker. When Chinrue heard that it was only an intermediate demon, he showed a look of regret. Peglio looked at him and was furious. You should be content. You are now born with the power of an intermediate demon, and you are a human with inherited power. Your potential far exceeds that of ordinary demons. Even those royal families can't compare to you. Of course, except for us dragons. The children of dragons will at least have the strength of Demon King when they are born. Chinrue curled his lips disapprovingly. So what if I'm at the Demon King level? It takes thousands of years to reach adulthood, and the fertility rate is pitifully low. However, according to Peglio's statement, my starting point is already quite high. Especially my future path seems bright. Peglio pondered for a moment. Then he poured cold water on him again. Although your strength barely reaches the lowest standard of intermediate demon, your combat experience and skills are a mess. You can't exert the strength, you should have it all. You can bully lower demon, but if you encounter an intermediate demon with the same strength, you will definitely lose. If you want to quickly master your strength and improve your combat power, you must train well. The poison dragon's original strength was equivalent to the demon overlord level of the demons, which was already in the ranks of the peak powerhouses. Due to the seal and the damage to his strength, he could only use the combat power of the great demon king level at most. Even so, it was definitely not what Qinrui could compete with now. Qinrui nodded with a firm light in his eyes. In fact, no matter in which world, strength was respected. Although he temporarily settled in the Dark Moon City, the situation was not optimistic. Aaron regarded him as a sworn enemy, and Joseph's strength was even more unfathomable. There were more powerful enemies that he might face in the future. Without strength, he could only be slaughtered. Although using wisdom could achieve temporary success in the face of absolute strength, no matter how ingenious the strategy was, it was useless. Therefore, strength was the foundation of survival. Now that the super system had provided the best opportunity, he must use his own efforts to grasp it. In the situation of having strength, combining it with wisdom was the real way to go. Qinrui's resolute attitude made Peglio very satisfied. Although signing the symbiotic contract at that time was a last resort, and he was a little suspicious of being fooled, the poison dragon's thoughts had begun to change now. This human carries a powerful ancient inheritance, and his potential is limitless. If one day his strength rises to the ranks of the powerhouses and can fight together with me, then we will be partners in the true sense. Bang! Bang! Damn Peglio! You actually sneak attack. The poison dragon's sinister laughter sounded. Pretending to be pure, where is your cunning? Do you think that the battle is all set up and then fight? The method that can knock down the opponent is the strongest skill. How is sneak attack or not? But don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the state of intermediate demon. I won't kill you. Ouch. We agreed not to hit the face. Monkey steals the peach. Are all dragons such despicable guys? The poison dragon's training style was very simple. He didn't want any fancy moves. He only pursued the most practical things. Under the premise of protecting himself, the fiercer and more effective attack was the strongest. After being knocked down by Peglio for n times, Qinrui, whose face was swollen, began to suspect whether the poison dragon was deliberately messing with him. So he strongly protested. Peglio didn't care so much and continued to work as a coach in a happy mood. This happiness was naturally based on someone's pain. Show me your courage. The more you are afraid, the faster you will die. Keep your center of gravity steady. You can't just use your eyes. You have to judge with your feelings. After being abused again and again, Qinrui, who was a rookie in fighting, also made quite obvious progress. The Alcade state was the first and most basic star pulse point. It focused on the training of body, just like the initial evolution of marrow cleansing. However, this kind of marrow cleansing was only a passive transformation. What he needed was to further temper and strengthen his body under the premise of truly mastering his own strength. Although Qinrui had a powerful force in his body, he couldn't control it. When he fought with Gank, he only relied on the power of his ultimate move or a shot. Now, under the pressure of Peglio's high-intensity training, the huge force began to peel off the cocoon and gradually spread into his limbs. He could clearly feel the flow of star power. Star power circulated the whole body with the Alcade as the center. It was continuous and endless. As long as he could master the rhythm of this cycle, he could use star power freely. Qinrui, who discovered this, was suddenly refreshed. The pain in his body seemed to be reduced a lot, and his attention became more and more focused. Peglio didn't know that humans had the characteristic of astral, and he was secretly shocked. The training intensity that he controlled was actually almost the limit of Qinrui's current strength. Unexpectedly, human endurance and resilience were far beyond imagination. He was still so vigorous now, and his comprehension ability and progress speed were quite amazing. The strength of defense and counterattack were even getting stronger and stronger. There was also a very strange point. Generally, when facing an enemy of a higher rank than oneself, there would be a suppression of rank, and one couldn't exert his full strength. The poison dragon had secretly turned his strength into a higher rank, but this rule seemed to have no effect on Qinrui. The poison dragon was even more merciless. He knocked Qinrui to the ground again and again, but the smile in his eyes was getting more and more intense. Sir Paglio's future partner, of course, the stronger the better. This guy's future is definitely worth looking forward to. When the human couldn't get up anymore, Paglio finally ended this special training. Although he looked miserable, Qinrui did gain a lot. The star power in his body gradually changed from a passive stimulation to an active one. The experience value that had been unchanged finally moved and became 1%. This was a good start. It seemed that special training was very necessary to continue. It was just that when he left, the poison dragon's obscene expression of, "I hit you very comfortably," made Qinrui's teeth itch. On the way back, he only remembered that he only focused on the special training and forgot to learn dragon inscription. However, he hadn't understood the inscription from last time, so he would learn it later. Today's gain was enough to surprise him. The recovery characteristic of astral form was fully exerted. This was also the main reason why he lasted for half a day under the poison dragon's special training. Of course, the poison dragon didn't really go all out. When the tri-horned rhino arrived at the Dark Moon City, Qinrui's injury had basically recovered. Returning to the lab, he was surprised to find that Athena and Alice had been waiting for a long time. Didn't Athena go out 2 days ago? By the way, today is the day to take the antidote. Why is Alice here too? Could it be that she asked about the poisoning from Athena? At this time, although Qinrui's injury had almost recovered, the bruises on his face had not completely disappeared. His clothes were also very dirty. Athena saw his appearance and suddenly became furious. "Qinrui, who did it? I'll help you kill him." "You can't beat that guy," Qinrui muttered secretly. Seeing Athena's angry look, his heart warmed. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just accidentally fell." "Don't lie to me. How can this happen if you just fell?" Athena thought of something, and she was even angrier. Did Aaron send someone to do it? This despicable person who only knows how to play tricks behind my back. I've been displeased with him for a long time. I'll go beat him up now to avenge you. Wait. Qinrui quickly stopped Athena. "Don't go. It's none of his business. How did you become so timid that you don't even dare to tell the truth?" Athena was about to scold Qinrui for being timid, but she suddenly thought of this human's wisdom and courage when facing the poison dragon. She was speechless for a while. No matter what, Aaron can't be compared with the poison dragon. There must be some inside story. We humans have a saying, "A little impatience will spoil great plans." You can't affect the overall situation because of a momentary impulse. If you have a big conflict with Aaron now, it will make Princess Royal's situation more passive. Qinrui could only persuade the violent woman based on the overall situation. He could also frame Aaron. Anyway, he and Aaron were irreconcilable. As soon as this sentence came out, Athena's anger gradually extinguished. Alice, who was a curious baby, nodded desperately in agreement, but she asked, "Qinrui, since you are a smart person, why do you still participate in tomorrow's sky battle?" "Tomorrow? Sky battle?" Qinrui was taken aback. "Why didn't I know I would participate? Who told you that?" Chapter 31. You don't know. Athena didn't hide her anxiety at all. "I just came back from outside, and I heard rumors everywhere in the city that the human apprentice who performed well in the Master Aldos Challenge last time will represent the Dark Moon City to participate in the sky battle in the arena tomorrow. With your strength, you are simply courting death." Chinrue felt that this competition sounded familiar. When he thought of the scene in the magic store a few days ago, he suddenly understood. I was tricked. This kind of evil plan is a bit difficult for Aaron, who is brave but not astute. It must be Joseph, the smiling tiger, who came up with it. After listening to Chinrue's experience that day, Athena frowned. Joseph? Isn't it Aaron? Why did I hear that it was Aaron who released the news? At this time Alice said, Athena, don't be fooled by Joseph's usual politeness, and he often gives us gifts. The most insidious one is this guy. Aaron is just an idiot who is being used. Chinrue nodded secretly. This little loli seems to like taking advantage of others and pranking others, but her heart is clear. Then why do you still accept his gifts every time? Athena glanced at Alice. I don't like Joseph, so I never accept his gifts. Alice's big watery eyes flashed with bright stars. Athena, the gifts are innocent. That expression, that tone, that gaze were really on point. Compared with the past, the little loli's acting this time had a qualitative sublimation. Chinrue suddenly thought of the most common line in romance dramas, and his body trembled. Sure enough, Athena couldn't resist such a sharp gaze, and she was finally defeated. It turned out that the little loli was insidious. She still scolded and accepted the gifts. She was indeed the leader of the black-bellied group. Chinrue gave the little princess an admiring look and asked, What is this sky battle all about? It's a bet between me and Joseph. Alice pursed her lips. Each side will send one person to ride 2 flying demonic beasts to fight in the air. Whoever falls to the ground first loses. The rules are that you can't do it yourself. You can only command your magical beasts, and you are responsible for your own life and death. This kind of competition is very dangerous, and it's also known as the aerial death competition. Chinrue frowned. Why did you make such a bet with him? This is the legacy left by my deceased father. Back then, under the instigation of the regent, the Red Spirit Lord Josh sent people to compete with the Dark Moon City every year to attack the pitiful prestige of the Lord of Midnight Sun's lineage. Alice said lazily, That old man of mine just wants to make it look good. He always sends people to participate. However, after my sister took over the Dark Moon, it became much calmer. However, my father's last will must be followed, and my sister doesn't have so much energy, so I had to take over this troublesome gambling game. As she said, the little loli showed a resentful look and looked straight at Chinrue. Tell me, why do the next generation have to bear the grievances of the previous generation? Chinrue couldn't stand it at once. Athena couldn't stand it and interrupted. Stop fooling around, Alice. You get excited every time you gamble. I have helped you win money twice. Let's think of a way to let Chinrue pass this test. If he participates, not only will he die, but it will also be a blow to the Dark Moon's morale. Now that the news has spread, even the Red Spirit Estate has sent a magic message. They will send someone to visit. Even Princess Royal can't stop it. However, if Chinrue avoids participating, he will become the laughingstock of the entire Dark Moon Estate. What else can I do? It's better to be treated as a coward than to die. It's just a pity about my bet. Alice said weakly. Anyway, I have already made a lot of money in the last Master Challenge. This time, I can consider it as spending money to avoid the disaster. Why do you want so much money? Chinrue just realized that she made a lot of money in the last Master Challenge. He asked discontentedly, Is it meaningful to be a rich princess in the Dark Moon City? The Dark Moon City's economy was depressed. There were too few places for consumption. It was like a small town in the countryside. It was difficult to buy good things, even if you had money. I'm not a rich person. Alice said dejectedly, Every time I have a little money, my sister will snatch it away. She said that I can't use money to fool around. Chinrue finally had the feeling of gloating. This is called a wicked person will be tortured by another wicked person. However, Chinrue, the method of running a shop that you taught me last time seems to be useful. Alice's big eyes flashed, and she smiled sweetly. It seems that human brother is much better than me. This competition is not only related to my precious wealth, but also the prestige of the Dark Moon. Human brother, can you think of a way to save your own life in this competition, protect the reputation of the Dark Moon, and also help me win money? The soft voice of human brother made Chun Rui's scalp numb, but he had gradually sorted out this matter in his heart. The victory of the last Master Challenge made the soldiers and civilians of the Dark Moon City excited. This competition is most likely to take the opportunity to suppress the morale. It is probably also the intention of the Red Spirit Estate and even the Regent Obsidian. Because of this, Joseph first sent people to publicize and highlight Chen Rui's performance in the Master Challenge, praised him up high, and then smashed him down hard. In a sense, Chen Rui was just a tool used by Joseph to slap the Dark Moon. As for Alan, who released the news, as Alice said, he was an idiot who was used as a tool. Chen Rui began to seriously weigh the pros and cons of this competition. Joseph was obviously premeditated. The rumors of the competition had quickly spread throughout the city. Even the Red Spirit Estate would come. The demon realm looked down on cowards the most. If he avoided the battle, he would have a hard time in the Dark Moon or other places in the future. It would definitely be more difficult to obtain auras. Moreover, being low-key didn't mean being cowardly. Blindly retreating would only make others press on. Since Joseph wanted to use his life to attack Jia and the Dark Moon City, then he would let this smiling tiger suffer a huge setback. Chenrue's thoughts turned quickly, and he asked, "Little princess, is the competition between you and Joseph decided in one match?" Alice was still joking at first. She didn't want him to die. Now that she saw Chenrue's look, it seemed that she really thought of a way. She quickly replied, "No, it's best of 3. Athena's beast-taming skill is the best in the Dark Moon. She has helped me win for 2 years in a row. Last year, even Joseph lost to her personally." Chenrue secretly thought that the reason why Athena won consecutively was that she had a father who was the first general of the empire. Secondly, the significance of the previous competition wasn't as important as it was now. Thirdly, which was also the most important reason, was that the smiling tiger had been hiding his strength deliberately. Chenrue pondered for a while and had a rough plan in his mind. He asked, "Little princess, I do have an idea, but it can't guarantee a win. It's likely to be a draw. If you're lucky, you might win. I just don't know how your courage is. If I have courage, I won't lose money. I might even win money." Alice emphasized the word money very accurately. When she saw Chenrue nodding firmly, she immediately shook her body and revealed her domineering aura. The dictionary of the Lucifer royal family has never had the word fear. "I, Alice, Lucifer, am fearless." The little lowly's powerful aura made Chenrue shudder. He quickly told her the rough plan. After listening to Chenrue's plan, Athena frowned slightly. She seemed a little worried. Alice took charge and indicated that it was okay. She tiptoed and patted Chenrue's shoulder. "I really didn't misjudge you. You are more cunning than the old Gauss beside my sister. Follow me and work hard in the future." This high evaluation made Chenrue embarrassed. He suddenly thought of something and said cooperatively, "I have a delicious sugar pill here. Please have a taste, my lord." "Yes, princess," Alice corrected him. She grabbed the sugar pill and ate it. Then she unceremoniously criticized that the sugar pill tasted ordinary and was far from what she expected. Athena's eyes lit up. She understood that Alice ate the antidote. She secretly praised Chenrue's wit and said, "Now there is not much time left. Chenrue has never ridden a flying demonic beast. He needs to master some basic riding skills immediately. Well, I'm going to the store to take a look. The business is better these 2 days. It can't be done without me, the princess." Alice smiled strangely. "Athena, I will leave Chenrue to you. It's his first time. Remember, be gentle at that time. It's because it's his first time that he needs special training." Athena said in a daze, "What's the use of being gentle? How can he not suffer?" Chinrue was sweating profusely. He was afraid that Alice would say something else. He quickly pulled Athena and said, "Since time is tight, let's go!" After escaping from little Loli's clutches, Athena got a griffin and took him to an open space outside the city. Griffin was a relatively common, flying, demonic beast. It had an eagle's head and a beast's body. Its body was covered with feathers, and its wings were huge when opened. Griffin was grumpy and aggressive, but its endurance was relatively poor. It could generally be used as a surprise attack force in conventional warfare. The trump card of aerial combat was the wyvern. It was powerful and poisonous. It could take off and land vertically. It belonged to a combat helicopter, and the pilot was honored as a dragon rider. However, the number of wyverns that could be tamed was very small. An empire could have 1 or 2 dragon riders with wyverns. As for the real overlord of the sky, the dragons in the demon realm were relatively rare than in the human world, but they were more fierce and powerful, let alone riding them. Basically, no one dared to provoke them. It's not difficult to control this kind of tamed, demonic beast. Originally, it was the best way to get its favor, but now there is no time. You just need to let it understand your meaning. Athena patted the griffin's head gently and made a low note in her mouth. The eagle's head that was originally anxious suddenly bent down obediently. Chinrue asked curiously, "Why don't you use a saddle or reins?" Athena shook her head and asked, "If you use that, will it still be called the air death competition?" And the requirement of the air death competition is to rise to a height of 100 meters to start. 100 meters in the air. And there were no auxiliary tools. Chinrue was shocked. This kind of plane was not a bus like the tri-horned rhino. If he was a little careless, he would become a free fall. Even if he had the characteristics of an astral body, he couldn't withstand it. It seemed that he still had to learn the air force knowledge of the demon realm. Don't be afraid in the air. The more you are afraid, the more dangerous it is. In fact, as long as you master the rhythm and feeling, you can easily control the demonic beast. As Athena spoke, she sat on the back of the griffin and patted its neck. The griffin ran forward quickly, flapped its wings, and flew up. Chinrue enviously looked at Athena riding the griffin and flying in the air. In his original world, humans had always dreamed of flying in the sky, and planes were born because of this. When he went out to participate in a competition on behalf of the university, he was fortunate to take a plane once. The feeling of flying above the white clouds and looking down at the earth was very wonderful, and Athena's flight on the back of the demonic beast was obviously more exciting. Athena controlled the griffin to maintain a certain height. She actually stood up on the not-so-wide back of the griffin. This was flying at a high speed at a high altitude. Such a difficult action was quite terrifying. Athena looked calm. Her purple hair was blown back by the strong wind, and her short robe was fluttering. Her feet were firmly nailed on the back of the demonic beast until the griffin landed. Chapter 32. Chinrue saw Athena landed safely, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and frowned. It was too dangerous just now. Even if it is a demonstration, you don't have to do that. Athena saw his nervous look and suddenly felt a little happy. She smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Come up and try. I will teach you. The back of this griffin is very long. It can carry 2 people." Chinrue was originally watching Athena riding the griffin to soar in the sky with ease on the ground. He thought it shouldn't be difficult, so he asked her some essentials and planned to start the official flight test. Who knew that theory and practice were 2 completely different things when he tried it? He finally made the griffin squat down obediently and rode on it. The griffin got up and started running. The speed of experiencing it, personally, was much faster than watching from the side. Chinrue, who was too nervous, grabbed the griffin's feathers with both hands. He actually pulled off 2 of the feathers. His center of gravity was unstable, and he suddenly fell backward. Athena, who was behind him, wasn't very close to him. She kept a little distance. She didn't expect such a change to happen. She couldn't dodge in time, and she was knocked into his arms. She instinctively used her hands to support her center of gravity to prevent both of them from falling. Athena was dressed in a short robe today. She didn't wear leather armor, and she didn't carry the big sword. Chenrue only felt that his head touched between two towering soft and warm lumps. There was a slight female fragrance in his nose. His head instantly felt congested. Athena was also shocked for a moment. How would the griffin know so much? 2 of its feathers were pulled off, and it was in pain. It ran faster and faster. Because the griffin was too fast and had a strong inertia, Chenrue didn't have time to explain. He could only rely on his head to support the 2 lumps to maintain his center of gravity. At the same time, he desperately grabbed the things that could stabilize his body from falling. The griffin finally flew into the sky. A flying rookie finally recovered, and he heard Athena's voice behind him. "Asshole, what do you want to do? Let go of me." Only then did Chenrue realize that not only was his head leaning against the 2 plump hemispheres, one of his hands was also tightly grabbing onto her amazingly elastic thighs. Athena's face was flushed. This was the first time she had been so intimately touched by the opposite sex. She had even buried her head in that place. Even though the wind was strong at high altitudes, the warmth and breath of the man still made the usually carefree swordswoman feel a strange shiver. Chenrue wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was definitely an accident. I really didn't mean it. He really didn't have any beastly thoughts towards Athena, but it was impossible for him not to have any reaction towards such an ambiguous position and such a strong sense of touch, unless he wasn't beastly. "Sorry," Chenrue said, but he didn't dare to let go, lest he lose his balance and fall. He could only slowly move his head, but he didn't expect that this would cause Athena to be more excited. He could already clearly sense the violent heartbeat coming from behind the proud breasts. His own heartbeat was also accelerating involuntarily. "You asshole." Athena's face was so red that blood almost dripped out. They were in midair now, and she was afraid that he would fall. She immediately supported the weight of both of them with one hand and slowly freed the other hand to slowly push his back forward. Finally, he left that vital part. Chenrue, who returned to his normal position, was very embarrassed. Although it wasn't intentional, the erotic feeling just now was really unforgettable. As he was about to apologize, he heard Athena shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. We are in the air now. If you don't want to die, learn to fly first." Chenrue reluctantly got rid of the plump, warm touch from his mind and began to concentrate on learning to control the griffin. Since he was a novice, his command and the demonic beast's execution couldn't be consistent. He couldn't make the griffin do the right action according to his mind. As he was troubled, he suddenly remembered the accident just now happened too suddenly. "I actually forgot to use analytical eyes." Chenrue immediately activated analytical eyes and approached the griffin's ear and began to communicate. The griffin's intelligence wasn't very high. After making a bunch of promises like food, the human quickly got its approval. Gradually, Athena's mood of shame and anger turned into surprise. In a short period of time, Chenrue, the previously clumsy flying rookie, was now able to control the griffin more freely. She didn't bother to be angry about what happened just now. She emphasized the main points while correcting his mistakes. After the griffin flew a few laps, it landed steadily under Chenrue's command. Chenrue noticed that in analytical eyes, Athena's comprehensive strength was displayed as E, which was the same as him. Obviously, Athena wasn't Joseph's opponent. He remembered that Athena said that she had reached the peak of intermediate demon. According to Peglio's evaluation, all Cade State was likely to be equivalent to intermediate demon. However, the difference in strength between the same intermediate demon was also quite large. At least for now, he was far from Athena's opponent. Athena saw that Chenrue didn't need company anymore, so she proposed to let him try to ride alone. With the previous lesson, coupled with good communication with the griffin, Chinrue finally flew the demonic beast into the sky alone. He excitedly rode the griffin to fly in the air, looking down at the scenery on the ground. He had an urge to sing a song. Now he tried the flying essentials that Athena told him, and it was really easy. Athena witnessed that Chinrue was like a veteran for many years. He rode the griffin freely in the air and made a series of movements freely. She almost thought that her eyes were blurred. Was this guy pretending from the beginning? He deliberately wanted to take advantage of me? However, from the current situation, it was clear that he was adapting and proficient step by step. He also corrected some common mistakes that she pointed out at the beginning. It seems that it is indeed the first time for a human to fly, but this ability to learn and adapt is too terrifying. What was even more unbelievable was the most difficult part of beast taming, communication ability. However, this difficulty was not a problem for Chinrue at all. The human and the beast seemed to be partners for many years. Their cooperation became more and more tacit. They could faintly reach the state of human and beast as one that only a master of beast taming had. This guy. Athena rubbed her chest that was still a little strange. She felt that her heartbeat was a little fast and her face was slightly hot. Chinrue rode the griffin until he was satisfied with flying in the sky. Then he slowly landed. Athena stepped forward, looked at him up and down for a while, and nodded. I have to admit that your talent in beast taming is far beyond me. There is no problem for you to participate in the competition. But what you have mastered now is just some flying basics. The real test is in actual combat. Unfortunately, the sky is getting dark, and there is no time to do more special training. In any case, even if you have a comprehensive plan, you must not be careless tomorrow. Although the swordswoman's face was tense and her words were cold, Chinrue still heard the concern in her words. He took out 2 sugar pills apologetically and said, By the way, this is the antidote that I got from the poison dragon today. The potency can last for 3 months, so you don't have to go every 7 days in the future. The little princess has already eaten it. You eat one first, then let Kia eat the other. I will find a way to completely detoxify as soon as possible. He definitely couldn't let Athena accompany him for the special training in the future, so he simply extended the effectiveness of the antidote to save trouble. Athena was not only his friend, but she was also the daughter of the Empire's first general. She was also Alice's best friend, and she was also the person that Princess Royal valued. In order to not let the symbiotic contract ally's life be threatened, it was also equivalent to protecting his own life. This little lie could only continue, unless he really got it as Paglio intended, but Chinrue had already decided to give up this plan. He didn't want to deceive Athena in the first place, not to mention that he also had power now. He should be able to go to the Silent Night wetland alone in the future. So he didn't need to get along with Athena with the mentality of using her. However, speaking of which, Athena was beautiful, cheerful, generous, and enthusiastic. It was reasonable for Chinrue to have a good impression of her, but he didn't have the extra energy to focus on this at the moment. As for the little lie of being poisoned, he would ask her for forgiveness after Paglio removed the lock of light and dark. Seeing Athena silently taking the sugar pill, Chinrue knew that she was still angry, so he quickly apologized. That thing just now. At this moment, the analysis state that had not disappeared in his vision suddenly changed. Athena's original E-level strength instantly rose to D-level. Chinrue was taken aback. He saw that Athena's skin had turned pale red, and a horn appeared on her head. Before he could react, he was already thrown to the ground by a movement similar to a back throw. Chinrue was taken aback, but Athena's strength control was very clever. The seemingly fierce and swift movement actually only made his body lightly fall to the ground, but it didn't hurt his head or neck. Then, something unexpected happened. Athena's back was facing Chinrue as she rose into the air. When she fell, her head and back hit his chest. Fortunately, she had returned to her normal state at this time. Otherwise, the two curved horns on her head would make Chinrue suffer a big loss. Even so, someone's chest still felt a strong stuffiness, and he almost suffocated. In the end, he held back and didn't use star power. The back of Athena's head hit Chinrue's chest hard. Then she reached out her hand and touched his thigh a few times. To be more precise, she pinched it a few times. Then she jumped up, clapped her hands hard, and said fiercely, "Okay, we are even. Don't tell Alice about what happened today, and don't tell anyone. Otherwise, I will not let you go." Chinrue was dumbfounded as he watched Athena swagger away with the griffin. He forgot to get up for a moment. Too tough. She actually used this method. I initially thought that Athena was getting easier to get along with, but unexpectedly, could it be that the little princess's black-bellied aura had made me ignore Athena's power? It's like Pippin hiding beside Michael Jordan? No, this metaphor is too shocking. What about Yang Paifeng beside Mu Guiying? Not good either. It's far-fetched. Chinrue's mind was in a strong mess. He breathed in the faint fragrance that remained in his chest, and his thoughts couldn't help but wander. The only feeling that he could be sure of was the too soft and extremely elastic warmth in the air. In fact, Chinrue didn't know that when Athena turned around and left, her ears were already red. If someone was opposite now, they would definitely not believe that the blushing girl in front of them was the Dark Moon City's famous female devil, Athena. No, the man that Athena, must be stronger than me. Athena kept reminding herself in her heart, but her cheeks were still hot. Chapter 33. The next day, the annual sky battle began. Originally, after Princess Royal Jiao inherited the Dark Moon, the significance of this battle had become a lot less significant. It gradually became a personal bet between the little Princess Alice and the financial officer, Joseph. However, the arena was full of people today. It was the result of Joseph's little trick. He wanted to dampen the Dark Moon's morale in public. Aldous, who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, appeared on the VIP seat of Alice as a member of Chinrue's group of relatives. It made everyone discuss for a while. Most of them were praising the heroic deeds of poisoning the capital's genius with gas in the last Master Challenge. Although it had been a while, the Dark Elf Master still felt his face was burning. This time, the Red Spirit Estate specially sent someone to show their importance. The representative on Princess Royal's side was Old Gauss. As a lord, Jun naturally had her own status and dignity. Since the Red Spirit Lord, Josh, didn't come in person, she didn't need to be there. This kind of indifferent attitude also more or less showed that Jiao wasn't optimistic about the outcome of this battle. In fact, almost no one was optimistic about the human apprentice. Although the sky battle wasn't about personal strength, but the ability to tame beasts, the human strength was too weak. It was still a problem whether he could fly, let alone fight. The reason why the human apprentice could win last time was because of Master Aldous. Now, there was no chance of winning if he faced it alone. While people were sure that the human apprentice would lose, they were also wondering why Royal Highness Jia or Royal Highness Alice would allow such a weak guy to represent the Dark Moon to participate in the battle. Or perhaps the two princesses had already made arrangements? Not only can everyone who comes to watch the battle be free, but they can also get a reward of 1 purple crystal coin. Joseph is really willing to spend his capital. Chinrue said enviously, "It would be great if I could get all his money." For him, money was aura, money was experience, and money was power. The last sentence obviously resonated strongly with Alice. She nodded desperately. The eyes of the two money grubbers, who had already discussed the good things, showed a strong fighting spirit at the same time. Joseph looked satisfied when he saw the crowded arena. Demons had always advocated strength. Now that there was a competition to watch and there was a chance to take advantage of it, they naturally flocked to it. Today's result would definitely satisfy the Royal Highness Regent, who was far away in the capital. After the welcome speech and opening speech, Alice walked to the center of the arena and spoke with the help of the magic amplification. Today is the friendly match between the Red Spirit Estate and the Dark Moon Estate. Alice said a polite sentence. Then she put her hands on her waist and pointed at Joseph at the VIP seat with her raised finger. She said loudly in Alice's language, "Today, Financial Officer Joseph represents his dad's Red Spirit Estate, and the new member of the Dark Moon City, Master Aldos's apprentice, Chinrue, will represent the Dark Moon. We will defeat them completely." The match is still based on the previous best-of-3 system, but the selection of players has to be slightly changed. In the first match, we will send out one player first, and you can freely arrange your players. In the second match, you will send out first. In the third match, both sides will send out players at the same time. The guys from the Red Spirit Estate, do you dare to accept the challenge? The home audience was in high spirits and echoed in unison, "Do you dare?" Player? Joseph looked thoughtful. At this time, Alan came over and asked, "What now?" "I don't want to fight against Athena." "Are you sure that I will fight against that Chanrue? I want to kill him personally." "Don't worry. Everything is under my control. That human is dead." Joseph's eyes flashed with disdain and replied, "If I'm right, they definitely want to play tricks on the players. Win 2 matches first. Then the human doesn't have to fight in the end. So, we have to ensure that we win at least one of the first 2 matches. You will stay until the end to deal with that human. You still have an idea." Alan nodded happily, but his eyes were still staring at Chinrue fiercely. Joseph stood up in the tide-like provocation and said, "Okay, let's follow Princess Alice's proposal. Best-of-3 system. I only have one condition. Each player can only fight in 1 match. No repetitions." Joseph's proposal was to prevent the opponent from letting the strongest, Athena, play the entire match alone. Alice agreed and shouted excitedly, "Then I announce that the sky battle officially begins. First, let's welcome the first contestant of the Dark Moon Estate, the daughter of the Empire's first general, George Wales, Athena." Wales. Athena was a celebrity in the Dark Moon City. She was also the main force that won the previous 2 competitions. The audience was in high spirits and shouted her name loudly. Be careful. Although Athena hadn't spoken to him after yesterday's embarrassment, Chinrue still couldn't help but say that at this time. Athena's figure paused slightly. She didn't make any response and walked straight down the field. Athena's beast-taming skill and strength were the strongest on Alice's side. Joseph expected her to fight in the first match. Joseph instructed a skinny lich on the side. The lich nodded and walked down the field. The first contestant of the Red Spirit Estate is Leo. The central field of the arena was very large. The last Master Challenge only used a small area in it. Now the field was completely cleared. It was enough for the flying demonic beasts to take off. Both parties used griffin beasts. After they flew to the height shown by the magic ruler, the battle began. Although it was 100 meters in the sky, with Chanrue's current eyesight, he could still see it clearly. The same was true for many demons with extraordinary eyesight. What Athena showed in front of Chanrue yesterday was only the basic skills of beast taming in the air. Due to the conditions and time constraints, it was only introduced in theory. Now that Chinrue saw the real battle, he finally understood the danger. It was a thrilling feeling. Without any auxiliary equipment, both parties controlled the griffin beasts and began to turn, collide, and bite fiercely in the air. If they were careless, they would fall. Ordinary lich could generally be proficient in single-element magic. A few talented ones had the special ability to control demonic beasts. Leo was obviously such a lich with the beast-taming power. However, Athena was even better. The griffin was just like a part of her body. She could launch a fierce attack on the lich's mount from all angles at will. Even when she was circling and passing by, she could still launch an incredible attack. This superb beast-taming skill made the audience on the ground excited, and the cheers came one after another. Chinrue then knew that Athena could win for 2 years in a row, not only because of her father's reputation, but mainly because of her own strength. If it was just based on beast-taming skills without looking at her own strength, even Joseph might not be as good as her. Just when Athena had the upper hand, the griffin she rode suddenly changed. The flying demonic beast that had been brave actually became timid. No matter how Athena yelled, it didn't dare to attack again. After persisting for a while, it actually turned around and ran. On the contrary, Leo's mount seemed to be injected with a stimulant. It became extremely fierce and chased closely behind. Leo's mount caught up and crazily pecked and killed Athena's griffin. Athena's griffin could only scream and flee. It even lost the courage to fight back. The cheers in the arena suddenly became silent. No one expected that Athena, who was sure to win, would suddenly show such signs of defeat. On the VIP seat, old Gauss ignored the excited look of the Red Spirit Estate's messenger. His eyelids drooped lower, but a trace of cold light flashed through the gap. Seeing that Athena's mount was about to collapse and couldn't support it anymore, Athena suddenly yelled and suddenly activated the transformation of the demon form. Her red pupils flashed, and her whole body burned with a flame-like light. The flame fell on the griffin, but it didn't burn. Instead, it wrapped the griffin. Leo's griffin at the back was very afraid of the flame, and it didn't dare to approach for a while. Joseph below looked at Leo and the griffin's fear of the flame, and his pupils shrank slightly. This is the suppression of rank. Could it be that when Athena's flame was withdrawn, the griffin instantly regained its courage? It turned around and pounced on Leo. Leo's mount suddenly lost its fighting spirit, and the situation was suddenly reversed. The audience immediately regained their passion, and people shouted loudly. Athena seemed to be burning with anger. She commanded the griffin to start a violent counterattack. Leo's griffin screamed again and again. It couldn't support anymore and fell down. Leo finally couldn't keep his balance when he was about to reach the ground. He fell to the ground from a height of 4 or 5 meters. His weak body couldn't bear it, and his 2 leg bones were suddenly broken. Fortunately, he was still alive. The victorious griffin hovered in the air, and Athena's angry voice came. "Despicable guy, you actually used magic to cheat. If I didn't use the demon's fire to dispel the art of fear you cast, this shameless plot would have succeeded. Not only art of fear, but he also cast bloodlust on his griffin." Old Gauss's hoarse voice resounded through the audience through the magic amplification. Now, there are still residual magic waves on that griffin. Art of fear could make the target run away in fear, while bloodlust was a magic that enhanced one's fighting spirit and combat power. The audience finally understood why Athena's griffin was so abnormal just now. The crowd was agitated for a while. Alice was the first to jump up and shout, "Shameless! Despicable! Obscene!" Before she could shout a few times, she was pulled back to her seat by Chinrue and Kia. They tried their best to persuade her not to let the princess, who represented the royal family, continue to lose her composure, and the audience had already followed suit and started to scold. "Leo, you are actually so unscrupulous to win. You have lost the face of our Alvin family." Joseph's figure instantly appeared in front of the trembling lich. The deep and gloomy tone actually overshadowed the cheers of the audience. Without waiting for Leo to speak, Joseph's body shone with red light. His 5 fingers slightly pinched in the air, and the lich's head suddenly burst open. As soon as the audience saw Joseph personally executing the cheater and Dark Moon successfully won the first round, they cheered again. Only some people, including Chinrue, showed disdain. This is clearly a blatant silencing. Poor Leo, he died unjustly. Joseph glanced at Athena, who was slowly landing, and said, "Congratulations, Athena! It turns out that you have successfully advanced to higher demon. It seems that our great demon tribe has another young genius." Higher demon. The 19-year-old Athena has actually reached this level. Then, Will she break the upper limit of great demon in the future and become a demon king or great demon king? Alan looked shocked. He only felt that the distance between him and Athena was getting farther and farther. Chapter 34. Athena ignored Joseph. She glanced at Leo's bleeding body, jumped off her mount, and returned to the Dark Moon's VIP seat. Alice and Chinrue greeted her. Alice said with a smile, "I know that Athena will definitely win, unlike a guy who was worried to death for fear that you would fall from the sky." "Humph, he's just worrying for nothing. We great demons have teleportation skills. Even if I don't use it, I'm already a higher demon. It won't be a problem if I fall from such a height." Athena glared at Chinrue and ignored him, but there was a warm and strange feeling in her heart. Facing Athena's cold face, Chinrue felt very innocent. "Didn't I just accidentally touch it?" "Oh, no, it's many times." However, Athena had advanced to higher demon. This could explain why the analytical eyes showed her strength as D when she retaliated yesterday. "Why are you two acting a little weird? Did you quarrel?" The sensitive little loli made Chinrue react immediately. He quickly explained, "Nothing, it's just that during the special training yesterday, I was very stupid, and I made Athena unhappy." As soon as he mentioned yesterday's special training, Athena felt her face was burning. Just as Joseph spoke, Alice's attention was immediately shifted. Leo was eager to win, so he violated the rules of the competition by using magic. "I have punished him. We admit defeat for this round. In order to express our apology and respect to the Dark Moon Estate, I, Joseph, Alvin, will personally fight in the second round." As soon as he said that, all eyes suddenly focused on Joseph. Joseph was prepared to fail in the first round. He asked Leo to secretly cheat, just now to take a gamble. Who knew that Leo's tricks were too obvious, so he could only kill him quickly after being discovered. According to the opponent's plan, the third match must be fought by a human apprentice, so the second match must be won. Otherwise, Chinrue didn't have to fight at all, and the Red Spirit would have already lost. The second match on the Dark Moon side should be the female scythe demon Caguli from Alice's shop. Caguli was the sister of the palace guard captain, Caguron. She was currently an intermediate demon, and her beast-taming skills were quite good. Even Alan might not have the confidence to win. Joseph originally had 3 of his most capable assistants, all of whom were greater demons. However, the sky battle was not a competition of one's own strength, but beast-taming skills. The 3 of them were not good at it, so Joseph made up his mind and decided to participate personally. Anyway, Athena, who had fought once, could not fight again. As for the others, Joseph had absolute confidence in winning without exposing his strength. Everything was still under his control. Joseph is going to appear in person? In the palace of the Dark Moon City, Princess Royal Jia was watching the situation in the arena in front of a strange crystal ball. This crystal ball was connected to the magic equipment of the arena. Not only the image, but even the sound could be transmitted. It could be regarded as a live broadcast in another world. Joseph's strength was a mystery in the Dark Moon City. It was rare to see him fight. No matter how big the trouble was, the 3 greater demon subordinates would deal with it. Some people thought that he was just relying on the prestige of his Lord Father and the strength of his subordinates. His own strength was not worth mentioning. Some people thought that he was strong, but he had been hiding his true strength. Now, the eldest son of the Red Spirit Lord was going to fight personally. Although he represented the Red Spirit, many spectators were still full of expectations. So, who would the Dark Moon send to fight? In the eyes of the crowd, the little Princess Alice slowly stood up. Just when everyone thought she was going to announce the candidate, Alice suddenly floated up and slowly flew into the arena. "I will be the one to fight this round." This sentence was even more shocking than Joseph just now. The surrounding cheers spontaneously quieted down. Old Gauss, who was sitting on the chair, stood up. Little Princess Royal Highness will fight personally? This arena wasn't a child's play. It was life-threatening. The Lich just broke his leg. What nonsense! Shay, who was in front of the crystal ball, groaned, and she disappeared on the spot. Joseph was greatly surprised and said, "Your Highness Alice, are you joking?" "Joseph, how dare you look down on me?" Alice shouted angrily. Her body was ignited with a black flame. This flame was different from the red flame that Athena transformed into. If the red flame gave a feeling of fanaticism and violence, then the black flame represented silence and finality. Old Gauss's cloudy eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a surprised light. The dark flame of the Lucifer royal family. Some demons had recognized the origin of the black flame and exclaimed, "The power of the royal family's bloodline." It was the first time Chinrue saw Alice show her strength. Usually in the analytical eyes, Alice's comprehensive strength was only F level, but at this moment it soared to E level. It seemed that the little lowly wasn't bragging when she said that her bloodline was awakened. Of course, it wasn't the deceptive mind reading that was awakened, but one of the three powers of the Lucifer royal family that shocked the demon realm, dark flame. Demons with ordinary qualifications generally had no change in their strength, such as Aaron. Mutated demons were different from the royal family. Their strength was a kind of strength under normal circumstances, but it could make a huge leap in strength during the battle state. This was the case for Joseph, Athena, and Alice. The 13-year-old Alice had actually awakened dark flame. She was considered a genius girl even in the Lucifer royal family. However, compared with the unfathomable Joseph, even if Alice mastered dark flame, there was no possibility of winning. "Little princess, are you serious?" Joseph looked at Alice with a strange look. "Although my eyesight isn't very good, I can also see that your dark flame has only been awakened for a short period of time, and your strength is not enough. However, we are competing in beast taming today. Are you very confident in your beast taming? To be honest, I don't want you to be hurt. I won't hurt anyone else, including you, the son of the Lord." The black flame on Alice disappeared instantly. She said with a smile, "I'm the little princess of the dark moon, and I'm also the Lucifer royal family, representing the noblest bloodline of the empire. You're the eldest son of the Red Spirit Lord and the financial officer of the dark moon. In order not to affect the loyalty of the Red Spirit estate to the Lucifer royal family and bear the notoriety of offending your superiors, in order not to affect the loyalty of your financial officer to the Dark Moon Estate, and also for the friendship between the Dark Moon Estate and the Red Spirit Estate, I've decided that this match will be directly ruled as a draw. I don't know if you're willing to continue to be loyal to the Lucifer royal family and continue to serve the Dark Moon Estate." Joseph's eyes flickered, and he finally understood the meaning behind Alice's words. Alice meant that no matter how powerful the Red Spirit Estate was, it was still loyal to the Lucifer royal family. You, Joseph, were also the financial officer who was loyal to the Dark Moon Estate. If you really dare to compete with me, you're looking down on the Lucifer royal family and the Dark Moon City. You're also intentionally destroying the friendship between the Dark Moon and the Red Spirit Estate. Alice gave a draw that couldn't be rejected in theory. On the surface, it was to show the demeanor of the royal family, but once Joseph agreed, even if Alan killed Chinrue in the end, he could only earn a draw. However, Alice's last sentence was very vicious. If he said he was unwilling, it would be a betrayal to the Lucifer royal family. At the same time, it meant that he was unwilling to continue to serve as the financial officer of the Dark Moon City. Even if the suspicious Regent Obsidian didn't care about this contempt, Joseph was unwilling to give up the painstaking efforts he made in the Dark Moon over the years. Every sentence seemed to contain a trap. Since when did this little princess become so formidable? Alice's appearance was a surprise move. The originally winning situation was actually out of control. Although this is very frustrating, it's not the time to fall out. When Joseph was weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly felt something. He glanced at the distance of the arena and happened to meet two cold eyes like a blade. There was actually no distance restriction at all. His eyes suddenly felt a stabbing pain, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Joseph's mind had already loosened, so he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately said, "The Red Spirit Estate's loyalty to the Lucifer royal family and the fallen angel empire is comparable to the demon realm's two moons. The Red Spirit Estate and the Dark Moon are eternal friends, and I will continue to work for the development of the Dark Moon with the most precious friendship. Therefore, I accept Royal Highness Alice's draw." Now that the Dark Moon had one win and one draw, they were already in an invincible position. Even if Chinrue admitted defeat, it could still end in a draw. At least, it wouldn't damage the reputation of the Dark Moon. When Alice saw that Joseph really agreed to a draw, she was overjoyed. She triumphantly returned to the VIP seat and showed off to Chinrue and Athena. Suddenly, she heard Joseph say loudly, "In the first round, because I mistakenly believed in a despicable subordinate, the game that should have been fair was covered with dirt. I deeply apologize for that. In the second round, Princess Alice's demeanor impressed me. But a competition is a competition. But a game is a game. I believe that everybody here wants to see a real, exciting, and fair battle instead of cowardice and schemes. Don't you think so?" This sentence was very provocative. The demons in the arena responded loudly, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic. When Alice, Athena, and Aldous heard that Joseph deliberately created this kind of momentum, intending to force Chinrue to appear, they had an ominous feeling at the same time. Joseph took the opportunity to say, as a witness of the friendship between the Dark Moon and the Red Spirit Estate, "I have a special request for the third round. That is to change the flying demonic beast to the wyvern. Everyone will see the most powerful demonic beast with their own eyes. The most intense sky battle." Wyvern. Alice was taken aback. Athena suddenly stood up and stared at Joseph with a sharp gaze. Joseph happened to look at this side. Facing the murderous Athena, he showed his habitual smile indifferently. In Chinrue's eyes, the murderous intention in this smile was 10 times stronger than what Athena showed. Twin-legged flying dragons generally lived in highly toxic swamps or wetlands. They had sturdy skin scales and extremely aggressive sharp claws and teeth. Not only did their claws and teeth carry fierce poison, but they could also emit a certain degree of poison even when they breathed. They were one of the most powerful flying magical beasts apart from giant dragons. The giant dragons had always been disdainful of this kind of pseudo-dragon that lacked strength compared to the dragons, wisdom, and civilization. However, they had to be afraid of the power of these social creatures. Even an adult giant dragon didn't dare to provoke a group of wyverns. An adult wyvern was equivalent to the combat power of a higher demon. Not only was it difficult to capture and tame it, but it would also attract the revenge of the entire wyvern group. There was not a single tamed wyvern in the entire Dark Moon Estate. A 4-wheeled vehicle with a tall iron cage was pushed into the arena. There were 2 green-brown-skinned, winged creatures in the cage. It seemed that Joseph was determined to shock the Dark Moon today. He actually brought 2 wyverns from the Red Spirit Estate early in the morning. Chapter 35. The appearance of the wyvern caused a commotion in the audience. For many people, it was their first time seeing a real wyvern. They were amazed. Chinrue pondered for a long time and slowly stood up. "Chinrue!" Aldous, Athena, and Alice blurted out at the same time. Athena had been looking at Chinrue with a cold face. Now that he actually had the intention to fight, she couldn't hold it anymore. Even a tamed wyvern is much more dangerous than a griffin. The toxicity is secondary. Even I can't control the degree of wildness in a short time. This Joseph really got a wyvern. Alice didn't hesitate. "Chinrue, you still have to make more money for the princess and make more good things. You can't just die like this. We will just admit defeat for this match. A draw is actually not bad." Aldous didn't say much, but shook his head firmly at Chinrue. The imp Slee also looked worried, but he didn't dare to speak. "Don't worry." Chinrue shook his head and said, "You know that I'm most afraid of death. If I'm not sure, I won't die. Little princess, don't rush to admit defeat. I'll go and see the wyvern first." As he spoke, he walked slowly into the field and deliberately looked like he was afraid of being poisoned. He covered his mouth and nose and came to the wyvern's iron cage. Aaron's heart was beating fast when he heard that he was going to compete with the wyvern. When he saw Chinrue's timid look, he laughed loudly. "Coward, that's a magic cage. The poisonous gas can't penetrate through." Aaron's men in the audience also laughed loudly. Chinrue wasn't afraid of any poison. He ignored Aaron and cautiously approached the cage. When the wyvern in the cage saw a creature approaching, it tried to poke its head out of the cage. The sound of the crashing of the cage was chilling. The human was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. The two wyverns seemed to have a special fondness for human flesh. Their heads actually moved along with the human's movements. Gradually, they began to feel uneasy and let out bursts of hissing. The extent of their impact on the iron cage was also increasing, scaring the human to the point of trembling. Joseph saw Chinrue's frightened look, and the ridicule in his smile grew. It seemed that bringing the wyverns was the right choice. In fact, winning or losing didn't mean much. He didn't care about the bet with Alice. With the current power, even if it was a draw in the end, it could achieve the true purpose of deterring the dark moon. So what if the reputation of the Lord of Midnight Sun was immortal? Now, his descendants couldn't even keep the throne. Even this dark moon estate would be stepped on by the powerful Red Spirit estate, and they couldn't turn the tables. Thinking of this, Joseph glanced at somewhere in the arena as a demonstration, but he didn't find the two cold, knife-like eyes. In fact, he didn't expect that the agitation of the wyverns wasn't because they wanted to eat human flesh, but because they wanted to communicate with Chinrue. "Kegu, don't worry. I will help you." The voice in Chinrue's consciousness was like a strange uncle who abducted an underage girl. "Wrong, I am Kegu. He is Mungda." The wyvern hissed with dissatisfaction. "Understood. Act according to the situation later. Remember to cooperate well." Joseph secretly channeled his power and spread his voice to every corner of the arena. "I specially brought the strongest aerial demonic beast, the wyvern, from the Red Spirit estate. I don't know if the Dark Moon warriors, who are known for their bravery, dare to accept the challenge." Although they understood the fierceness of the wyvern, although they knew that the weak human apprentice was likely to appear in the end, Joseph's dare instantly stirred up the audience's emotions. The aggressive blood of the demons was clearly reflected at this moment. In the boiling cheers, Chinrue returned to the crowd. Alice saw that he returned safely and breathed a sigh of relief. She said loudly to Joseph, this match, we accept the challenge." Chinrue suddenly said loudly after Alice's words. When the audience saw that Chinrue actually took the initiative to accept the challenge, their attitude toward this human changed greatly. They shouted, "Accept the challenge! Accept the challenge! You're crazy!" Athena grabbed Chinrue's arm and said fiercely. Alice was also anxious. "Chinrue, do you want to die?" "Because I offended Athena yesterday, so I might as well." Before Chinrue finished his joke, he saw that Athena's eyes were a little red. She grabbed his hand more tightly. Even with the special physique of a star collector after the purification, he almost couldn't withstand it. "Stop joking at this time." Aldos couldn't sit still anymore. "Do you have any other way?" "Athena, let go first." Chinrue screamed. "My arm is going to break." Athena quickly let go of her hand. In those ruby-like eyes, Chinrue seemed to see something that he had never seen before, but he didn't have time to think about it now. He pulled Alice over and whispered for a while. The little lowly looked doubtful, but she finally nodded under his repeated affirmation. Alice stood up and said with the help of the magic amplification, There is no such word as cowardice in our Dark Moon's dictionary. Even if we die, we will fight to the end. After using a series of hot-blooded slogans to fully mobilize the enthusiasm of the masses, Alice said to Joseph, "Since the Red Spirit Estate took out 2 wyverns, then we should increase the stakes for this exciting solo battle. If you lose this sky battle in addition to the original black crystal coins, I want these 2 wyverns plus 100 pieces of the highest quality vine stones. How about it?" Joseph smiled and said, "Little princess, it's against the rules to increase the stakes at the last minute. Besides, the Dark Moon already has 1 win and 1 draw. It's impossible to lose. I'm at a disadvantage. As long as you can win the 3rd round, it's still a draw." Alice saw Joseph still shaking his head, so she changed her words. "But I really want wyverns to play. How about this? If today's sky battle is a draw, I will give you an additional precious work of the ancient alchemy grandmaster. If I win in the end, you'll lose 100 pieces of high-quality vine stones and the 2 wyverns. How about it?" Joseph's pupils suddenly contracted. He was obviously surprised by the alchemy work of the ancient grandmaster. Is it a treasure collected by the royal family? What he didn't understand the most was why Alice suddenly had such strong confidence that she was willing to bet such a big stake. It's true that the Dark Moon has 1 win and 1 draw now, but as long as Alan defeats Chinrue, it will be a draw in the end. This possibility is 100%. Why is Alice still so confident? It's not convenient for me to take out the alchemy grandmaster's work, but Master Aldos can testify in front of everyone that this work definitely exists, and it's ingenious. Alice didn't give Joseph too much time to consider. She gave him a taste of his own medicine and said loudly, "Do you dare to agree?" Aldos also stood up at this time and nodded to guarantee the authenticity of the Grand Master's work that the little princess mentioned. Joseph knew that with Aldos's current reputation, he would never speak without thinking. It seemed that the existence of the Grand Master's alchemy work was not fake. Having said that, if Alice dared to fake the lost work, it could be the best excuse to attack the Dark Moon instead. Little did he know that the works of the ancient Grand Master were not only sold in Alice's store, but there were also several kinds in her room. Unless he broke his promise and didn't let the human play, Joseph really couldn't think of a chance for Alice to tie or even win the last match. After thinking for a long time, Joseph finally agreed to Alice's request. "Alan, the wyvern skin is poisonous. The rules of the competition don't allow any auxiliary tools. These 2 antidotes can last for 20 minutes. You eat them first. If it exceeds the time limit, use your strength to resist the poison." These 2 wyverns were still underage and had just been tamed. With Joseph's own powerful strength, he could naturally control them. However, he couldn't play anymore, so he could only remind Alan. Alan said hesitantly, "I heard that the human mutated under Aldos's experiment. He is highly poisonous and Aldos is a potion master. Would he not be afraid of the wyvern's poison?" This sentence reminded Joseph that this should be Alice's idea. She wanted to use the human's physique or Aldos's antidote to delay time. When Alan couldn't resist anymore, she could win. Joseph, who thought he saw through the opponent's plan, seemed more certain. He said to Alan, "Even if you can't poison him to death, you can easily defeat him with that kind of weak strength. Remember, don't delay time. You must finish it quickly." Joseph noticed that Alan was a little afraid of the wyvern, so he added calmly, "Actually, winning or losing doesn't matter to me, but you should give up on that woman completely." Alan saw that Athena was saying something to Chinrue with a worried look. He couldn't help but be jealous and took the antidote without hesitation. Chinrue asked for a small bottle of antidote from Aldos and drank it in front of everyone. He gave Athena a firm look of "trust me" and walked out of the arena. Most of the people held their breath and looked at Chinrue and Alan, who were walking towards the iron cage. Someone had already started to dispel the antidote magic of the iron cage. When Alan thought of Athena's attitude towards Chinrue, the murderous intention in his eyes became more and more intense. He sneered, "Tremble, cowardly and incompetent human. Don't die too quickly later. I want to torture every bone of yours." Poor child! He is so jealous that he is almost a trash-talking expert. Could it be that during the NBA lockout in the US, some guy had nothing to do and transmigrated here? Now that the lockout is over, he can't go back in the crowd. Many of Alan's men were also echoing loudly, laughing at the cowardly human. Chinrue was impatient. Seeing that the iron cage was about to open, he simply raised his arm and shouted, "Dark Moon!" This slogan was immediately echoed by the Dark Moon City people in the arena. "Dark Moon! Dark Moon!" The shouts were louder and louder. Those sneers were suddenly drowned out without a trace. Chinrue gave Alan a provocative look. "Little guy, speak louder, I can't hear you." Aaron didn't expect humans to have such courage. As he was about to attack, the door of the iron cage had opened. Although the two wyverns were almost tamed, they were still chained. The two liches fed them while appeasing them, and they carefully led them out. The wyverns came out of the cage and made a low roar. They looked like they were going to devour someone, which was daunting. Alan looked vigilant. He swallowed the detoxification pill and secretly prepared his vigilance. He walked toward one of them and used the communication method in the beast taming skill to take a large piece of fresh meat handed by the lich. He threw it to the wyvern to increase intimacy. Chinrue hesitated for a moment. Then he showed a desperate look. He strode to the wyvern named Kegu. He didn't throw the food like Alan did, but he grabbed the food and handed it directly. This was the most effective way to gain the favor of demonic beasts in the beast taming skill, but it was also the most risky one. For a beast like the wyvern, it was too dangerous. This bold move made the audience sweat. When the wyvern walked toward the human step by step, almost everyone in the arena was quiet. Chapter 36. The wyvern glared fiercely and tilted its head to look at the human for a while. It seemed to think that this guy was more tempting than the fresh meat, so it let out a low roar. Athena's heart tightened. She was about to rush out, but the wyvern slowly lowered its head and hesitantly approached the large piece of fresh meat. It bit and ate it. Chinrue's hand was not hurt at all. The audience that almost held their breath just now suddenly boiled up. In fact, Chinrue was also a little scared. He kept reminding Kegu to bite more accurately in his mind through analytical eyes. Now that the performance was really successful, he was secretly glad. Demons respected warriors the most. The atmosphere in the arena reached a climax again. Although Aaron was very jealous of the support humans received, he still didn't dare to follow Chinrue and risk his hand to feed this strange, terrifying demonic beast. Chinrue took the opportunity to climb onto the wyvern's back. The wyvern screamed at the sky, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. Aaron wasn't willing to show weakness, so he bravely rode on the other one. The two rose higher and higher, and the third round finally officially began. Aaron exerted his beast-taming skill to the limit. He tried his best to control the flying beast under him and rose to an effective height. Facing his hated rival in love, at least in Aaron's eyes, humans were his biggest rival in love. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When Aaron thought that this rival in love was about to die in his hands, his suppressed mood for many days became particularly carefree. "I'm going to turn you into a pile of minced meat in front of Athena." Chinrue didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. This guy obviously hasn't learned love psychology. I really don't know what's going on in his head. Killing Athena's close friend. Will Athena be close to him? No wonder she hates me. Sure enough, the wyverns were not easy to tame. After the two wyverns soared into the air, they began to scream impatiently, resisting the riders behind them. If they were untamed wyverns, they would have already bitten off their heads. Even Alan couldn't help but be horrified by the violent shaking. The power he had secretly accumulated had long since been triggered. His entire body shone with a pale red light as he maintained his balance while suppressing the unusual movements of the wyverns beneath him. These two wyverns were still in their infancy. If they really grew to the level of a higher demon, then Alan's power would not be able to suppress the wyverns at all. On the other side, Chinrue's situation was even worse. He didn't have much strength as a human, so he could only desperately hold onto the wyvern's neck, barely maintaining his figure and not falling to the ground. He screamed from time to time. Joseph still had some doubts when Chinrue bravely fed the meat and rode the flying dragon into the sky. Now that he saw Chinrue's appearance, his brows gradually relaxed and contempt flashed across his eyes. Alice and the others suddenly felt their hearts in their mouths. Athena's body began to burn with faint flames, ready to catch Chinrue at the fastest speed. In the eyes of the audience, both sides were like novices who had just tamed beasts. They swayed clumsily in the air, unable to launch an attack for a while. But no one laughed at them because they were riding the most powerful flying demonic beast, the wyverns, without any auxiliary tools. Chinrue looked nervous on the surface, but he shouted the rhythm with Keigu in his mind. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. After tossing and turning for a while, the time limit for Alan to take the antidote had passed. He felt that the wyvern's poison was gradually invading his protective power. In a hurry, he punched the wyvern under him a few times. The wyvern roared angrily for a while, and the wyvern on the opposite side also let out a corresponding roar. Then, Alan's wyvern actually obediently flew towards Chinrue. Alan didn't expect to hit the mark by a fluke, and he revealed a happy expression. Although the antidote had failed, his strength was still able to resist the poison, enough to support the time to kill this human. Seeing this, Chinrue desperately urged the wyvern to escape, but the wyvern was indifferent. The audience below suddenly became nervous. The smile on Joseph's face was a bit more bloodthirsty, as if he had already seen the bloody corpse of the human. Just as Aaron's wyvern approached, something strange happened. Aaron's wyvern, Mingda, was originally rushing toward Chinrue, but it suddenly slowed down and turned around, exposing Aaron on its back to his companions. Keigu opened his mouth and bit it without hesitation. This change was too sudden. Alan was shocked and quickly dodged, and the leather armor on his right shoulder was torn off by Keigu. The 2 wyverns in the air cooperated to launch a fierce attack on Alan, and the audience below was stunned to see this unexpected change. In the previous sky battle, there had never been such a strange scene. This idiot! Joseph's smile suddenly froze on his face. He couldn't sit still anymore, and he suddenly stood up. Although this was very incredible, he clearly saw that the human apprentice didn't use any means, but he tightly hugged the wyvern's neck with fear. It was clear that Alan was eager to succeed, so he angered the wyvern under him and summoned his companions to retaliate. Alan's body surface emitted a red flame, and he tried to resist for a while. Finally, he couldn't stand the bumps of Mingda and fell from the sky. After all, he was a great demon. His figure flashed in the air, and he used a secret skill. He disappeared instantly and then appeared on the ground. At this time, Alan looked extremely miserable. His body was full of shocking wounds. The flame had long disappeared, and his armor was torn to pieces. He didn't have the slightest bit of his usual might. After staggering a few steps, the toxicity of the wound began to take effect. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and fell down. After the wyvern landed, Chinrue on Keigu's back could no longer maintain his balance. He rolled down and fell to the ground. He seemed to be greatly frightened. His face was pale and his legs were soft. He couldn't get up for a while. Athena and others rushed up quickly. The 2 wyverns still refused to give up and continued to attack Alan. The liches hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Under the comfort of the liches, the anger of the 2 flying demonic beasts finally subsided, and they continued to obediently return to the iron cage. Seeing this scene, Joseph was even more certain that it was Alan who did not control the wyverns properly and angered the 2 tamed wyverns. He was extremely resentful towards this idiot who had ruined his plan. The tie that was supposed to be in the bag was now lost. Alan was backed by the Karen family, an important force under Obsidian. Joseph couldn't ignore it, so he could only grit his teeth while asking his subordinates to carry Alan away for treatment. "I'm fine." Chinrue barely stood up with the help of Athena and Alice. When he lowered his head, his eyes flashed with pride. "Initially, I just wanted Mengda to jolt Alan to the ground. I didn't expect Alan to be so cooperative and actually angered Mengda. I can use this to make him suffer a lot. It's so sad, poor child." After Alice settled Chinrue down, she came to the center of the arena and shouted excitedly in the loudspeaker, "In this sky battle, our Dark Moon estate has won the final victory again." The result of the home victory naturally made the atmosphere of the audience reach its peak. The blacksmith, Zach, excitedly said to the demons at the side, "You know what? That human is a friend of mine." If this sentence was said before the battle, everyone would definitely despise Zach, but now most of them agreed. Although Chinrue won by luck, the courage he showed during the battle was indeed commendable. This battle had won an important victory for the Dark Moon, and it had been recognized by the majority of demons. Alice said in high spirits, "Joseph!" According to the agreement, in addition to the original bet, these 2 wyverns belong to me. There are also 100 vine stones of the highest quality. Remember to send them to the palace as soon as possible. First of all, congratulations to the Dark Moon for winning this time. The battle is just a formality. The purpose is to witness the friendship between the 2 estates. The Red Spirit Estate and the Dark Moon are as close as brothers. As for the bet, please rest assured, little princess, the Elven family is the most committed, but the stock of the highest quality vine stones is limited. I promise to send them all to the palace within a month. Joseph's straightforward attitude won the favor of many people. In fact, the financial officer's heart was bleeding. 2 wyverns, 100 vine stones of the highest quality. This kind of loss couldn't be ignored even with the richness of the Red Spirit Estate. In recent years, it was the first time he encountered such a failure. His father, Lord Josh, would definitely be furious, but for now he could only admit defeat. The envoy of the Red Spirit Estate, who came specially, had a very ugly expression. He rejected old Gauss's invitation, came to Joseph, snorted coldly, and turned away. Joseph's eyes emitted a cold light, but he didn't say anything more. Alice didn't bother to listen to Joseph's words. She directly ordered the guards to push away the iron cage containing the wyverns. Then she left with Athena and others in the deafening cheers. Walking out of the arena, Alice was proposing to have hot pot in the lab to celebrate. Old Gauss suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words to the little lowly. Alice nodded in surprise and said to Chinrue, "Sister wants to see both of us. Let's hold the celebration later." Summon again? Since the frightening incident in the garden last time, Chinrue hadn't seen Jia. When he heard that Princess Royal wanted to see him again, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Old Gauss led Alice and Chinrue all the way into the palace. They came to the council hall and left. When Alice saw Jia, she happily showed off the victory she had just won. Jia nodded. There was a touch of softness in her cold eyes. "This victory is thanks to Chinrue." Alice pointed to Chinrue. "I have promised to give him 50 vine stones, so sister doesn't need to reward him. He was just lucky to win the final victory. Besides, he's not a magician, so the vine stones are useless to him." Jia shook her head. She easily crushed the human's original hope in one sentence. "Alice, you did a good job today. Not only did you win a lot of black crystal coins, but you also got the more valuable wyverns and vine stones. You keep 10 vine stones and 500 black crystal coins for yourself. The rest must be handed over to the palace treasury." Chinrue was furious in his heart. That's too evil. Female tyrant. She actually embezzled 90% of the bet. Isn't this hard work in vain? The most distressed thing is the vine stones that originally belonged to me. That's a lot of aura. Chapter 37. Although Chinrue was annoyed, analytical eyes showed that Ja's strength was unable to judge. She was at least a powerhouse at Joseph's level. Since he was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. "Sister." Alice trembled. Her big eyes flashed with a pitiful light. "Don't be so cruel, okay? This is the result of my hard work. Leave half of the vine stones for me. Also, the wyvern, I haven't played with it yet. 8 vine stones for 100 black crystal coins." Ja not only didn't agree, but she continued to reduce the little lowly's pitiful remaining part instead. "Sob, sob. Am I picked up by Sir Dad from the Black Rainforest instead of your sister? 7 vine stones, 300 black crystal coins. That's too much. I only want 50 vine stones, okay? 6 vine stones and 200 black crystal coins." Facing her ruthless sister, the little lowly's moves of pretending to be pitiful and cute were completely ineffective. In the end, she had to accept the conditions of 6 vine stones and 200 black crystal coins dejectedly. Chinrue felt indignant for Alice. It seems that accumulating wealth is the strongest bloodline power of the Lucifer family. Each is more ruthless than the other. "Okay, Alice, you go and rest. I still have something to say to Chinrue." It seemed that Ja called Alice to snatch the fruits of her sister's labor. The little lowly turned around and left listlessly. Ja suddenly added, "You remember, next time, you must never take the risk yourself." The little lowly responded with a humph and left the council hall without looking back. "Letting Alice fight in the second match is your idea, right?" Ja's cold voice sounded in Chinrue's ear. "This is the last time, no matter what your purpose is." Ja's voice became colder and colder. "Alice is a very kind and sensible girl. I will never allow you to use her to complete anything. Do you hear me?" Chinrue lowered his head and despised her in his heart. What a good sister. She just greedily snatched Alice's property, and now she's pretending to protect her sister? In the past, he still had a little subtle feeling towards Ja, but now all that was left was contempt. Chinrue couldn't help but get angry at the thought of losing so much spiritual energy. He retorted coldly, "I just want to help the little princess win the competition. I don't have any ulterior motives. But since Princess Royal is so concerned about your sister, why did you do that just now?" Ja's eyes flashed with surprise. She seemed to be surprised that Chinrue spoke angrily for Alice. She suddenly sighed, and then her tone became low. "You don't understand. Alice, she did it on purpose. Every time she makes some money, she deliberately shows off in front of me, and then deliberately let me confiscate it." Ja slowly turned around. "This is her way of helping me, her sister. As an incompetent sister, I can't do anything for her." Chinrue was stunned for a while. He never thought that the little lowly loved money as much as her life. It turned out to be, for this purpose, the weird little shop, the annual sky battle, the 2 vine stones that were given to him. Chinrue suddenly understood a lot. As Ja said, she was very kind and sensible. Perhaps this was the hidden attribute under the little lowly's black-bellied, precocious and greedy face. Ja was silent for a long time, then her voice sounded again. "Alice is very close to you." This Chinrue didn't feel particularly surprised. Delicious food, fun, and stories to listen to. Where can I find such a favorite? This is not an ordinary closeness. Except for Athena, no one can make her like this. Ja suddenly turned back, and her purple eyes instantly turned cold white. "I warn you, the trick you used in front of me last time must not be used on Alice. Otherwise, no matter how valuable you are, I will kill you without hesitation. Seduce little lowly? This is too unjust. I'm not a weird uncle." However, if it's another 2 years, Chinrue felt the undisguised murderous intention. He was secretly shocked. Then he shook his head without hesitation. "I can swear that I have absolutely no bad intention for little princess. If there is any falsehood in this sentence, I am willing to accept Princess Royal's punishment immediately. If Princess Royal is still worried, I will cut off all contacts with little princess from tomorrow onwards. Jia looked at him for a moment and finally nodded with approval. No need. I can see that Alice is very happy with you. Before Athena came, she didn't even have a friend. Now, let her be happy as much as possible. Understood, Princess Royal. After the misunderstanding between the two sides was resolved, Chenrue's mood became a lot better for no reason. That's all for Alice's matter. Now, shouldn't you explain the mystery of the third battle? Jia sat down. If I didn't know that you were the one who planned this battle behind the scenes, I would also be like Joseph, thinking that the Wyverns match was just an accident. Can you dispel this doubt for me? Chenrue didn't expect Jia to see the problem so quickly, but Alice, Athena, and Aldos would also ask this question, so he had already prepared the answer. Princess Jia, I originally wanted to report this to you. Chenrue thought for a moment and replied, in fact, just yesterday, the Grand Master's inheritance awakened a little, and I got a new ability. Now that he thought about it, the lie of the Grand Master's inheritance was definitely prophetic. It was just used to cover up some changes brought by the super system. Jia was slightly moved. Chenrue continued, this ability is beast taming. I can have some simple communication with demonic beasts. If not, how can I have the courage to approach the wyvern? Sure enough, it turns out that all of this, including Aaron being attacked in the air, are your means. This kind of wisdom is really admirable. Jia suddenly realized, so, is the Vine Stone you need related to the Grand Master's inheritance? Chenrue secretly praised her quick thinking and said, the last time I went to the little princess shop, I accidentally found that the power of inheritance reacted to the Vine Stone. The little princess gave me 2 pieces. Later, the power of the Vine Stone was automatically absorbed, and the Grand Master's inheritance was awakened a little. It's just that the awakened power is very unstable, and the beast taming skill can be used for a short time. So, I need more Vine Stones to enhance and stabilize this newly acquired ability. Chenrue thought that this excuse was quite perfect. Since Jia needed his value, then she would at least provide some Vine Stones. By now, Jia had completely believed in the Grand Master's inheritance and began to think seriously. The beast taming ability was not trivial, and it could work on a beast like the wyvern. If it could be used properly, it would be an unexpected power. What was even more noticeable was that it was only a small part of the Grand Master's inheritance. If in the future, I can supply you with a lot of Vine Stones, Jia said as expected. It's just that I have a feeling that with your potential, you may not be able to control it in the future. If the imp didn't sign a master-servant contract with you, I would like to want? In your dreams. Chenrue sneered. Princess Royal can also choose to kill the imp, make the contract invalid, and then force me to become your contract servant. Chenrue already knew that the power of the contract was very wonderful. The average person could only carry 1 copy, but his body was very strange. Perhaps it was because of the super system. In addition to the symbiotic contract with Paglio, he also signed a master-servant contract with Slee. There was no conflict between the two. Now he was no longer a weakling who could be trampled on by others. If the worst situation really happened, it was still feasible to feign civility and delay for a while, then escape. Jia's eyes flashed. Do you think I should do this? Princess, Royal Highness, really decided to do that? Chenrue asked noncommittally. Why didn't you force Master Aldos to sign a master-servant contract back then? Jia understood the meaning of this sentence, and she was silent. Although the power of the contract is powerful, it can't limit the power that reaches a certain level, such as demigod or god level. Once the Grand Master's inheritance is fully awakened, the power of the contract may not be able to restrain you. Or should I believe some of the excuses you said in the garden last time? Jia's eyes once again looked directly at Chenrue's face. This is the reason I found for myself. I don't know what you think. Princess Royal still doubts that it's my excuse? I admit that I once had some thoughts that I shouldn't have, but I didn't have too many delusions. I just wanted to stay. It was like this at that time, it is still like this now. In the future, I hope it will still be like this. Chen Rue thought of the beautiful misunderstanding, and he became calmer. He calmly looked at Jia. Instead, it was Jia who looked away first. Really? Yes, but the current situation of the Dark Moon is not optimistic. If Princess Royal believes in the wrong person, it may have unexpected consequences. Jia felt that this kind of dialogue was very subtle. The person who wanted to do it gave himself an excuse not to do it, and the person who didn't want to do it was giving the other person a reason to do it. This might also be a test in a sense. After a long time, her eyes finally became firm. It's better to believe in the wrong person than not to believe. Be bold and fight. Maybe you can still see hope in adversity. I intend to appoint you as a secretary. I don't know if you are willing to accept it? Secretary? Male secretary? It's better than the master-servant contract. It seems that Jia has decided to officially pull me into the core camp of the Dark Moon. Athena, Alice, Aldos, and Peglio are also here. Since I have already established my foothold here, and the poison dragon seal is still unsolved, I can only settle down in the Dark Moon. The more stable and stronger the Dark Moon is, the safer I will be. Qinrui knew that since Jia said this, there was no other choice except to turn hostile. He immediately bowed and said, I'm willing to serve your Royal Highness. Time and facts will prove that your Royal Highness' decision today is correct. Very good. You've worked hard in the competition today. Go back and rest early. From tomorrow onwards, report to the council hall once every morning. Gauss will tell you what to do. Jia nodded with satisfaction, and I hope that you can give me some useful suggestions at some important moments. Qinrui understood that this secretary was probably equivalent to the duties of a clerk. Judging from Jia's attitude, she also hoped that he would act as an invisible advisor. An alternate world's military counselor? Qinrui scratched his head. Just as he wanted to ask a few questions about holidays and treatment, he heard Jia said, When the vine stones of the Red Spirit Estate arrive at the palace, I will give you 60 pieces. If it's not enough, tell me again. 60 pieces? This is the highest quality vine stone. I'm afraid that one piece will cost hundreds of black crystal coins. The aura that he thought was lost was recovered. Qinrui's eyes instantly became bright. He didn't care about the treatment anymore. He just felt that this sentence was the most touching sentence that Princess Royal Highness had ever said. Chapter 38. Whether it was winning over people's hearts or using people without suspicion, Jia was indeed a good boss, except for one thing. She liked to test people with murderous intent. The treatment of 60 vine stones was indeed very high. Qinrui certainly wouldn't be courteous. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. There is one more thing. I promised the 2 wyverns to help them get out of the cage. I wonder if Your Royal Highness can agree? Can you communicate with them to this point? Jia's eyes flashed. Even for the entire fallen angel empire, wyverns are very precious resources. I'm afraid I can't let them go. However, if you can guarantee their safety, it's fine to just let them out of the cage and move freely. Qinrui thought for a while and replied, There should be no problem in terms of safety, and I need to further communicate with them. It's just that my strength isn't enough. Now I urgently need some materials that can provide special energy, such as vine stones, to better use the beast-taming skill. If Princess Royal has it, I would like to shamelessly ask for more. There should be about 10 vine stones in the warehouse, but they are of medium quality. I will let Kaguran send them all to the lab for you. There is still a lot of open space near the lab. The 2 wyverns will be placed at your side. The excuse to the public is for Aldos to study poison. However, before you can guarantee their safety, you must control them to avoid accidents. I know. Qinrui earned another 10 vine stones, and he was secretly delighted. he said. "Your Royal Highness, I am going to arrange the wyverns now. I will leave first." After receiving Jia's order, the guards brought the wyverns to the lab in the name of Master's research. When Aldos saw the 2 wyverns, he was pleasantly surprised. After the outsiders left, Chenrue explained the Grand Master's inheritance, and Aldos finally understood. It turned out that the 3rd match was actually Chenrue's personal exhibition. While marveling at the Grand Master's inheritance, the Dark Elf Master was also regretting that he didn't get the inheritance knowledge of potions. Chenrue walked to the cage with the wyverns and activated analytical eyes. "Keigo Mingda, I have fulfilled my promise and saved you from those bad guys." The 2 wyverns moved their bodies in the cage, trying to poke their heads out. "Thank you. Can you let us go?" Through the previous communication, Chenrue knew that although the wisdom of wyverns surpassed the griffin, it wasn't very high. Their likes and dislikes were relatively easy to control. They couldn't be compared with Paglio's high IQ dragon. Especially these 2 were still in their infancy. It should be easier to kidnap. I'm afraid not. Those bad guys are very cunning and are ready to capture you at any time. Only this place is safe. The wyvern hissed, scaring the imp who wanted to take a closer look to sit on the ground. In Chenrue's ears, this hissing sound was sad. Mingdao wants to go back to the Silent Night wetland. Keigo also wants to go back. Silent Night wetland. Chenrue found it a bit familiar. He suddenly remembered that Paglio once asked him to go back to a secret lair to find treasures, and this secret lair was in the Silent Night wetland. Chenrue suddenly turned several thoughts in his mind, and he finally made a decision. According to Paglio, the Silent Night wetland was very dangerous. Even higher demon might die at any time. It was better to wait for his strength to increase before considering this route. Keigo Mingda, don't worry. We are friends. I will definitely find a way to help you return to the Silent Night wetland, but not now. Chenrue put his hand into the cage to appease the 2 wyverns. This action almost made the imp faint on the spot. Fortunately, the wyverns just leaned their heads against his hand intimately. They didn't look like the most terrifying demonic beasts in the sky. They were clearly 2 docile hellhounds. "Friends, I can let you leave this annoying cage and provide you with food. However, you must promise me that you can't leave this place and you can't hurt anyone. Understand?" "Understood, Chenrue, good friend." The 2 wyverns were really happy. Chenrue opened the cage and saw Mingda and Keigo jumping out. Even Aldos was shocked. The lightning in his hand was ready to be launched. The 2 wyverns flapped their wings and flew into the sky, hovering above the palace. Not only the palace guards, but even the demons passing by also noticed this situation, pointing and gossiping one after another. Just when Chenrue was worried that the wyverns would escape, Keigo and Mingda slowly landed beside him. Their intimate look made Aldos and the imp dumbfounded. "You will stay here from now on. Remember not to leave the range of this palace." Chenrue pointed to Aldos and Slee. "Those 2 are my friends. You must not attack them, understand?" "Understood. Keigo wants to eat. Slee, go and get some fresh meat." Chenrue said to Slee. The imp woke up from the dumbfounded state and quickly ran out. Aldos saw that Chenrue easily tamed the wyverns, which were known for their ferocity and violence. He looked envious and gave some advice to Chenrue about the habits of wyverns. Wyverns lived in swamps or wetlands. Their feet were strong and powerful, and they were extremely aggressive. They liked corrosive and poisonous environments. If he wanted these 2 wyverns to live here, he had to arrange a suitable place for them. Fortunately, there was no shortage of poisons and related flowers in the lab. This shouldn't be difficult to do. He could also plant some rare plants that lived in symbiosis with wyverns for potion experiments. Slee quickly got fresh meat. Due to the fear of wyvern's poison, he didn't dare to go forward. Aldos was very interested in the toxicity of these 2 demonic beasts. When Chunrui was arranging the wyvern's temporary nest, the palace guard captain, Kaguran, came and handed a leather bag to Chunrui. There were 11 vine stones in it. Chunrui was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Kaguran looked at the 2 wyverns in the distance without any restraint in surprise. He didn't say anything, nodded slightly, and left the lab. Under Aldus's guidance and Slee's busy work, the wyvern's nest was finally completed. After comforting Kegu and Mingda, Chunrui hurried back to the room and began the impatient aura conversion. When the last vine stone turned into powder, Chunrui's status was title: Star Collector Evolution Level, 1 star experience value, 1% aura value, 2224 comprehensive strength assessment. Ean intermediate quality vine stone could provide about 100 to 150 auras. If it was of high quality, it might double. According to this calculation, if the 60 highest quality vine stones were in place, the total aura value was likely to be close to 20,000. Chunrui immediately entered the super system and came to the Galaxy Divinity Temple. His eyes fell on the light screen of the building, and 3 activatable temple building models suddenly appeared. At present, the aura in his hands was already relatively abundant, so he began to think about this aspect. The exchange center was equivalent to a shop. It required 1,000 auras to activate. If he wanted to exchange, he probably couldn't buy anything good with the remaining 1,000 auras. Besides, he always had to keep some auras as backup. He didn't consider it at the moment. He would wait until the 60 vine stones came. The remaining 2 buildings made Chunrui a little troubled. He had always been envious of Alice's storage equipment. This storage warehouse was equivalent to a high-level portable space equipment, and it could be automatically upgraded and expanded. The activation aura value was also the lowest, only 500. Although the training ground was twice the price, it could help with training, so it was also indispensable. However, these 2 buildings added up was only 1,500 points. Chunrui looked at the more than 2,000 auras, and he suddenly had an urge to activate both of them. Finally, after thinking about it, he decided to activate the training ground first and see the situation. If the conditions allowed, then he would activate the storage warehouse. Chunrui chose the training ground and activated it. The model suddenly turned into stardust and scattered. At the same time, a building that was exactly the same as the model appeared in the open space outside the temple. It faintly exuded a murderous vibe. Chunrui's mind turned, and he had already gone from the throne to the entrance of the building. The door opened automatically. After walking in, it was an endless flat ground, as if he had come to another space. A blue light screen appeared, which detailed the functions and prices of the training ground. There were several types of rules to choose from in the training ground. Each of them required the corresponding aura value. The first type of rule was the time multiplier, which was equivalent to the difference between the time in the training ground and the real time. 2. 1 meant that 2 days in the training ground was only equivalent to 1 day in the real time. 5. 1 was 5 days, and so on. There were a total of 3 types. This function was very tempting, but the price made Chunrui take a breath. The price of 2. 1 was 2,000 auras per day. The price of 5. 1 was 5,000 auras per day. 10. 1 was 10,000 auras per day. 100. 1 was 100,000 auras per day. The second type of rule was gravity. 2 times the gravity was 2,000 auras per day. 4 times the gravity was 4,000. 8 times the gravity was 8,000. The third type of rule was the environment. There were volcanoes, glaciers, seabed, jungles, and so on. The price was 1,000 auras per day. The above rules, less than 1 day was charged as 1 day. These training conditions could be superimposed. For example, you could choose the volcano scene with 10 times the gravity at the same time, and the time multiplier was 5. 1. The function of the training ground could be said to be very, very powerful. Chunrui was drooling. The problem was that it was too expensive. He only had 1,224 auras left now, so he couldn't do anything at all. It seemed that he could only find a way to increase his consumption capital first. The most effective way was to earn magic crystal coins to buy magic materials, such as vine stones. Of course, he couldn't buy it from Joseph's extremely expensive scam shop, but he had to find another channel. When it came to making money from doing business, Chen Rui was naturally much better than training, especially in this demon realm where the business was relatively backward. He had no choice. This was forcing a good person to be a businessman. Chen Rui exited the super system and finally made up his mind. From today onwards, I will be a miser. Everything is for auras. Chapter 39. It wasn't easy to make money, or even a lot of money, especially when the Dark Moon City's economy wasn't doing well. Chen Rui didn't have a detailed plan at the moment, but the ultimate purpose of making money was for aura. The purpose of aura was to enhance strength. Although the special training at the Blue Lake was tough, the effect was obvious. Paglio was equivalent to a high-level personal trainer, and it was free. He should definitely stick to it. However, the Blue Lake was relatively far away. Riding the tri-horned rhino was too conspicuous. Besides, if he went there frequently, it would arouse the suspicion of some people. Chen Rui thought of Mengda and Keigo, and he suddenly had an idea. Aren't there 2 helicopters that came to my door? What if I ride the wyvern at night? He thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. Besides, the speed in the air was much faster than on land. The time to go back and forth could be greatly reduced. Keigo Mengda, these meat are delicious, right? Are you willing to be my mount? Keigo doesn't like to be a mount. Mengda doesn't like it either. Chen Rui frowned and suddenly thought of a joke. The father asked the child what he wanted in life. When the child answered money and beauty, the father slapped the child's face fiercely. When the child answered career and love, the father touched the child's head with appreciation. Keigo Mengda, are you willing to be my flying partner? We can fly freely in the air together, and we can go to the silent night, wet land together in the future. Keigo is willing. Mengda is willing. Compared with the cunning poison dragon, the simple wyvern was too cute. Just when Chen Rui succeeded in tricking the wyvern, Alice brought Athena to the door. For the first time, little Loli apologized to Chen Rui because the 50 vine stones she promised were not fulfilled. They were all deducted by her sister, leaving only 6 pieces. The little Loli said that she would give him the 6 vine stones as soon as she got them. Chen Rui was just a little touched, but when the little Loli saw the 2 unrestrained wyverns, her beautiful, big, purple eyes suddenly widened. Since it was just Athena and Alice, Chen Rui naturally didn't hide it. He told them about the beast taming skill, but he deliberately emphasized that it had just been awakened and was very difficult to control. Athena thought of the scene where Chen Rui quickly had a tacit understanding with the griffin during the special training yesterday. She looked like she had a sudden realization, and she suddenly felt displeased. Why didn't you tell me earlier during the special training? Chen Rui thought about it and smiled bitterly. At that time, my beast-taming ability had just awakened. As for what happened after that, did you give me a chance to explain? Athena thought of the revenge situation, and her face became hot. She pointed at Alice, who was watching the wyvern with great interest, and made a threatening gesture, meaning that this matter must not be told to Alice. Chen Rui nodded quickly. Chen Rui, can I try riding the wyvern into the sky? Alice threw a piece of fresh meat to Keigo. Seeing that Keigo didn't seem to be as violent as she imagined, she began to think carefully. This can't be done. The wyvern's skin and breath are poisonous. Little princess, you are so beautiful. You don't want to become rotten, right? Chen Rui quickly blocked the little Loli's delusion. The destructive power of Alice and wyvern was more than 1 + 1 = 2. Even the palace might be in danger of being destroyed. Can't we develop an antidote? Otherwise, how do the wyvern cavalries control them? Alice curled her lips in dissatisfaction. She suddenly exclaimed, Athena, why is your face so red? Are you sick? That maybe I just leveled up to higher demon not long ago, so I can't fully control the flame power in my body. Athena quickly changed the topic. Alice, the wyvern is not a toy. The ordinary antidote can only last for a short time. It was the same for Alan last time. I heard that the training method of the wyvern cavalries is to deal with poisons for a long time, so that the body has a certain resistance to poison. Then they will gradually get used to the poison in the wyvern. Because of the contact with poisons, the wyvern cavalry's appearance is generally ugly. Forget it. I don't want to be disfigured. Alice looked scared. She rolled her eyes and said, Chinrue, your publicity method is very good. Now there are a lot more people in the shop, and the income is also higher. Can you go to my shop to help every day? Sorry, little princess, I really don't have time. Now that Princess Royal appointed me as a secretary, I have to work every day. Chenrue quickly refused. After coming back, not only do I have to practice beast taming, but I also have to learn pharmaceutics from Master Aldos. I'm so busy that I can't even move. How can I have the strength to help? Practice beast taming. Alice's big eyes lit up. Then she immediately thought of the wyvern's poison. She said unwillingly, In the future, when you develop a long-lasting antidote, remember to bring me along for secret training. I really want to ride the wyvern. Chinrue agreed casually. Alice thought for a while and said, Chinrue, I know you have a lot of ideas. Say, if I find a way to set up a chamber of commerce, can it compete with that insidious guy, Joseph? Chinrue was stunned. Alice's thinking is very clear. She actually has the idea of setting up a chamber of commerce. It seems that she really wants to help Jia solve the biggest economic crisis of the Dark Moon. She is indeed a little lowly with a sensible hidden attribute. However, no matter how smart the little lowly is, she is too young after all. She thinks too simply about many things. As for the Chamber of Commerce, little princess, don't think about it for the time being. If you really want to develop in this direction, run a shop first. Alice frowned cutely and said curiously, But I think the shop is already doing very well. It's far from enough. The little lowly wanted to refute unconvincingly, but when she saw the confident light in Chinrue's eyes, she changed her words. What should I do? Chinrue thought of his plan to make money, and his heart was moved. Isn't there a ready-made shop? It depends on whether little princess really wants to run this shop well. If you just want to play, the current level is already not bad. However, if you are serious and even want to further help Princess Royal, then you have to really put in the effort to do a good job. There is a saying in our human world, in this world, there are only things that you don't want to do, and there is nothing that you can't do. The little lowly showed a rare serious look and replied, Alice really wants to do a good job. She really wants to defeat the big bad guy, Joseph. Chinrue nodded and stated his purpose. Little princess, to tell you the truth, because practicing beast taming requires long-term consumption of a variety of magic materials, such as vine stone is one of them. It requires a lot of magic crystal coins. I'm thinking if we can do this, let's open a shop together. Little princess, you provide the shop and capital, and I'll come up with ideas. We'll split the money we earn in half. How about it? No wonder you asked for half of the vine stone today. The little lowly looked enlightened, then she shook her head. It's just that you're too cunning. The shop and capital are all mine. You just come up with some ideas, and you still want to split half of the money. Isn't that too much of a loss for me? This seems to be what you said, getting a wolf with nothing. Sure enough, when it came to money, Alice's little abacus suddenly became smart. Chinrue smiled and said, Little princess, the account is not calculated like this. For example, if you earn 4 black crystal coins a day originally, you can earn 40 a day after using my idea. Even if you give me half, your income is still 5 times the original. Think about it, are you still at a loss? Can you really double the income of my shop? Alice suddenly became serious. It should be no problem. Chinrue continued to tempt the money-loving little lowly. We can open a shop while accumulating experience. When the time is right, we can open a branch. Not only can we help Princess Royal increase her income, but we can also suppress Joseph. If we are strong enough in the future, even if we set up a chamber of commerce, it is not impossible to defeat Joseph. Really? Alice's beautiful big eyes flashed with a bright light. She had made a decision in an instant. It's decided. I know you are capable and have created a few miracles. So I believe in you. Alice's future is in your hands, Brother Chinrue. The last sentence is too redundant. Chinrue instinctively shuddered. He barely calmed down and said, "Don't be too ambitious. Let's open this shop first." The simple publicity last time was just to expand the popularity of the shop. With more people coming, the probability of buying things would naturally increase. If you want to open a good shop, this is far from enough. The things in your shop are very expensive, but there is a way to be expensive, which is to go the high-end route. It just so happens that you are the Dark Moon's princess. You can use this to create a brand effect so that everyone is proud of owning the goods in your shop. Of course, this is just a general idea. To really want a good business, you have to pay attention to many aspects. For example, the attitude and communication of the employees in the shop towards customers. While you let them get respect and comfort, they pay their own magic crystal coins, and they will come again next time. The selection and use of employees also need to be changed. Take Kaguli as an example. She can be used as a security staff to maintain order, but she is not suitable to receive customers. There are also the classification, display, and price of the goods. Chinrue spoke eloquently. Forget about Athena. Alice's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. She raised some questions from time to time. Chinrue patiently answered them one by one. The little loli actually took a pen and recorded it seriously. Seeing that the two planned to open a shop together and talked so enthusiastically, but she couldn't get a word in, Athena was unhappy for no reason. It's decided. My shop will be called the Princess Retail Store. Alice made a gesture of pointing to the sky with one hand, looking ambitious. I want to make the Princess Retail Store the most famous and high-end shop in the entire Dark Moon. Then I want to open more chain stores. In the future, I will also establish a chamber of commerce to drive those guys from the Red Spirit Estate out of the Dark Moon Estate. Alice did have a talent in business. She understood many things with just a hint, but Chinrue himself only had some experience in opening a shop. It was still too early to talk about setting up a chamber of commerce. No, I want to go to the shop now. Alice looked smug. Let's rearrange the goods and facilities in the shop first. After it's ready, we'll have a grand reopening like you said. Athena, do you want to leave with me? Athena shook her head. You go ahead. I don't know how to open a shop. I still want to see these two wyverns. Your face is still red. This is for your reference. You must remember to be gentle. Alice blinked mischievously. She mysteriously handed Athena a booklet and skipped away from the lab. Athena took the booklet, but she didn't look at it. She just looked at the wyverns enviously. I've wanted to be a dragon rider since I was a child. Can you find a way for me to try the wyverns? Chinrue knew that Athena's beast-taming skill was excellent. She wouldn't mess around like Alice. He nodded and said, When the master develops an effective antidote, I will inform you first. By then, I still need to ask you some questions about beast-taming. However, don't tell Alice. If she rides the wyverns, I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. Really? When Athena heard that this was a secret between the two of them, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. The little unhappiness just now suddenly disappeared without a trace. And of course, Chinrue asked curiously, Right, what did Alice give you just now? Athena waved the booklet in her hand. Chinrue came up to take a look curiously. There were 2 lines of big words on the cover of the booklet. It was impressively, Stay away from blushing. Teach you how to play with a male in the palm of your hand. Athena's face suddenly flushed. The blush that had just faded was instantly spread all over her face. She couldn't stay any longer. She hurriedly left, leaving a certain male stunned in the same place. Sure enough, no matter how brilliant the hidden attribute was, a little witch was a little witch. Chapter 40. Night fell. Under the cold moonlight, a huge black shadow rose silently from the outer courtyard of the palace and flew out of the city. Taking a plane and taking a train were really two different feelings. The wyvern's flying speed was faster than expected. It didn't take too long to reach the blue lake. Paglio lay on a piece of grass by the lake, playing with the exquisite version of solitaire that Chinrue gave him last time out of boredom. In his own words, this damn lake had been sleeping for more than 2,000 years. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to enter the water again. The fast-flying black shadow caught Paglio's attention. When he saw that it was a wyvern, he sneered disdainfully. Although wyverns were quite powerful and had poison in their bodies, even ordinary dragons had to be wary of them. The poison dragon was different. The poison attack that wyverns relied on was useless in front of the poison dragon. Just comparing the toxicity, the poison dragon could definitely make the wyvern's intestines rot. However, there seemed to be a person on the wyvern. Dragon cavalry? No, to be precise, it should be a subdragon cavalry or a wyvern cavalry. For dragons, that kind of subdragon was not worthy of the noble word dragon. At this time, he heard a familiar voice coming from the wyvern. "Paglio, where are you?" Who? Paglio had a seal on him, so he didn't want to cause trouble. He initially wanted to hide, but when he heard someone calling his name, he suddenly became vigilant. He secretly channeled his power and was ready to go. The other party noticed his position and flew over while saying, "Paglio, Sandro Achilles, your most important partner, is here. You promised to give him all the treasures in the Silent Night wetland." "No way. You're an increasingly greedy human." Paglio scolded with a smile and retracted his power. Although the poison dragon didn't turn into a dragon, the wyvern instinctively felt the horror of the other party. It showed fear after landing. Chinrue jumped down and patted the wyvern's neck. "Mingda, don't be afraid. He's a friend. Wait for me over there." The wyvern flapped its wings and flew far away. Paglio revealed a look of surprise. Although this lowly wyvern has low intelligence, it still has some strength. How can you control it so easily? Could it be that the great Grandmaster's inheritance has changed? You guessed it. Chinrue praised Poison Dragon for being smart. After accidentally absorbing the power of 2 vine stones, I gained the beast taming ability, but this ability requires the energy of some special materials. If you have it, don't be reluctant to take it out. Humph. Why does good luck always fall on a greedy guy like you? Paglio glared at him with jealousy. I've been sealed for 2,000 years. How could I have any treasure on me? Vine stone is nothing. If it is this kind of magic material, I have more good things in the treasure in the Silent Night wetland. It depends on whether you have the ability to get it. Really? Chinrue seemed to see a huge amount of aura, and his eyes lit up. To tell you the truth, that wyvern came from the Silent Night wetland. I spent a lot of effort to get it for the future. My current strength is far from enough. Fortunately, I have wyvern. I can come to the Blue Lake every day to find you for special training. Wyvern from the Silent Night wetland? That's thoughtful of you. Paglio didn't know that his words were a little fake. He looked happy. There are indeed many rare materials and minerals in my treasure. If you need them, I can give them all to you. The stronger you are, the more secure I am. However, don't think all demonic beasts are too simple. If the wyvern isn't tamed, it won't be so easy for you to communicate with them. Now, let's seize the time for special training. Sneak attack again. Despicable dragons. My reaction is a lot faster this time, but it's not enough. The painful, masochistic training continued. Correspondingly, the mastery of star power and the steady increase of experience value were correspondingly. It was already midnight when he returned to the lab. The exhausted Chen Rui hurriedly took a shower and fell asleep. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. When Chen Rui woke up, he felt energetic. Due to the characteristics of astral form, all the injuries in the special training had recovered. Only then did he remember Jia's instructions. He hurriedly washed up and went to the palace council hall. When he came to the council hall, it might be because it was too late. Old Gauss, whom Jia mentioned yesterday, wasn't there. Instead, Princess Royal was sitting at the table and reading documents. Take a look at all these documents, then extract the important parts and write them in the estate log. If you can, add a few personal opinions. Jia said without raising her head. Qinrui quickly took the documents and logbook and began to get busy. This work wasn't difficult, and there weren't many major events that happened in the estate. For example, yesterday's Sky Battle and Aldas's Master Challenge a while ago were included. Qinrui's university writing skills weren't for nothing. He quickly summarized those trivial matters and expressed them in a very concise writing style. Good job. Jia took the completed notebook and glanced at him. Next time, come earlier. Old Gauss has gone out today. Qinrui also felt embarrassed. He was late on the first day of work, and he was caught by the boss. It's like this, Princess Royal. Qinrui thought about it and decided to find an excuse to confess to Jia about going out at night. If you always walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. After all, the palace guards weren't incompetent. If they noticed the unusual movements in the lab at night, it would make Jia suspicious. After listening to Qinrui's explanation, Jia frowned. You rode the wyvern out late at night to practice beast taming? Yes, Qinrui nodded. I absorbed the vine stone sent by Princess Royal last night. My beast taming ability has been stabilized and enhanced to a certain extent, but I don't want to expose this ability, so I went out to practice late at night to avoid being discovered. It's really not easy for you to attract too much attention at the moment. Jia originally hoped that he would always hide behind the scenes and become a secret weapon. Since this is the case, you will come to the council hall every afternoon and rest as much as possible in the morning. The boss is not bad, but it's a pity that he didn't get a raise. Qinrui added, I had a good communication with the wyverns in a quiet place last night. I learned that they originally lived in the Silent Night wetland. There is a large group of them. These two were accidentally caught by demonic beast hunters when they went out. If there is a chance in the future, I want to go to the Silent Night wetland to explore the situation. Demonic beast hunter was a profession that specialized in capturing or killing demonic beasts for a living. It also had high requirements for one's own strength. The two wyverns were indeed caught like this. Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was moved. Are you looking for their group, then? If Qinrui could successfully absorb this large wyvern group, then Dark Moon City could have a powerful air force that could even compete with the Obsidian Dragon Cavalry Legion. Jia couldn't help but be moved by this. This is just an idea. Qinrui saw that Jia's thoughts really turned to this line, so he quickly explained, Wild wyverns are not like the two tamed ones. They are difficult to communicate with and extremely aggressive. I just have such a long-term plan. At present, I should try to master the beast taming skill as much as possible. The trip to the Silent Night wetland was in Qinrui's plan. The real purpose was the poison dragon's treasure. Of course, it would be better if he could abduct a group of wyverns along the way. Then he would be able to face the beautiful boss and little Loli. Now that he mentioned it to Jia in advance, he could naturally go to the Silent Night wetland. Jia calmed down and began to think about the feasibility of this plan. The Silent Night wetland is west of the Red Spirit Estate and north of the Dark Moon Estate. It spans the two empires of the Fallen Angel Estate and the Dark Shadow Empire. There are a large number of very powerful demonic beasts there, and it is extremely dangerous. With your current strength, you can't go there at all. I will try my best to satisfy the materials you need. It's just that I'm short of resources now, so the conditions I can provide are limited. Mountain Shillong was originally a very important mineral and economic source, but because it has been troubled by the underground creatures and bandits over the years, the production has been greatly reduced, making the Dark Moon's financial situation even worse. Chinrue hesitated for a while and asked, "Princess Royal, please forgive me for asking directly. You're working hard to manage the Dark Moon estate. Do you still have the intention to overthrow Obsidian and regain the throne?" The purpose of this question, does it mean that you already have a plan? If so, then let me tell you. Jia's beautiful eyes narrowed, but the light in them was even more terrifying. This is my father's lifelong wish. He still couldn't forget it before he died, so I must do my best to complete it. I will never give in to the capital, even if I have to break into pieces. Jia's expression was extremely determined, but Chinrue saw the faint helplessness and sadness behind her back. This 23-year-old beautiful woman carried too much burden, but she had to continue to carry it. No matter which world or which plane, it was the same. Where there were people, there would be underworld. People in the underworld couldn't help themselves. The situation of the demon realm was like a game of chess. Be it the Dark Moon Estate or the three empires, they were all in the chessboard. Chinrue originally just wanted to be an unobtrusive pawn that could withdraw at any time. But unfortunately, things turned out contrary to his wishes. In fact, since he was reborn into the demon realm, he was already destined to be a member of the game. Since he was in the game, how could he just be a bystander? Even if he was an insignificant pawn, he was also a chess piece. The key was to see how to move. If a pawn played well, it could even affect the overall situation. Moreover, a pawn might not always be a pawn. Those who really controlled the situation in the game had also climbed up step by step from being a pawn. The foundation of the Dark Moon Estate was too weak, not to mention Prince Obsidian of the capital. Even the Red Spirit Estate, which controlled the lifeline of the Dark Moon, was like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, which could cut off the Dark Moon's neck at any time. The key now was when Obsidian could understand the sword of Fallen Angel. Otherwise, even if the Dark Moon kept a low profile and did not attract attention, it was only a matter of time before it perished, not to mention that Jia still had such a determined attitude. Judging from the previous Master Challenge and Sky Battle, Obsidian had gradually lost his patience. The super system provided a very good platform. At present, what Chinrue lacked the most was time. Similarly, the Dark Moon Estate also happened to be in urgent need of stability and development for himself and the Dark Moon. Even if he did not have a political background, he must bite the bullet and plan with all his might. Chapter 41. Chinrue thought seriously. Countless experiences and knowledge from his previous life flashed in his mind. He felt that many of them seemed to be useful, but he couldn't come up with a specific plan for a while. He could only search slowly in his settled memory. Jia didn't disturb him. She just looked at Chinrue, quietly waiting for his answer. It was undeniable that although this human man's appearance was not particularly handsome, his contemplative expression had a special charm. No wonder Alice and Athena liked to get along with him so much. Princess Royal is so sincere. Although I'm mediocre, I'm not afraid to show my incompetence. After Chinrue thought for a long time, he finally had a rough framework. The situation of the Dark Moon can be described as internal and external troubles. Generally speaking, to resist external troubles, we must first solve the internal problems. The strength of the Dark Moon itself is the fundamental condition to resist the capital. However, Regent Obsidian is gradually losing patience now, and he begins to use various means to deal with the Dark Moon. If a war is really launched, the Dark Moon is absolutely vulnerable with its current situation. So we must take two steps at the same time. First, distract Obsidian's attention and buy time for development. Second, solve the internal maladies of the estate as soon as possible and quickly improve our strength. Jia was quite satisfied with his use of the term we. She said, "Your overall view is very good, but the problem is how to buy time. or how to distract Obsidian. Athena's father, General George, is the biggest supporter of Princess Royal. He is currently guarding the Warlock Fortress on the northern border. I heard from Athena that although the three empires signed a peace agreement, the Bloody Empire often harassed at the border. Sometimes they even launched small-scale battles. The Bloody Empire's Raisin the Great turned a blind eye to this and didn't restrain it? Ja nodded and said, "At that time, Obsidian used the Lord of Midnight Sun to sacrifice for the demon realm to sign a peace agreement with the Bloody Empire and the Dark Shadow Empire. However, Obsidian can't be compared with the other two empires in terms of strength, prestige, and talent. Therefore, the two empires have always coveted the fallen Angel Empire, especially Raisin the Great. Besides, Catherine the Great of the Shadow Empire is not simple either. Not only her strength is not much inferior to Raisin, but she is also the wisest person in the demon realm. The fallen Angel Empire has fallen from the strongest empire to the weakest. So, Obsidian is most afraid of the two empires? Since General George is in the Warlock Fortress, we might as well use it. Chinrue's proposal made Shay frown. You don't understand. My confrontation with Obsidian is the internal affair of the Lucifer royal family and the fallen Angel Empire. No matter how bad the situation of the Dark Moon is, it will never fall to the point of colluding with foreign enemies. Even if Raisin's power is used to destroy Obsidian, the fallen Angel Empire is equivalent to giving it to the Bloody Empire. My Lucifer royal family will definitely decline because of this. Then, Ja will be the biggest sinner of the empire. Princess Royal misunderstood. Chinrue smiled slightly. I mean, when necessary, use General George to create some false impression of the Bloody Empire's invasion to divert the regent's attention. Of course, this is not enough. In addition to foreign aggression, we also have to create some trouble domestically to further divert Obsidian's energy. Let the regent also taste the taste of internal and external troubles to buy precious time for the Dark Moon. Ja nodded slightly and praised. This idea is quite novel. There's no problem on General George's side. However, domestically, the lords who support me on the surface have basically fallen to Obsidian. The Dark Moon is restrained by the Red Spirit Estate everywhere, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to make a difference. When I say domestically, I don't mean using the lords to pressure the capital, but another way. I have a plan, but this plan has very high requirements for the candidate. This candidate must have monstrous courage, outstanding eloquence, a clear mind, strong adaptability, and proficient in business. It is best to create an identity background that is easy to win people's trust. If it wasn't for the last one, I thought this candidate was talking about you. Chinrue's words aroused Ja's interest. I want to hear your plan first. It's still a preliminary idea at present. If there is anything inappropriate, please don't be offended, Princess Royal. Chinrue leaned forward and whispered. Ja's eyes gradually became dignified, and then she became shocked. After a long time, she recovered her calmness. I have to say that your wisdom is quite terrifying. Ja's eyes showed a bit of brilliance. This is a vicious plot. If it succeeds, I'm afraid the capital and those estates will fall into chaos, and we will get a terrifying amount of wealth. Terrifying? Vicious? Is Princess Royal praising me or belittling me? Chinrue smiled bitterly. It's just that this plan is still a rough idea. It needs to be further improved. It may come in handy in the future. Whether before the plan or after it succeeds, it must be kept secret. Ja's eyes flickered, and she said, Yes, it must be kept secret. If this plot is used well, it may be able to deal a heavy blow to Prince Obsidian. So this is a little secret between us? Chinrue said excitedly and habitually, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. It's true that she's a royal sister and a beautiful woman, but the problem is that there's also the word iceberg in front, or the word terrifying in front. If I get angry and have a murderous intention, I'll be miserable. Fortunately, Ja didn't get angry, but her eyes gradually turned cold. I don't want to hear this kind of words again. Instead of thinking in this aspect, it's better to use your talents in planning, just like the plot just now. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean anything else. Chenrue smiled awkwardly. I just saw that Princess Royal usually works hard in estate affairs without a smile, so I wanted to make a joke to make your highness happy. Jia stared at the Lucifer royal family logo on the opposite wall. She was silent for a moment, then she said faintly, I don't remember when I laughed last time. I'll leave this kind of happiness to Alice. Chenrue was slightly shocked, and he was also silent for a while. He nodded and said, What I said just now is just to deal with external aggression. The Dark Moon's internal problems are also very critical. If it's not solved as soon as possible, even if Obsidian doesn't make a move, it will be difficult to have the hope of turning over. Jia's purple eyes suddenly lit up. I just want to hear your opinion in this regard. Although the previous atmosphere of discussion was restored, both of them faintly felt that the atmosphere seemed to be a little different from just now. Chenrue pointed out that the current military and economic problems were the biggest internal problems of the Dark Moon estate. These too must be in Jia's own hands. In terms of military affairs, Jia controlled the palace guards, which still had the power to fight with the garrison army. However, in terms of economy, the lifeline of the Dark Moon was completely controlled by the Red Spirit estate, which was the most critical point. Compared to the more sensitive military issues, the economic issues should be the first priority for Jia to solve. Jia agreed with this analysis. Chenrue, your thoughts are the same as mine. However, more than half of the food supply of the Dark Moon estate comes from the support of the Alvin family. The Chamber of Commerce and half of the shops in the Dark Moon City are also in the hands of Joseph. The situation is very passive. 2 years ago, I tried to use the caravan to open a passage to the west to go out to trade and purchase food, but I was robbed and killed by bandits several times. I suffered heavy losses. If we don't solve the problem of the bandits, we can't make the trade route smooth. Why don't you send the army to eliminate them? Chenrue asked curiously. In his impression, those bandits usually fled when they saw the regular army. Jia shook her head and sighed. I have sent Alan to lead a team to eliminate them several times, but they all failed. I suspect that the bandits are simply a trap set by the Red Spirit estate. The purpose is to further control the Dark Moon. Alan is most likely an accomplice. Chenrue frowned and said nothing. One is an ungrateful wolf, and the other is a smiling tiger. With the internal and external collusion, the Dark Moon was strangled when it just had a little development. If I don't get rid of these two people, Jia has no possibility of turning the tables. Wolf? Tiger? By the way, can I drive the tiger to devour the wolf? However, at present, the two are in a collusive relationship. It seems that there is no possibility of killing each other. Princess Royal, I need the most detailed information, including various statistics in the estate, as well as the situation of various families and important members, especially Joseph and Alan. The battlefield is like a shopping mall. Planning is like doing market planning. First, you must analyze the market situation. Then you can make a good plan. Is there a way to deal with these two people? Jia increasingly felt that those two choices were correct. Even without the inheritance of the Grand Master, the ability shown by this human man was enough for her to value and put him in an important position. Princess Royal thinks too highly of me. Chenrue shook his head. There is no specific way for the time being, so I need more detailed information. We humans have an ancient art of war. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be invincible. Rome wasn't built in a day. This general framework of thinking could be retained. For both public and private reasons, these two people were the targets of his calculation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be invincible. Jia took a deep look at him. The demon realm is no stranger to the human world. Although I have never heard of this sentence, I am very glad now that you are not my enemy. Whether it is the scheme just now or the overall planning. Even old Gauss is not as good as you. This kind of wisdom should not have much to do with inheritance of the Grand Master. It is entirely your own talent. Could it be the Demon Realms version of Longzhong just now? Speaking of which, I still have the potential to be a military advisor. Chenrue smiled a few times. Princess Royal, actually Okay, no need to explain. I only know that you are now the Secretary of the Dark Moon, and that is enough. I will ask Kaguran to send the information you want of the lab after I organize it later. Jia closed the case and said sternly, I want to remind you that Alan is not difficult to deal with, but he is backed by the Karen family. If you kill him and another guy who is more difficult to deal with grasps the military power, then the loss outweighs the gain. However, Joseph is not a simple person. Even if you concealed it very well in the sky battle, it will inevitably cause some suspicion from him. You must be cautious. Chenrue expressed that he understood and said, I also want to remind Your Highness that it may be related to the Grand Master's inheritance. I have a strange feeling when I see Joseph. It seems that this person's power is even above Athena. No matter what, Princess Royal should be careful. Jia's deep purple eyes flashed with surprise. You are indeed the Grand Master's inheritor. Your feeling should be correct. When Chenrue heard Jia say this, he knew that she must have an idea in her mind, so he didn't say anything more. He just didn't know who was stronger between the Iceberg Princess and the Smiling Tiger, whose strength was both unable to be judged. He heard that as soon as the sky battle ended yesterday, Joseph returned to the Red Spirit Estate with the envoy. He might have gone to apologize to his Lord Father. Chenrue thought for a moment and confessed about opening a shop with Alice. First, he used the reason of experimenting with business strategies. Then he drew a blueprint saying that he might open more shops in the future and set up a chamber of commerce to fight against Joseph. Finally, he euphemistically expressed his other purpose, which was to make money to meet the magic materials consumed by the beast-taming technique. Jia did not object to this matter, but she showed an apologetic expression. You are really thinking long-term. Just do it. I fully support you. It's just that the resources at hand are really limited, so I can't provide you with more funds and materials. Chenrue was overjoyed. Funds and materials were only immediate. The key was the policy. Since Jia expressed her full support, it was undoubtedly the greatest help for the future money-making plan. When he left, Jia's faint voice came from behind. Your first day's work is quite outstanding, Sir Secretary. Chenrue smiled slightly and strode out the door. Chapter 42. Chenrue left the council hall, but he didn't return to the lab. Instead, he went straight to Joseph's magic store. With the example of Vine Stone, magic materials should be able to provide more auras. He wanted to determine which materials could be used. Jia had announced yesterday that he was appointed as the secretary. So many demons along the way cast strange looks at him. Chenrue had already calmed down now and went all the way to the magic store. After losing the sky battle, Joseph left the Dark Moon and went to the Red Spirit Estate. The person in charge of the magic store was one of the great demons behind Joseph that Chenrue saw last time, Reyes. Chenrue learned from Slee that Reyes, the female great demon Visasha, and another great demon Eryx were one of the 3 sharpest scythes in Joseph's hands. Joseph never made a move. If there was any trouble, the 3 of them would come forward to solve it. However, Chenrue knew that Joseph's power was even more terrifying. Reyes was not only powerful, but also intelligent. He was Joseph's most capable assistant. In contrast, Visasha's main job was to be a personal guard. She returned to the Red Spirit Estate with Joseph this time. Eryx was a belligerent, so he was responsible for the arena's affairs. Chenrue's arrival surprised Reyes. Reyes was also present at the sky battle yesterday. Logically, the little princess's side should already know that Joseph wanted to kill this human. Why did he come here alone today? Sir Reyes. Chenrue greeted, but Royce was obviously very disdainful of this powerless human. He showed an arrogant look and ignored Chinrue. Chinrue wasn't bothered by the great demon's attitude. He continued, Master Aldos is refining a magic potion recently, so he sent me here today to take a look at the magic materials. He knew that the identity of the secretary could only shock those ordinary demons. In front of a powerhouse like Reyes, it was not worth mentioning at all. It was still Aldos's name that was more useful. Sure enough, Reyes showed a look of understanding and finally said, Alchemy materials and magic materials are on this floor. The second floor is for magic equipment. You can take a look yourself. Joseph's store was much more formal than Alice's previous weird store. Each item was placed on the shelves in categories. The shopkeeper was a lich, and a few dark goblins acted as shop assistants. Soon, Reyes heard the dark goblins report and walked in. Seeing that Chinrue wanted a piece of each material, he was puzzled and asked, What are you going to do? Chinrue touched the materials while taking a pen to record. He replied, I want to determine the purity and gravity of these materials. Master said that pharmaceutics is a rigorous knowledge that doesn't allow any carelessness. Reyes was a layman in pharmaceutics. Seeing that Chinrue said it seriously, he didn't ask more. After Chinrue tried them one by one, he thought about it and came to Reyes. He looked hesitant and finally said, Master has a small request. He wanted me to look for Sir Joseph, but unfortunately, Sir Joseph has left the Dark Moon. I wonder if Sir Reyes can make the decision? Reyes still didn't dare to neglect Aldos, who poisoned the capital city's genius. Tell me first, what's the request? What Master means is that these selected materials can be tested with a small fragment of each as a sample. After confirming, we can buy in bulk next time. Chinrue saw Reyes frowning, so he immediately added, Master said that if you agree to this request, once the magic potion experiment is successful, you will sell it to Sir Joseph's magic store at the lowest price. Excuse me, what kind of magic potion is Master experimenting? Chinrue's words attracted the attention of the Lich, and he walked over. Lich was a race that was proficient in magic, so they were particularly concerned about this. Chinrue looked cautious and looked around. After confirming that the dark goblins were far away, he said mysteriously, This involves a secret experiment. Please keep it a secret after listening. Master seems to be experimenting with a potion that can greatly enhance spirit in a certain period of time without side effects. At present, it is still in the experimental stage. We have encountered some problems in improving the purity of the potion and reducing the side effects, so we urgently need various materials to try. In fact, this was just a lost advanced potion that Chinrue had seen in pharmaceutics, so he casually bluffed. Spirit potion has no side effects? The Lich suddenly trembled and said with a trembling voice, Is it the true spirit potion? This can only be brewed by the legendary Grand Master. Has Master Aldos already reached this level? Chinrue didn't want to blow his own trumpet, so he explained, It is still in the experimental stage. The Master has failed several times. He wants to adjust some materials, so he sent me here. However, some materials here are too expensive, so I made this request to Sir Joseph. Anyway, there must be many masters who tried to break through to the Grand Master level in the past thousands of years. He could just say that he failed in the end. The Lich's expression looked very excited. The true series of potions could only be brewed by the Potion Grand Master. The Demon Realm had not had a Grand Master for thousands of years, so this potion was also lost. It could only be seen in some ancient books. Aldos had always been unknown. After he easily poisoned the Empire's top genius, Sandro, in the Master Challenge not long ago, he began to show his prowess. Now he actually began to challenge the pinnacle of pharmaceutics. Even if Aldos failed many times, just the fact that he could break through to the Grand Master level potion showed his strength. Besides, what if this hidden dark elf master really succeeds one day? Although Reyes didn't understand pharmaceutics, He knew what a potion Grand Master represented. If Aldas could really break through the bottleneck and successfully advance to the first Grand Master of the Demon Realm in thousands of years, then even Prince Obsidian's attitude toward Aldas would change dramatically. As for the materials selected by the human, although there were valuable things, they were insignificant compared to this. I will agree on behalf of Sir Joseph. Grouchy, immediately give this human a piece of every magic material that the master needs. Not fragments, but complete. Reyes was quite shrewd and immediately weighed the pros and cons. Besides, Joseph had expressed his intention to stabilize Aldas last time, so he agreed immediately. Sir is wise. The Lich, Grouchy, also wanted to witness the Grand Master's maiden work. He responded and immediately went to the shelf to choose. Sure enough, the Lich selected complete materials of excellent quality, not the fragments requested by Chun Rue. Although Reyes's address of this human was not very polite, Chun Rue was too excited at the moment. He didn't have the mood to care about it. Thank you, sir. I will convey sir's generosity and kindness to the master. The original test sample was just a temporary idea. I didn't expect to earn a lot. I can go back and experiment with aura conversion to see which materials provide the most aura. Although he was still very envious of the many materials on the magic store shelves, Chinrue knew the principle of stopping when it was appropriate. If he was too greedy, it would be counterproductive. The most important thing was that the true spirit potion was simply a bluff. There were more than 30 types of magic materials. The big bag was heavy. Chinrue thanked the Lich again. Then he pretended to be strenuous and carried the big bag out of the door. After Chun Rue left, Reyes said to Grouchy, "You go upstairs immediately and contact Sir Joseph with the magic stone. Report to Sir that Aldas is experimenting with the Grand Master level potion. This matter must be kept secret and must not be leaked. Wait for Sir Joseph to make a decision before taking any action." Yes, sir. Grouchy didn't dare to neglect and immediately went upstairs to do it. Chinrue carried the big bag, suppressed his excitement, and walked all the way to the lab. However, halfway there, he felt that he was being stared at from behind. Chinrue secretly thought that, judging from Reyes and Grouchy's attitude toward the Grand Master level potion, they wouldn't send anyone to follow him. It must be a small fry. Chinrue changed his mind and walked to a secluded place. The person behind really followed him. When he walked to a secluded alley with no one, the human in front suddenly disappeared. The person was taken aback and walked up carefully. It was a dark goblin wearing a small cloak. As he was looking around, he heard a voice behind him. "What are you looking for?" The dark goblin was shocked. He turned around and saw the tracking target looking at him, and the big bag was placed on the ground. Sir Secretary." The goblin actually bowed with a flattering smile on his face. It was the first time that Chinrue was called Sir as a human. It felt a little weird. Although the secretary was only a petty official, in the eyes of low-level characters like the Dark Goblin and Imp, he was more or less a civil servant. It seemed that this goblin was quite well informed. Although he didn't know what his intention was, Chinrue naturally didn't care about this kind of character. He asked, "You followed me all the way. What do you want?" Seeing that his whereabouts were discovered early, the Dark Goblin was taken aback. He quickly explained, "Sir, you misunderstood. I saw Sir carrying a lot of things, so I just wanted to help. For the price of only 5 white crystal coins, Nunu can help you send the things to the lab." Movers? Chinrue looked at the small body of the goblin and shook his head. "No need. I can carry it myself." "Sir, 5 is too expensive, for it is fine too." The Dark Goblin quickly stepped forward and kept reducing the price. 2 white crystal coins, no less. As he spoke, the goblin suddenly waved his hand, and a cloud of powder covered Chinrue. Chinrue also learned a lot of knowledge in the lab. He could smell that this was the smell of rosemary flower, which could make people lose their strength in a short time. He immediately pretended to be hit and sat on the ground shakily. "What secretary? You are just a stupid human." The dark goblin was overjoyed. As he was about to grab the bag, his throat suddenly tightened. It had been tightly choked by someone. His entire thin body was suspended in the air. He suddenly couldn't breathe, and his limbs were flailing in the air. Chapter 43. The dark goblin looked at the stupid secretary, who was strangling his neck, in horror. He couldn't figure out why this weak human had such great strength. However, the combat power of the dark goblin was at the bottom of the demon realm. It was even worse than the imps. Their specialty was craftsmanship and some small skills. Except for a few talented ones who could stand out, they could generally only serve as handymen or laborers. With Chun Rue's current real strength, he could break the dark goblin's neck if he exerted force. But he didn't do so. He just threw the guy away. The dark goblin fell to the ground, coughing loudly while covering his neck. He was still in shock as he watched the sneering human approaching step by step. "You want to play this kind of little trick in front of me? Don't you know whose apprentice I am?" In order to conceal the existence of the super system, Chun Rue skillfully used Comrade Eldos as a scapegoat. It could be considered as a fox borrowing the tiger's might in a sense. The dark goblin only realized that he was blinded by greed and made such a ridiculous mistake. He actually used powder to deal with a potion master's apprentice. Moreover, it was a master who could poison a dragon with some kind of gas. "What do I want to do with you? Poison you into a pile of ashes or a pool of water?" The dark goblin thought of the rumor that this apprentice once made a guy scream for 2 whole days. He shuddered, and his whole body began to tremble. To Chun Rue's surprise, the goblin, who had always been known for his cowardice, was not frightened. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "You don't mess around. I'm from the Cloak Gang. If you dare to poison me, our leader will not let you go." Cloak Gang? Is it the Dark Moon's gang? No wonder they got a smaller cloak to act mysterious. Chun Rue pondered for a moment and asked, "Who is your leader?" As soon as he mentioned this, the dark goblin suddenly became confident. "My leader is an amazing powerhouse." He almost removed the head of the Dark Moon City's famous villain, Gank, with just one hand. Yesterday, Gank came to my door with injuries and politely asked for the hammer seized by the leader. Gank, Iron Hammer? Why did Chun Rue find this plot a bit familiar? He heard the dark goblin show a kind of pride like a fox exploiting the tiger's might and said, "The name of our Cloak Gang's leader is Aguile." Hearing this name, Chun Rue was instantly petrified. Chun Rue recalled the time when he had just obtained the initial evolution and saved the gnome father and daughter in the alley. More and more black lines appeared on his forehead. What did it mean to pull a tiger's skin to pull a flag? What do you mean a fox assuming the tiger's might? This was the true realm. Compared to this, his use of Aldos's name was nothing. When the dark goblin saw Chun Rue's stunned look, he thought that the human secretary was frightened by the leader's name. He revealed another shocking news. "Let me tell you, Kaka's cousin Sasa is the leader's beloved concubine." Chun Rue's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. The beauty of Ms. Sasa appeared in his mind, and his heart began to twitch violently. That kind of appearance was not just a typical characteristic. Since he was reborn into the demon realm, he did have a normal man's why for some beauties. The Iceberg Royal Sister, Princess Royal and Female Boss. Jia was one. The Seductive Seductress, Kie was another. The valiant, passionate, and generous Athena was another. As for Miss Sasa, perhaps she was considered a beauty among the goblins. Perhaps a guy with a heavy taste like Gank would like her, but he, Chun Rue, had absolutely never had any extra thoughts. Not in the past. Not now. Not in the future. However, it was such a goblin lady who inexplicably claimed to be his concubine. Oh yes, and that damn adjective, beloved. I've seen forced buying and selling, but I've never seen a maid forcing a concubine to recognize her as her master. The illustrious reputation of being a virgin for 2 lifetimes had been shattered into pieces without him even knowing it. The dark goblin was about to continue to threaten, but the human secretary rushed over fiercely and grabbed his hand. "Take me to your cloak gang immediately." Kaka's eyes fell on the package on the ground. The human frowned slightly and waved his hand. The huge package actually disappeared. No matter how Kaka looked, he didn't find any space equipment on Chinrue. Could it be the legendary space magic? Didn't they say that this human has no power? He actually has this kind of ability. Let's go. Chinrue urged impatiently. If this matter wasn't solved, he would have a strong psychological shadow on women in the future. With fear of the mysterious power, Kaka didn't dare to say more. He took Chinrue and walked toward the front of the alley. Chinrue took advantage of his anger and simply spent 500 auras to activate the storage warehouse in the super system. With a thought, he easily stored the magic materials. If he didn't have to find trouble with the cloak gang, he still wanted to try the functions of the warehouse. Kaka turned for a long time and brought Chinrue to the vicinity of a small courtyard. There were several short men wearing similar cloaks around. Judging from their figures and movements, they were either imps or dark goblins. A short, cloaked man let out a sharp laugh. "Kaka, look what you brought back. A human?" Kaka quickly shook his head at him. Several cloaked men recognized that this was the only human in Dark Moon City who was also the new secretary. Thinking of the rumor that this human was poisonous, the cloaked men couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, they were more curious. Why did this human come to the cloak gang? Is he going to join the gang? As the two walked into the house, Chinrue saw the old goblin, Didi, who called himself father-in-law, sitting on the chair in the middle. Beside him was Ms. Sasa, who had goblin characteristics. Kaka stepped forward and whispered a few words to Didi. The old goblin looked surprised and stood up. The old goblin bowed to Chinrue. He knew that this human was backed by Aldos and Princess Royal, and he definitely couldn't afford to offend him. He immediately brought up his master. "Sir Secretary, Kaka is blind. I apologize to you on behalf of the cloak gang for offending you. For the sake of our leader, sir, please don't mind this matter. Our leader is—" "Leader your head." Chinrue interrupted the old goblins bragging unceremoniously and said, "Let's do it this way. Let them go out first. I have something important to talk to you alone." The old goblin frowned and pointed to his daughter, Sasa, and said, "Sir's matters may be confidential, but this is my daughter, Sasa, who is also the leader's concubine. She is definitely qualified to listen." As soon as he heard this, Chinrue was furious. He almost wanted to grab the guy who called himself his father-in-law and beat him up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't talk nonsense. My patience has its limits." The old goblin thought of the rumors about this human's poison, and he couldn't help but shiver. He signaled Sasa and Kaka with his eyes, and the two guys immediately walked out of the door sensibly. Sir Chinrue. The old goblin's attitude was a lot more respectful. "May I ask what is Sir's order? Our cloak gang has just been established, and our leader is often not around. You're still mentioning this." Chinrue pointed at the old goblin fiercely with a look of deep hatred, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, he said a few words. "You've embarrassed Aguile." The old goblin was originally nodding respectfully, but he suddenly froze. "So Sir knows our leader, that my master. Your master's life can be said to be saved by me. My friendship with him is not something you can imagine." This was naturally true. The two identities were basically the same person. The old goblin looked suspicious. Aguile's master was so powerful that he could easily defeat Gank. He was at least an intermediate demon. How could he have such a deep friendship with this powerless human? Chinrue saw Didi's doubts and said coldly, "That night, after Aguile saved you, he gave you a purple crystal coin. Later, you insisted on being a servant, so he gave you another 2, right?" Only the old goblin, his daughter, and Aguile himself knew about this. The old goblin didn't dare to have any doubts. He quickly said, Sir Chunrui, Didi was rude just now. May I ask where my master is? He is training for a stronger power. Chunrui didn't give the old goblin a good look. You know in your heart that you are not his recognized servant. In fact, he actually wanted to test you when he gave you 3 purple crystal coins that day. I didn't expect you to pretend your daughter as his concubine and even set up this cloak gang to rob and cheat. If he knows, he will definitely kill you. It turns out that master wants to test me. The old goblin broke into a cold sweat. He was secretly glad that he didn't embezzle the 3 purple crystal coins at that time. Sir Chunrui, please tell Master Aguile that Didi didn't fail to live up to Master's test. Didi has set up the cloak gang for Master. Although it is just the beginning, it will grow stronger and stronger. As he said, the old goblin took out a handful of purple crystal coins and gave them to Chunrui with both hands. I have earned back several times of the 3 purple crystal coins that Master gave me back then. Please give these to Master as a servant's most sincere offering. Not only did the old goblin not repent for setting up a gang organization and robbing and cheating, but he was proud of it. He thought that he had done something for his master. Chunrui knew that the demon realm had its own rules, so he couldn't say much. However, the old dwarf's mien surprised him. In the beginning, it was only 3 purple crystal coins. How many days did it become more than 10 purple crystal coins? Relying on that group of little cloaks to cheat and cheat? After understanding, he found out that 90% of the money was earned by the old goblin. The old goblin was very quick-witted. He knew the shops and stalls in the entire Dark Moon City like the back of his hand. For example, the cheapest animal skin in the north of the city was sold for 10 white crystal coins. If it was sold in the south of the city, it could be sold for at least 13 white crystal coins. The old goblin relied on this to earn the difference in price. Previously, he only had a small business to earn a living, and he was often exploited by bullies like Gank. His life was difficult. Ever since Chunrui taught Gank a lesson that night, the old goblin later met Gank's underling, Gob. When he mustered up the courage to pretend to be the servant of the powerhouse that night, he actually scared Gob away. The old goblin's courage suddenly increased. He began to use the 3 purple crystal coins as capital to expand his business of buying and selling. He also used the reputation of Aguile, defeating Gank, to quickly gather a group of people and set up the cloak gang. Sometimes, naturally, it was inevitable to make money by using the means of forced buying and selling. It was not until today, when Ligue met Likue, that his plan was exposed. Chunrui was dumbfounded, but he was considering another matter. The old goblin could see the business opportunity to earn the difference in price and set up an organization in such a short time. His ability was indeed extraordinary. Although the cloak gang was a farce, it was a critical moment when he needed money and ore materials. If he could make good use of it, including this old goblin who was very business-minded, it might be a great help. Take this money and give it to Aguile yourself. Chunrui's mind turned quickly, and he had already made a decision. The old goblin handed over the money with the intention of bribing the human. He estimated that there would only be half of these purple crystal coins left in the hands of Aguile's master. He didn't expect to be rejected. He was even more certain that the relationship between the human secretary and Aguile's master was not ordinary, so his attitude became more respectful. He asked, Sir Chunrui, may I ask when the master is free? Yesterday, Gank came here and took away the hammer from last time. He also asked to see the master. Why? He still wants revenge? If it was just a character like Gank, Chunrui didn't care anymore. Chapter 44. As Kaka said, Gank came to the cloak gang with injuries. His attitude was indeed very polite. The demon realm was like this. Whoever's fist was harder would be the one in the right. Those who failed would either fight to the death or show that they were convinced. Gank's request to see Aguile wasn't for revenge, but on behalf of Sheriff Allen. He wanted the Cloak Gang to become an official organization of the Dark Moon City. They only needed to pay a small amount of magic crystal coins every month. As long as they didn't cause any major trouble, they could act freely in the Dark Moon City. Only then did Chinrue know that Alan actually secretly controlled the large and small civil organizations in the Dark Moon City. This could also be considered as a family of officials and bandits in a sense. This new information gave him a lot of inspiration in his mind. Some ideas quickly floated in his mind, but he needed time to calm down and sort them out. Now, the focus was to go back and experiment with those aura materials. Aguile has been training for a short period of time. He should be free in 2 days. I will tell him. You tell Gank that we will meet here the night after tomorrow. The old dwarf was worried about this matter. He was overjoyed when he heard it. Sir Chinrue, please pass the message. There is one thing. Chinrue gritted his teeth and said, if you don't want to really anger Aguile, your daughter must not pretend to be his concubine any more. The old dwarf nodded quickly. Suddenly his small eyes lit up. He looked at the human secretary with a hopeful gaze. Chinrue had goosebumps. Before the old dwarf could sell his daughter to him, he fled from the Cloak Gang's headquarters. Chinrue walked all the way back to the lab room and quickly entered the Galaxy Divinity Temple of the Super System. In the open space outside the Galaxy Divinity Temple, there was indeed an additional warehouse building. There was one more light screen on the throne, representing the storage situation of the warehouse. It vividly displayed the current specific items and capacity in the form of flat squares. In addition, there was also an automatic classification function, which was very convenient. Chinrue's consciousness left the super system and returned to the room. With a thought, he put the bed and the stool in the room inside. Including the backpack, it only occupied 3 small squares in the diagram, which was about 1% of the entire space. It seemed that this storage warehouse was really big enough. Moreover, as the evolution star increased, it would automatically expand. However, after activating the warehouse, the original 1,270 points of spiritual energy were only 570 points left. Fortunately, there were a bunch of magic materials here, so he could try it out. Chinrue began to try these materials one by one. After testing, the general materials could provide about 20 to 80 auras. There was a vine stone that was of medium quality, and the purity was not bad. It transformed 160 auras, which was a good source of auras. In addition, there were 3 materials that were better than the vine stone. The first was the emerald ice crystal, which was a very rare material. It actually provided 850 auras. The second was the blood crystal, which was a more high-end magic crystal than the black crystal. Because it was rare, it was not a circulating currency like the black crystal and purple crystal, but it was listed as a high-level item. It provided 620 auras. The last was the fluorescent stone, which was a magic auxiliary material. After transformation, it obtained 315 auras. After this experiment, the total amount of Chinrue's aura had reached 4015. It could be considered as getting back what he spent. The emerald ice crystal and the blood crystal were very rare. The price of a piece of emerald ice crystal was 1,000 black crystal coins, and the blood crystal was 600 black crystal coins. It wasn't worthwhile to buy it, but the fluorescent stone was an exception. The fluorescent stone was a material for manufacturing. It had a faint glow, and the price was much lower than the vine stone. It was 10 black crystal coins for 1 piece. Its function was to suppress and stabilize. It was generally used to limit the backfire of a certain kind of magic container. However, a fist-sized fluorescent stone could be used many times, so the demand wasn't high. Due to the special texture, many people liked to use it to make magic handicrafts. In general, it was a relatively unpopular commodity. The magic store only had a few pieces in stock. From the perspective of auras, the price of emerald ice crystal and blood crystal was too high, and the fluorescent stone should be the most cost-effective material. It seemed that I have to start from this aspect in the future. Chun Rue turned those materials into powder and left them in the storage warehouse. He exited the super system. Now he had more than 4,000 auras. When the 60 highest quality vine stones were in place, the auras should be more abundant, but he still couldn't waste it easily, especially in the training ground. It wasn't the time for independent training yet. He should try to accumulate auras and maximize the use of the poison dragon Paglio as a resource to further adapt to the use of star power in the special training. Soon, Kaguran came to the lab and brought a document. It was the information that Chun Rue had requested from Jia. The palace guard captain brought a sentence from Jia. Destroy the document after writing it down. Chun Rue flipped through the document and realized why Jia was so cautious. It recorded in detail various situations of the Dark Moon estate, including finance, military, various family forces, and influential members. After the initial evolution was successful, his originally powerful memory was further enhanced. His brain was like a computer database that could accurately record all kinds of information. He read the information carefully at once and remembered it in his heart. As for the document, he didn't destroy it. He put it in the storage warehouse, since it didn't take up much space anyway. Chun Rue read Joseph's information particularly carefully. Joseph was already 300 years old, but this age was only considered the middle-aged generation among the evil demons. He was the son of the Red Spirit Lord Josh, the eldest son of the Alvin family, but he was not the first heir of the family. Josh also had several children. Among them, the biggest threat to Joseph was his favorite youngest son, Kaneda. Joseph came to the Dark Moon because he also wanted to make achievements and increase the weight of becoming the heir. Although Kaneda was far away in the Red Spirit, the open and secret struggle with Joseph had never stopped. Josh didn't stop this. Survival of the fittest was a tradition of the demon realm, and it was also the reason to ensure that a family could be passed on for a long time. In the demon realm, nothing was more important than this, even the royal family. The biggest reason why Athena's father, General George, publicly supported Jia was that Prince Obsidian couldn't understand the sword of fallen angel now, so he couldn't annihilate the descendants of the Lord of Midnight Sunday. This would make the Lucifer royal family lose the last hope of inheriting the artifact, and prevent the Lucifer royal family from walking the same path as the other royal families that were destroyed. In other words, once Obsidian was recognized by the sword of fallen angel, then, unless General George was willing to bear the notoriety of treason and the danger of extermination, he could no longer protect Jia. As for Alan, he was the only son of the Karen family's patriarch, Lego. The Karen family originally supported Crown Prince Grimm, like General George, but after Grimm's death, they began to lean toward Prince Obsidian. Alan's strength was now at the peak of intermediate demon. He was originally similar to Athena, but now that Athena had advanced to higher demon, he was left behind. Although the peak of intermediate demon and the newly advanced higher demon were only one step away, the difference between the ranks was huge. The current Alan could be said to be completely outmatched by Athena. However, Alan was also guarded by the Karen family's powerhouse, so he shouldn't be underestimated. The Dark Moon was originally a famous, prosperous place. There was no lack of families with strong economic strength. However, it was gradually ruined after the war 400 years ago, which also caused many families to shift their focus to other places. However, the foundation accumulated over the years was still there. The Seifel family and the Mellon family were the representative forces of the old families. The Seifel family was loyal to Jia's faction. 2 years ago, Patriarch Carter's son, Tim, was transferred by Joseph to the dangerous place of Mountain Shillong as a mining officer by Joseph's conspiracy. As a result, old Carter hated Joseph and the Alvin family even more. The Mellon family was fence-sitter. At present, they were leaning towards Joseph's side. Some other small families were also divided into factions. These information were quite useful, but it wasn't easy to make Joseph and Alan fight. It wasn't easy to start from Joseph's side. Perhaps he could take advantage of Alan first. The key was to find an opportunity. In addition, Joseph's sworn brother was also one of the targets that could be used. However, there wasn't a good plan at present. Jia was meticulous. In order to prevent people with intentions from sneaking into the laboratory area and noticing the wyvern's movement at night, she greatly strengthened the security of the outer courtyard of the palace. This scene fell into the eyes of Royce, who was originally paying attention to Aldos. He was even more certain that the dark elf master was trying to make a grand master-level potion. Chinrue didn't know how big of a storm this kind of lucky hit would cause. He still rode the wyvern to the Blue Lake for special training. Then he completed the secretary's routine work in the afternoon. He also discussed the situation of the dark moon with Jia. 2 days later, Chinrue remembered that he was going to the cloak gang tonight and began to prepare a series of outfits. After all, Aguile was also the leader of the cloak gang. The night gradually fell. At the entrance of the cloak gang's headquarters, the old dwarf, Didi, was anxiously pacing. Gank had already made an appointment with him. He might arrive at any time, but his master, Aguile, hadn't appeared yet. It would be bad if he didn't come. If it weren't for the human secretary repeatedly ordering him to keep this matter confidential, he would have gone to the lab to find someone. The old dwarf's nephew, Kaka, hurriedly reported, "Uncle Didi, Gank, and the others have arrived at the alley, but Master hasn't come yet. What should we do?" As soon as the old dwarf finished speaking, he saw Kaka looking behind him with a horrified expression. As soon as the old dwarf turned around, he suddenly found that there was a person silently behind him. He was so scared that he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. "Useless fellow," a cold and somewhat hoarse voice rang out. The old dwarf looked at the man in front of him, who was wearing a cloak and covered his face. He felt that the figure was similar to the image and figure in his memory, but the voice was a little different. He asked uncertainly, "Master?" "You didn't get my acknowledgement. I'm not your master." The cloaked man stretched out his 5 fingers and pointed at the old dwarf. He said coldly, "I can blast you into pieces just by using my name to establish the cloak gang." The old dwarf recognized that this was the posture of releasing the terrifying light ball that night. He didn't dare to doubt it anymore. He was so scared that he begged for mercy. "Master, please spare my life. Didi just wants to do something for Master." "Humph." The cloaked man slowly retracted his 5 fingers. "Go aside first. After I deal with the loser, I'll deal with you." The old dwarf quickly stood aside respectfully. At this time, Gank's voice came from the door. "Where's your leader?"